Starting cultivation in the world of Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Hidden Secrets. The intelligence obtained by the ninja world says that about 1,000 years ago, there was a researcher from the Otsutsuki clan. Yes, this person was not in charge of fighting, but was more adept at research. He proposed a conjecture in the clan at that time. The specifics of this conjecture are not clear for the time being, and it is also a secret in the Otsutsuki clan. It is only known that the Otsutsuki clan member, accompanied by several Otsutsuki clan fighters, was conducting experiments on a life planet. After that, the experiment on that planet should have failed. Not only was the planet destroyed, but the Otsutsuki clan members who served as bodyguards died. Only the Otsutsuki clan researcher drove his car and fled the planet after being seriously injured. However, the Otsutsuki clan member did not return to the clan afterwards, but has been missing since then. It is just that according to the last signal from the car, a direction was roughly locked, which is the area around your planet. And before escaping from the experimental planet, the Otsutsuki clan researcher took away a specially cultivated sacred tree sapling. Before talking about this sacred tree sapling, we must first talk about the sacred tree. The sacred tree is a kind of tree-like creature that is actually between plants and animals. It can directly absorb all the vitality of the entire life planet, and then produce a fruit that contains a large amount of power needed by the Otsutsuki clan. This is the sacred tree. The sapling of the sacred tree has been transformed by the researcher of the Otsutsuki clan. It is said that it has a stronger ability than the ordinary sacred tree, and this may be a great help to deal with the Otsutsuki clan in the future. So we want to find it, even if it is not as magical as the legend, but even the sacred tree itself is worth studying. Senju Rope Tree roughly explained the information related to the sapling of the sacred tree. Thank you very much Captain Senju for solving my doubts. Then according to our agreement, I will go back to the headquarters first, and after formulating relevant matters with them, I will go to your outpost for a visit, and I will leave first. Long felt that his mind was a little confused, and decided to go back to the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army to study it carefully. The conversation between Hashirama Senju and Dragon was basically broadcast live to the ninja world. During the entire conversation, the ninja world did not intervene. After all, they had already handed it over to Senju Naki to handle. Now the ninja world is waiting for the next time when Dragon leads a part of the Revolutionary Army to the outpost for further contact. After all, they also know that this contact is actually very abrupt, and they still need to give the other party some buffer time. Sitting on the ship's head at the bow of the Golden Mary, Luffy was a little bored. Nami, haven't you arrived at the Grand Line yet? Putting down the nautical chart in her hand, Nami was also a little tired. We just set off from Rogue Town 2 days ago, and it will take several days to arrive. You wait a few more days, Ahi. Okay, Luffy gave Nami a big smile. The weather is so good, that storm is like a dream. Sanji recalled the previous rainstorm in Rogue Town and felt like he was reborn. What is that? Usopp found something unusual through his monocular. A large flock of birds was spotted on the starboard side. A large flock of birds. Luffy became interested as soon as he heard it. There's something big on the sea. I can't see it clearly. What is it? Due to the distance, Usopp was a little hesitant to confirm. Is it a big fish? Is it a small boat? Or is it like a big fish? Sanji walked to Zoro's side and leaned on the railing. I often hear that seabirds will gather above big fish. Since there are fish, Luffy, go catch them for lunch. No, I saw that it was a little girl. She was lying alone in a small boat, and she didn't look very well. Hinata stood up at this time. Although Hinata's Byakugan can see detailed objects within 1 kilometer, and even 10 kilometers away if you only look in a certain direction, it consumes chakra after all, and cannot be opened all day, so Hinata often uses it once in a while, and closes it after confirming that there is no obvious abnormality around. Another thing is that they were sailing on the sea, and there was nothing to block their vision. The human eye can see ships more than 10 or 20 kilometers away. With the help of a telescope, they can see even farther, so Hinata's Byakugan is not very useful in sailing. Okay, I'm on it. Luffy first stretched his right hand as far back as possible, and then used the elasticity to reach under the distant flock of birds. Rubber, harpoon, got it. Luffy was very happy that his attack was successful. Well done, Luffy. Wait, where are you throwing it? Sanji was still watching the show in the last second, and the next second he found that Luffy's arm was flying towards him at a high speed. Subconsciously, Sanji jumped up, and then hit Zoro, who was basking in the sun on the deck. Zoro, who was taking a nap in the bright sunshine, woke up all of a sudden, but before he could do anything, he was directly hit into the sea. Luffy, who successfully pulled the little girl onto the boat, posed, "Sorry, Zoro, you big idiot. Sooner or later I will kill him." After a chaotic commotion, everyone turned their attention to the little girl. Hinata stepped forward to conduct a simple investigation. She didn't suffer any injuries, she was just a little weak because of hunger and thirst, and she will be fine after a rest. Hungry? Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately rolled up his sleeves and prepared to cook. By the way, Miss Hinata and Miss Nami, do you want to eat anything? Bang! After being stimulated by the smell of food, the little girl sat up from the bed and bumped into Usopp's nose, who was helping her wipe her forehead with ice water. Are you awake? You are more energetic than I thought. Is there any pain? If so, be sure to tell me. Hinata will treat you. Nami was the first to discover the awakening of the little girl. Although Sanji didn't turn around because he was cooking, he also heard Nami's words, "You must be hungry, I'm making soup for you." The little girl was busy for a while, then after looking around, she suddenly shouted, "Ah! So lucky, are you in trouble? It's really a close call. What's your name?" Uzumaki Naruto also came over to ask. The little girl pouted, "Before asking people, you should give your name first." Haha, really? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. The one wearing a straw hat over there is Luffy, the captain of this ship. Sitting next to him is Nami. Opposite is Hinata. The one cooking soup over there is Sanji. Lying on the ground next to you is Usopp. The one with green hair by the wall is Zoro, and the one on the deck outside who didn't come in is Sasuke. Yes, I'm Luffy, the captain of this pirate ship." Luffy grinned at the little girl. "Ah, pirates." The little girl, who was still celebrating her survival, suddenly changed her expression, obviously thinking of something bad. "Yes, we are going to the Grand Line." "What's wrong?" She seems different. Even Luffy felt a little insecure after seeing the little girl's reaction. "What should we do with this little girl?" Zoro asked after stretching. "Well, what should we do? Forget it, let's think about it tomorrow." Luffy was distressed for a moment and gave up, deciding to put the trouble aside for later. Why? I fought so hard to escape from the Navy, how come I was rescued by a pirate ship? This is not a joke. The more the little girl thought about it, the more desperate she became. Gurgle, her stomach protested first. "Anyway, eat something first and then think of a solution." The little girl quietly got up from the bed and walked around in the kitchen in the dark. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise rang in his ears. The little girl thought that they were going to kill him after he was found, so she squatted on the ground with her head in her hands. "It's you again, Luffy. Please learn your lesson." The lights suddenly came on, illuminating the entire kitchen. Under a huge mousetrap in the kitchen, it was Luffy who wanted to steal food at night, and Sanji was standing in front of the mousetrap. With a shake of his head, Sanji's eyes met with the little girl's. "What are you doing?" "Ah, it's really good." Luffy ate the meat in big mouthfuls, and didn't care about anything else. Sanji put his hands in his pockets and looked at Luffy helplessly. "Just tell me, I will help you cook. Don't think about the ingredients casually. Who told me to be hungry?" Luffy didn't care. Gurgle looking at Luffy in front of him feasting, the little girl's stomach rumbled again. "What? You don't want to eat?" Sanji looked at the little girl. "You didn't eat during the day, why are you holding back?" "I didn't poison you," but the little girl shook her head quickly. "If you keep daydreaming, he will eat up your share too." Sanji pointed at Luffy, who was sitting opposite the little girl. At this time, Luffy was also very cooperative. He had eaten all the food in front of him, and he looked at the food on the little girl's plate with shining eyes. "Since you don't want to eat, give it to me." "No." The little girl saw it and immediately rushed forward and ate the food in front of her. "It's delicious, of course. Sanji is the chef I chose." Luffy was very happy that others praised his crew members, and he was more excited than someone praising him directly. "This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food." The little girl also showed a happy smile. Finally smiling, at this moment, the other people on the ship also appeared outside the kitchen door, looking at the few people inside. "Luffy, you are eating again," Usopp said. "Because I didn't eat anything during the day." Luffy frowned. "You obviously ate 2 pots by yourself." Usopp continued. Luffy scratched his head. Really? But Hinata ate 3 pots. Hinata's cheeks outside the door blushed and she didn't say anything quietly. Nami walked forward, leaned down and tried to communicate with the little girl from an equal perspective. You heard that we are pirates, so you were scared, right? Then, that's because, the little girl wanted to quibble. Well, but in this era, hearing that someone is a pirate, of course there will be such a reaction. Nami directly helped the other party to get through. You won't sell me. The little girl's voice was a little low. Wusualu immediately refuted. How is it possible? Zoro laughed. Who told you to look so scary? Usopp stepped forward and pulled Zoro's face long. With your face, you dare to say such things, huh? You bastard, what do you want to do? Zoro immediately quarreled with Usopp. You two, stop messing around. Nami and the others were speechless when they saw the two fighting. Sanji, on the other hand, was still paying attention to the little girl. Would you like some more, miss? Nami also spoke at the right time. At least this ship is not the pirate ship you imagined, so please don't worry. Another plate. The little girl happily raised the plate in her hand. Yes, sir. Sanji immediately took the plate. I want some too, Luffy interrupted immediately. I want to serve it myself. Sanji kept his hands busy and ignored Luffy at all. That's too much. Boom. There was a violent explosion, followed by a large amount of black smoke. What's going on? What happened? Everyone was in a panic, not knowing what happened. They looked in the direction of the black smoke and found that it came from the kitchen. At first glance, it was the little girl who was rescued yesterday. I'm preparing food. Everyone, it's time to eat. Everyone present had a premonition that something bad was going to happen just by seeing the black smoke. Only Luffy was still full of expectation and said, it's time to eat. As expected, everyone came to the blackened kitchen and saw the things called food on the plate. Did you make this? It looks good, so I'll start eating. Luffy said the above words while looking at the black and smoky things on the plate. The little girl nodded happily. You not only saved me, but also gave me food to eat, so from today on I will help you as much as possible. Everyone showed a forced smile on their faces. That's great, thank you. Zoro poked the food on the plate with a fork and asked a soul-searching question. Is this really edible? Nami, who was sitting next to Zoro, stepped hard on Zoro's toes under the table and stuffed the food on the plate into Zoro's mouth while he opened his mouth. Don't talk so much nonsense. Give it to me quickly. Chapter 152 Abyss. Luffy chewed quickly. Really? It's delicious. Sanji could only bite the bullet. Yes, some dishes just don't look good. He took a bite himself, and Uzumaki, Naruto and the others followed suit. Then, is it so unpalatable? The little girl looked at the expressions of the crowd, still a little unconvinced, and took a bite herself. Ugh. Too spicy. What happened? Did I put the wrong seasoning? The little girl was still there in disbelief. After Sanji prepared himself mentally, he lowered his body and said, this kind of mistake often happens. I just need to be more careful next time. By the way, what's your name? Abyss. My name is Abyss. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not very good at cooking, but I really want to help. Abyss apologized to everyone. It's okay. We have received your kindness, and you should leave the cooking to me. After all, my duty as a chef is to cook for everyone. If you want to help, there are other things I can do, Sanji comforted. Speaking of which, Abyss, why are you drifting on the sea? Everyone asked the question that had been puzzled for a long time. Abyss thought for a while and said, I escaped from a Navy ship. Navy ship? Usopp was very surprised. Yes, I escaped on that stormy night 3 days ago, Abyss said. Nami felt incredible. You actually sat in that kind of small boat in the storm? You are really reckless, but what kind of trouble did you get into? Since you had to escape, it means that you are not a guest on the warship, right? That being said, the Navy doesn't have the time to deal with those little people one by one. Zoro, who was still leaning against the wall, pointed out the key point. That's because, Abyss was a little at a loss. Seeing Abyss was very hesitant, Luffy didn't know what was going on in his mind. What? Are you a bad guy? Abyss was very excited about this. No, how could I do bad things? I didn't do bad things, but I can't tell you the reason. Sanji, who had been washing dishes at this time, wiped the water stains on his hands and touched Abyss's head. What's the matter? You must have your reasons for not wanting to say it. We don't need to ask, that's true, but can you tell us where you are from? Nami fully agreed with this. I'm from Gunkanjima, Abyss was very surprised that everyone didn't delve into it. Gunkanjima? Nami, do you know? Usopp asked the navigator on the ship. Nami flipped through the map information in her hand. Let me check it out. Thanks to the world map in Naruto's hands, my understanding of the world has been greatly enriched. Naruto knew that there was no name marked on the map he provided. It was just pure topography. Why is it called Gunkanjima? Abyss's answer was a little confused, because the shape of the island is very similar to a warship, so it has always been called that. Looks like a warship? That's really interesting. Luffy had already imagined a small island floating on the sea like a warship. Nami also smiled. Found it. Look, the shape of this island is very similar to a warship. Abyss, do you think it is like this? Abyss stretched her neck. It looks a bit like it, but I'm not sure, but it should be it. Nami nodded. That's right, the location of this island is near the Grand Line. We are in this area now. If we want to go there, it won't be far. Nami looked up at Abyss. What do you want? Do you want to go back to Gunkanjima? We are planning to go to the Grand Line now, However, Abyss did not show any excitement. After thinking for a while, she nodded. I know you saved me, and it's wrong to cause you trouble, but I want to go back to the island. I'm sorry, I'm too willful, right? If possible, I want to take other ships heading west, and I will figure out the rest myself. Uchiha Sasa curled his lips at this moment. It's really troublesome. We are a pirate ship. How can we come into contact with other ships? Right, Captain. Luffy also smiled and nodded in agreement. That's right, we're not in a hurry anyway. Let's go to Gunkanjima directly. Anyway, the Grand Line is almost here. We can go up there to resupply before setting off again. Usopp on the side also agreed. Luffy's smiling face almost broke behind his head. Is that so? It looks like a battleship island. I really want to see it. Did you hear that? Sanji patted Abyss's shoulder on the side. Abyss jumped off the stool at once. Really? Are you really willing to take me back to Gunkanjima? Great, thank you Luffy. Great. Great. So happy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Luffy also responded with his signature laugh. Abyss was very happy. To thank everyone, I will cook for everyone every day in the future. No need. You are repaying kindness with enmity. I think it's still delicious. Luffy had a different opinion. Shut up. And, on the sea, 7 or 8 Navy warships were sailing. Report, there is a ship at 13 o'clock ahead. It is a medium-sized sailing ship with a skull mark on the main sail. A Navy officer reported his discovery to his superior. Pirates, they actually came to the sea area under the jurisdiction of Admiral Nelson. They are ignorant of life and death. Forget it, they must be small characters. Don't worry about them. The Navy officer did not comment on this. No, that pirate flag is not a small character. It should be Straw Hat Boy Luffy, who has a bounty of 30 million Baileys. A man walked out of the cabin and overturned the judgment of the previous Navy officer. We sent so many fleets and still can't find her. It is possible that she has been captured by someone, not to mention those pirates. It may not be appropriate to ignore it, Major. Capture that ship. The man who came over was wearing a suit and had purple spiked hair. What does this feel like? There is a ship behind us. Naruto felt something was wrong. How could this happen? Is that a Navy ship? Usopp on the mast also found something unusual. Navy, Nami was a little surprised. Yes, and there are more than 1 or 2, Usopp continued to observe with his monocular telescope. Nami hurried to the edge of the deck and saw several outlines in the distance. Really? But why is there such a large fleet here? Listening to the voices on the deck, Luffy and others also came to the deck. What's going on? What happened? Are they here to take my head? But there are too many of them, which means that it takes so many people to deal with me. I am so awesome. Only Luffy can still be heartless at this moment. Sure enough, Nami couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you still so leisurely? That's the ship of the 8th branch. I escaped from those Navy ships. What should I do? Abyss was very scared. Got it, I saw it. I saw that girl on the other deck. The Navy also found their target. I'm right, isn't it, Major? Has your pride been hurt? The purple-haired man was extremely foul-mouthed. However, if because of your mistake, she let the clue to the elixir of life, the keel, escape, I wonder how furious Admiral Nelson would be. Main gun, prepare to fire. We must catch that pirate ship. The Major could only temporarily suppress his anger due to the opponent's strength. Boom. 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 The warship on the opposite side fired 3 shells directly. Perhaps because they were concerned that there were people they needed on this ship, they did not let all ships fire at the same time. "Ah, there is an attack coming," Usopp on the mast immediately shouted. "Pirates, listen up, stop the ship immediately. Just now it was just a warning. Next time we will aim at your ship and fire." The 3 shells landed accurately next to the ship, and the waves stirred up caused the ship to shake violently. "What should I do?" Luffy, Naruto asked to his side. "If you want to fight, then fight." Luffy was very calm. Usopp, on the other hand, rolled and crawled down from the mast. "Why are you always like this? How are you going to deal with that fleet?" Zoro touched the longsword in his hand. "Charge in." "Will it be solved by charging in?" Usopp was still trying to stop him. "I will solve it," Zoro continued to emphasize. At this moment, Sasuke also interrupted. "If you don't take action, do you have to wait for the other party to attack you? Do you have to pray that the other party will not kill you after putting the sword on your neck? Don't dream. The best choice now is to destroy all their ships, but there are so many ships on the other side. How are you going to sink them all?" Ignoring the quarrels of those people, Sanji has been watching over Abyss to prevent her from being hurt by bumps or other reasons. "Abyss, what's wrong with you?" It was Abyss who was suddenly stunned after seeing a few seagulls. "It's said that the wind is going to blow, and it will be a strong wind," Abyss said. Hearing this, Nami quickly looked up at the sky. Zoro and Naruto turned the sail to the south. Usopp and Sanji are responsible for turning the rudder, rightful rudder. "Move quickly." Luffy was very puzzled. "What's wrong? What happened?" "The hurricane is coming soon. We have to escape with the wind. If we confront them head-on, we won't have enough lives," Nami explained. Luffy was a little reluctant. "I have nothing to do with it." "Major, they don't seem to have any intention of stopping the ship," a Navy reported. "Damn, they dare to underestimate us." The Major was holding back his anger, but he didn't expect a sudden hurricane to directly swallow all his words back. "Huh? Here they come." Nami immediately commanded everyone to act when she saw the opportunity. The pirate ship suddenly increased its speed and changed its course. The Navy on the mast shouted loudly, but the people below couldn't hear what was said above in this strong wind. They went south, perhaps realizing that the people below couldn't hear. The people above sent out a set of flag signals. South? How is that possible? Do they know where it is in front? The Major felt incredible. It was still that foul-mouthed guy who kept urging, "Major, what are you waiting for? Chase, chase quickly, so fast, so fast. This wind is so comfortable." Luffy stood on the deck and pressed his straw hat. "Look, Luffy, the Navy has been left behind by us," Usopp also shouted excitedly. "No, we can't catch up," the Navy soldier reported. "Waste, the Navy fleet can't catch up with that kind of small boat. What a useless guy," the foul-mouthed guy kept talking. "Small ships are more maneuverable. The soldiers have been unhappy with him for a long time." But the man shook his head arrogantly. "I don't want to listen to your quibbling, Major. The position of our ship is almost there." Young man, a confidant of the Major, was still persuading the Navy Major. Finally, after a struggle of thought, the Major gave the order, "I understand. All ships stop and prepare to turn around." The foul-mouthed guy didn't care to argue with the Navy, and hurried forward to ask, "Wait a minute, Major, why do you have to stop the ship?" The Major didn't look back, just turned his back to him and said, "If you chase it further, we will enter the doldrums." "So what? Chase it?" The man was still relentless. At this moment, the Major's face was solemn. "No, asshole, you don't understand our situation at all. We can't lose that girl. How are you going to explain it to Admiral Nelson?" The man stepped forward and looked directly at the Major. "I am mentally prepared to accept punishment, but I can't let my men and the entire fleet die in the sea. I think you are the one who really can't figure it out. You don't understand what will happen to the ship after entering the doldrums, so no matter what you say, we can only chase it to this point," the Major shouted at the man. "Damn it, you actually did such a stupid thing. The Navy doesn't dare to chase us. They are afraid of me, Captain Usopp." "Ha ha ha." Usopp started his usual boasting again. "Amazing, awesome, you are worthy of being a navigator, worthy of being Miss Nami. You can actually predict that gust of wind." Sanji also started his usual licking. "It's okay, I just relied on my intuition." Nami covered her face with one hand, pretending to be shy. "Humble Miss Nami is also very charming." "Then let's go directly to the Navy Island." Sanji continued to lick. "Really, Abyss was also very happy. Really, really, great, let's go to Gunkanjima. Luffy raised his hands and cheered. Chapter 153 Sea King. Naruto did not play with Luffy and the others, but found Zoro, who had been silent and serious since before. Zoro, what's wrong? You have a serious expression since just now. Zoro put one hand on the railing and looked up at the sky expressionlessly. No, I hope it's just my illusion. Naruto was just asking casually, but he didn't expect Zoro to actually find out. What's wrong? Zoro looked at Naruto. Why do I feel that this ship has not moved since the beginning? Hearing what you said, there is no wind blowing on the sails at all. Naruto also immediately looked around. Nami. Have we entered the calm belt? It's over. We ran into the calm belt. Nami was no longer in the mood to play with Sanji at this moment, and immediately climbed to the bow and tried to look around. Calm belt? What is that? Luffy was still ignorant. Seeing that Nami was still in shock, Sasuke answered for her. The calm belt is a sea area without wind. Crash. Crash. Earthquake? Can there be an earthquake at sea? Everyone suddenly felt that the sea surface and the ship were shaking violently. Hinata suddenly looked nervous. Not good. There is an extremely huge fish right below our ship, and these fluctuations are caused by it. At this moment, Nami also came back to her senses. Quick, don't stand there, let's quickly take in the sails, and then use the oars to row out of this sea area and try to return to the previous sea area. This calm belt is the world of sea kings. Once they notice us, we are really finished. Hinata warned again. Oh no, there are many sea kings you mentioned, suddenly floating on the sea, and there is one running towards us. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Crash. Several huge islands suddenly rose on the sea surface. These islands pressed the surrounding seawater to flow wildly, and the entire Golden Merlin landed directly on a small island that suddenly appeared. As these islands completely surfaced, everyone was able to see their true appearance. They were not islands at all, but huge sea beasts. The calm belt is the nest of sea kings, and they are super large. The reason why no one can pass through the calm belt is because of their existence. Looking at the huge sea kings under the ship, Nami said to everyone in despair. Of course, this despair is more for Nami and Usopp, because Naruto and the others still have the special Kyune that can summon Minato Namokais in their hands. At the most dangerous moment, they can directly summon Minato Namokais and take away everyone present. How should we deal with this situation? Sanji was a little panicked. In short, don't move first, don't attract their attention, they will dive back into the sea sooner or later, and then we will row hard to escape. Zoro immediately spoke to calm everyone. These things are quite interesting, but they should be beyond the ability of those children. Hoshirama looked at the Golden Merlin below and asked Kashiwasu. Bai Sui looked at his empty space and said, indeed, why not catch some and keep them in the space? It will be more convenient if we want to study them in the future. Ha, leave it to me. I haven't done anything for a long time and my bones feel heavy, Senju Hoshirama volunteered. As the Sea King under the Golden Merlin moved, the whole ship was shaking. Although everyone blocked Usopp's mouth in time, his previous shouting still attracted the attention of other Sea Kings. One of the huge frogs jumped high from the sea and pounced towards the location of the ship. Seeing the frog with a big mouth of the abyss, Naruto immediately took out the Kyune he had kept close to his body and was about to destroy it. Wood release, tree world birth. Suddenly a loud shout resounded in the sea area. Countless tree roots and branches seemed to have their own consciousness, entangled all the Sea Kings in this area. Not only did it entangle the Sea Kings, but it also had a root that directly entangled the Golden Mary and sent it into the sea. Galila. The huge bodies of the Sea Kings contained enormous power. After a fierce struggle, several strong and super large Sea Kings broke free from the shackles of wood release. Some of them relied on their tight muscles, and some relied on their sharp teeth. Wood release, woodman technique. A huge wooden arhat appeared on the sea. It must be said that this Sea King is really huge. Even though Hashirama Senju has restrained his power at this moment, the wooden arhat he used is not the ultimate size, but it is also close to 200 meters high. However, among this kind of Sea Kings, even if it is only compared with a part that leaked out of the sea, it is still a little insufficient. However, size is not a perfect representation of strength. With the tyrannical strength of Senju Hashirama, it can be said that he easily subdued it. Kashiwasu then opened the passage between Huan and the real world, and spent a lot of time to collect all the Sea Kings into the space. In order to allow them to survive normally, Kishiwasu even filled a large part of seawater before stopping. This one should be 600 meters long. They can really grow. Senju Hashirama looked at the sea kings tumbling in Kishiwasu's space and couldn't help but sigh. Bai Sui also nodded. Otherwise, how can we say that nature's creation is mysterious? They are not the largest. The largest sea king is even more than 5,000 meters. I really don't know how they grow so big. Senju Hashirama also widened his eyes. 5,000 meters? This is really incredible. Even if I use all my strength to activate thousands of hands, the maximum height is only more than 1,000 meters. It is several times longer than me. However, this is not the largest creature on this planet. There is also a giant life called the Elephant Lord. It is 35,000 meters tall, and its legs alone are 20,000 meters. Just think about it. Bai Sui thought of a giant life in one piece. Senju Hashirama's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect that there are so many interesting lives in this world. Ha ha ha. Then I won't stay here with you to look after these children. I'm going to go around and have a look. Kishiwasu waved his hand. Go ahead, just be careful not to make any big noise. We seem to have returned to the original sea area. We didn't see the navy either. Nami felt the sea breeze that had reappeared and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I was doomed, but I didn't expect to encounter a giant to help me. Usopp collapsed on the deck with his face turned green with fear. I didn't expect that we could get out safely. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Luffy put his hands on his hips and laughed at the sky. As for the destination, it's naturally the Navy Island. Zoro still has the best eyesight. I think that's not a giant, but a strong man with a devil fruit. I saw that he used a large number of trees to form the giant. No, not at all, Sanji said and took a puff of cigarette to calm his uneasy heart. He looked at Naruto with an excited face on the side. I heard that man shout would release. He should be from your hometown, right? Yes, that Lord Hashirama Senju is one of the top strong men in our ninja world. He is also Naruto's great-grandfather. Hinata was a little unsure. An old man with white hair and an unrecognizable body appeared in Luffy's mind. He was standing trembling on the sea. The next moment, he suddenly transformed into the huge wooden man. He immediately leaned his big face over. What? So powerful. Can Naruto use that kind of power? Naruto shrugged. No, I can't. I can't use ninjutsu. I learned another system of ki. Sasuke and Hinata use ninjutsu. Luffy lay on the sheep's head. I can't see anything. Usopp put down his binoculars. Can't you see the fog? Nami also scratched her head. Avis, is it really around here? Avis shook her head. I don't know. Sanji was a little surprised. Why do you say you don't know? Avis lay on the railing. It should be around here, over there. Everyone looked immediately after hearing this, but they saw a huge sailboat dimly in the fog. Usopp was still a little disappointed. It's a sailboat, so big, but it's not Gunkanjima. Zoro once again stood up to dismantle Usopp's stage. I say, no matter how big a sailboat is, there is a limit. This is not a sailboat at all. Okay, then is this a super invincible sailboat? Luffy still didn't understand what everyone meant. You idiot. And Abyss leaned on the railing of the plywood. That's Gunkanjima. It's called Gunkanjima because it looks like a warship. Ah, so interesting. Luffy hung one hand on the ship's head and covered his forehead with the other hand, trying to see more carefully. That flag? It's on the pirates. Unlike the people on the ship, the residents on the island were not calm after discovering the Golden Merlin. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. The security personnel in the village quickly began to call everyone to be on alert. So when Luffy and his men approached the shore, they saw a large group of villagers holding harpoons and other weapons, waiting there. I'm back. Since Hinata had seen the situation on the island in advance, everyone let Abyss show up first to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Abyss? Why are you on the pirate ship? Sure enough, when everyone saw that it was Abyss getting off the ship, they temporarily put down their weapons and asked. At this moment, Luffy jumped off the ship. I'm asking you, what? Seeing the 8 pirates getting off the ship, the villagers were still very nervous. Luffy asked everyone with full momentum, is there a barbecue restaurant on this island? Seeing that the villagers were a little confused and even wanted to fight again, Abyss hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Listen to me, although they are pirates, they are very kind pirates. However, everyone did not buy it. What kind of kindness can pirates have? Abyss, don't be fooled by them. And weren't you taken away by the Navy? Yes, but I escaped, and then Luffy and the others saved me. Right, Abyss said, looking at Luffy on the side. However, The people present were not concerned about these things. Abyss, what on earth have you done? I don't know why the Navy has been looking for you. You'd better not go near your house. They have people guarding there now. What should we do? Abyss was a little panicked. Although we also want to help you, the villagers shook their heads, but they are all pirates. Abyss scratched her head. It's really a headache. I said they are kind pirates, Abyss. Come to my house. At this time, a voice sounded from behind the villagers. Everyone saw that it was an old man with gray hair. Grandpa Berguden, seeing the person coming, Abyss immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Fortunately you are safe. The old man touched Abyss's head kindly, and then looked at Luffy and his group. Thank you again for saving Abyss. How about it? Although the hospitality is not good, I would like to host a banquet to welcome everyone. Luffy grinned as soon as he heard that there was food. Do you run a barbecue restaurant? Abyss said. Although it is not a barbecue restaurant, the pork buns made by Grandpa Berguden are the best on this island. Great, let's go. Luffy agreed immediately. The 8th branch of the Navy. Admiral Nelson Roy, who was extremely obese and almost never stopped eating, shouted to the bottom of his seat, Eric, I've been here. It turned out that the purple-haired foul-mouthed person before was named Eric. Admiral Nelson asked, didn't you say that the girl entered the doldrums and it is impossible for her to come back alive? Could it be that girl? Eric was a little uncertain. She has already, Admiral Nelson said, feeling a little choked. Ahem, she has returned to Gunkanjima. Go and get her back from me, you useless guy. Eric lowered his head. They actually escaped the doldrums. Yes, I will definitely catch her. Okay, everything is ready. Just wait a little longer. The old man put the steamer on the steamer. Great, it seems to be delicious. Luffy and Usopp seem to have not eaten for several days. Sanji's focus was on the cooking. It's quite particular. Grandpa, how long will it take? Well, about 4 to 5 hours. The old man was very careful about his cooking skills. What? It takes so long. Luffy and Usopp opened their mouths at the same time, feeling like they had been hit by a ton of pressure. Chapter 154 Yinglong. Everyone was in Berguden's room, waiting for the buns to be cooked. Luffy leaned against the bed and had nothing to do. Grandpa Berguden, why did the Navy want to capture Abyss? Usopp asked. Berguden sighed. I have no idea. Naruto was a little surprised. Didn't you say there was a reason but you couldn't tell me? Berguden sighed again. That was a lie. Usopp was also surprised. So I don't know at all. Berguden sighed again. I have no idea at all. There is really nothing on this island. If you insist on saying there is something, there is only an ancient legend. Luffy became interested. Legend. Berguden raised his already graying eyebrows. It is said that the residents here are the descendants of the lost island that experienced prosperity tens of thousands of years ago but eventually sank to the bottom of the sea. And on that lost island, there lives a dragon called the Millennium Dragon. The bones of that dragon are called dragon bones. People say that it is an elixir of immortality. Sanji deliberately leaned against the door and took a puff of cigarette. I see, but just this kind of legend should not be enough for the Navy to mobilize such a force to act. That's right. And why the Navy has to be dispatched. This is really hard to understand. Berguden stood up and paced slowly in the room, lighting the oil lamp in the already dim room. Naruto took over the conversation. Is there any clue in the legend? Oh. It's a long story. Berguden sat back in his seat and began to explain to everyone. The first king of the Lost Island, King Icekantank Bogey Potes, had 3 children. The eldest son was named Bogey Hotes, the second son was named Bogey Papako, and the third son was named Bogey Papabo. One day the king said to the 3 of them, listen up, go find the star tree that is said to exist in the Dragon Valley. So Bogey Hotes, Bogey Papako and Bogey Papabo went to the sea, the mountain, and the forest respectively to look for it. It starts again. Abyss found that Grandpa Berguden was about to start telling the ancient story at a long speech again, so she tiptoed out of the house and ran to the kitchen outside the house, waiting for the buns to be cooked. After the buns were ready, Abyss found a big bag from somewhere and put all the buns in it. Grandpa Long, you have to wait for me. Abyss climbed to the top of the mountain of Gunkanjima with a bag that was even bigger than her, but she didn't notice the traces left by her dragging the bag on the ground along the way. When she came to a cliff, Abyss put the bag on the ground and climbed up a big tree with difficulty, seemingly looking for something. Here, it turned out that Abyss had hidden a rope on the tree before. If you look closely, you can find that the other end of the rope is tied to a tree on the opposite side of the cliff. Hey, Abyss relied on this rope to fly herself and the huge bag to the other side of the cliff. Even with her proficiency, it was obvious that this was not the first time she did this. However, this was not the end. Abyss continued to climb with the big bag until she reached a cave halfway up the mountain. I'm fine. A group of strange pirates saved me, they're not scary. You must be hungry. I brought Grandpa Berguden's pork buns. Here they are. Okay, don't worry, sorry, I haven't found it yet. I've been trying hard to find it, but I can't find any clues. Nami and Luffy, who followed the traces on the ground, heard Abyss talking to herself in the cave and were very curious. Who is Abyss talking to? Luffy did what he thought and asked loudly, Abyss, who are you talking to? Don't run over and talk to me all of a sudden. Nami was so angry that she jumped up and down. Huh? Abyss was obviously startled when she heard someone talking suddenly. Abyss took a step back and tried to block the huge dragon behind her. No, don't come over, Luffy. What happened? Nami was also a little surprised to see Luffy suddenly stiffen in place. Nami, who walked around the corner of the cave and saw the situation inside, showed the same expression as Luffy, because what they saw was a real dragon. Although it looked old and unable to move, it was indeed a dragon. After the initial surprise of seeing the dragon, Luffy was now excited. Great, great, great. Seeing Luffy jumping up and down on the old dragon, Abyss hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Don't do that, don't do that, it's real, it's still alive. Luffy finally lay on the old dragon's face like this, and no matter how Abyss pulled him down, he refused to get down. Don't do that, don't touch it, it's unbelievable, it's real. I thought dragons were legendary creatures. Even Nami couldn't accept it for a while. Feeling Luffy making a fuss and jumping, the old dragon opened its already cloudy eyes and prepared to take a look at this rude little guy. Seeing the old dragon's eyes, Luffy became serious for a rare time. Is that so? You want to go back to your hometown? Lord Dragon said he is willing to make friends with you, and he said he can see that you are a good person. Abyss translated on the side. But, Luffy, how did you know Lord Dragon's wish? Luffy touched the straw hat on his head and looked at Abyss. I felt it. To be honest, you are the one who can feel it so clearly. Abyss explained. No, I am. Could it be a devil fruit? You are a devil fruit user, right? Nami also walked forward at this moment. Well, Abyss nodded. I ate the whispering fruit, so I can hear what animals are thinking. So far, Nami felt that she had connected some things. So at that time, you will know that the wind is coming out. Yes, the seabirds told me. Abyss nodded. I can no longer eat because of the whispering flower fruit. At that time, I was picking flowers on the mountain, and suddenly I heard a sad voice. It was the first time I heard such a sad voice, so I followed the voice and kept searching, and finally found here. At that time, Longyu was not in spirits at all. It said that it had lost its companions, and then it had been searching alone, looking for the lost island where the dragon's lair was. Nami was a little confused. The lost island, didn't it fall silent a long time ago? According to Lord Long, the island will float up again. It said that it is almost that time now. But Lord Long said that it can no longer remember the location of the island. Besides, it is too old and has lost the ability to fly. But it really wants to go back. Abyss felt a little disappointed when she said this. I really want to help, but I have no idea where the island is. I can't find any clues just by relying on legends. So I asked the Navy who happened to be here, but I asked the wrong people. It turns out they were looking for dragon bones. Nami was still in shock. Dragon bones? Are you talking about the one that makes immortality? It turns out that they captured you for that kind of thing. Abyss's voice was very low. They captured me and asked me to tell them everything I knew. It might also be because I made the dragon armor Lord Long gave me into a necklace and kept wearing it, so they recognized me. So you were in that storm? That's really outrageous. Nami was shocked at the boldness of the little girl in front of her, although in fact she was almost the same. So I didn't tell the villagers, nor did I tell Grandpa Berguden, because I didn't want to cause them trouble, but I really want to send Master Long back to his hometown, Abyss said, touching the rough skin of the old dragon with her tender little hands. Master Long often said that as long as he can return to the dragon's lair, he will be able to recover. No matter how many years it takes, I must help him find it. Absolutely, no matter what, I must find it. At the end, everyone present could feel the firm will contained in Abyss's small body. Okay, Luffy smiled, then I'll take it back. Luffy, are you listening? I said that the lost island has sunk into the sea. Nami was a little anxious. But since even the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon really exists, the lost island must be somewhere. Luffy had a kind of mysterious confidence. How can an island that can't be found on the map exist? Nami felt that Luffy didn't listen to what she was saying at all. Luffy showed a firm look. Yes. That's why we have to look for it. It's an island that's not on the map. Nami couldn't bear to look at it anymore, so she could only touch her forehead with her hand. In that case, there's nothing we can do. Let's go find it together. It's so hot. A villager on the island was working in the field. Suddenly he looked up and found several ships coming from the distant sea. What is that? Is the navy coming again? A villager who was also working in the field asked in confusion. At this moment, Nami and Luffy had just returned to the house and found that everyone had fallen asleep in the history of the island told by Biguden. Even Biguden himself had fallen asleep. Grandpa kept talking, and we fell asleep without realizing it. Naruto stretched and looked at Nami and others who came in. At this time, a villager came to Luffy and the others to report the news. Everyone, it's terrible. The navy is here, and their fleet has begun to block the port. You should find a way to avoid it. Is it to catch Abyss? Nami understood immediately. Usopp was still a little confused. Why go to so much trouble for a girl? Since there were outsiders, Nami couldn't say it directly, so she had to let everyone leave with her. You follow me? Before leaving, she did not forget to ask the villagers who came to report the news. When Grandpa Biguden wakes up, please tell us that we will protect Abyss. On the warship, all the navy were ready. Their ship is in front of the starboard. Okay, the landing troops will follow me to Gunkanjima, and the rest of you will keep an eye on their ship. Following the command of the Navy lieutenant, everyone hurriedly acted according to their duties. And everyone followed Luffy and Nami's footsteps and came to the cave on the top of the mountain again. Seeing the old dragon inside, everyone was amazed for a while. This is the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon that Grandpa Biguden said, Nami introduced. Luffy was also very excited. How is it? It's amazing. Zoro looked at the huge old dragon. When we get close to the Grand Line, there will be even such things. Sanji also nodded. There are even sea kings. This is nothing. Naruto also sighed. The creatures in this world are really magical. I really didn't expect that there are such creatures. Even Sasuke was a little uneasy. The one with scales is called Jai-Long. The one with wings is called Ying-Long. The one with horns is called Kid-Long. And the one without horns is called Chilling. The records in the books that the Chinese people read before are actually true. Hinata also nodded in approval. That's right. The bird feather dragon body is Ying-Long. Ying-Long? Isn't it a 1,000-year-old dragon? Luffy was a little confused. Sasuke shook his head. It's just a different name. The target of the Navy is the 1,000-year-old dragon. What I said I want to discuss with you is to send the 1,000-year-old dragon back to the Lost Island. Nami quickly brought the topic back to the right track. What are you talking about? The Navy has already chased us here. It's already difficult for us to escape by ourselves, and we can't even take such a big thing with us. Usopp was very anxious. But Lord Dragon wants to go back to his hometown, so, Abyss lowered her head as she spoke. Usopp said with a slightly crying voice, Luffy, you haven't promised to send it back to its hometown, right? Yes, I have already promised. Luffy nodded as a matter of course. Usopp was in a bad mood. Wait a minute, you don't even know where the island is? How are you going to get there? Oh, there will always be a way. Luffy didn't care. No way. Usopp wanted to beat Luffy up now. Lord Dragon, I thought you could go back to your hometown and you would definitely recover. Abyss touched the old dragon's head with some melancholy. No, even if it returns to its homeland, it won't recover. It's old, not injured. Although it does look like a Ying-Long species, it's not an immortal bird after all, and it doesn't have the ability to be reborn from the ashes. A voice came from the cave behind everyone. Who? Everyone was startled, thinking that the Navy had caught up. But it turned out that the person who appeared in front of them was Bai Sui, who was wearing a white robe and floating in the air. Great-great-grandfather. Naruto was a little confused when he saw Bai Sui appear. Naruto, why are you stuttering? Usopp was a little surprised. Chapter 155, the 8th Navy Branch. Naruto shook his head. I'm not stuttering. He is my great-great-grandfather. Bai Sui also smiled. Little Naruto, it seems that you are having a lot of fun. Great-great-grandfather. Luffy squatted on the ground beside him, picking his fingers and calculating Bai Sui's generation. Doesn't that mean he is hundreds of years old? Hinata explained in a low voice. No, Bai Sui is only about 130 years old now. 130. Nami looked at Bai Sui, who looked very young, with her eyes shining. After all, this is the legendary face that never ages. Bai Sui did not get too entangled with Luffy and others, but flew to the side of the old dragon and put his hand on the dragon's head. As Bai Sui introduced a large amount of ki into the old dragon's body, the other party clearly felt that its own functions were recovering. Not only was the body full of strength, but even some of the originally aged organs began to activate. The most obvious one was its vision. It was originally close to the limit of life, and its vision was blurred to the point that it could not distinguish between humans and animals 10 meters away. Now it is still gradually recovering and turning to its peak. The reason why Bai Sui wanted to step forward and save this Yinglong now was not just because of the other party's species, at least not entirely. After all, there are not many species of long-lived creatures on this planet, and it is rare to live for thousands of years. Among them, apart from the clearly known Xiangzhu, there are also the Yinglongs in front of him. For this kind of intelligent life, Bai Sui believes that it will definitely help him understand this world and help him further understand the information about the saplings of the sacred tree. As for the Xiangzhu, didn't Senju Hashirama go there? He is a qualified ninja. Even if his original purpose was to see the wonders of this world, he would definitely search for relevant information. Ah, so amazing, so amazing. Luffy saw that the old dragon's body was getting younger, and he jumped up and down excitedly. Seeing Bai Sui take his hand away from the old dragon's head, Abyss also ran forward and touched the old dragon's face. The old dragon stuck out his tongue and licked Abyss's face. Slurp, Master Long, you are really well. Abyss was very happy and thanked Bai Sui repeatedly without wiping the saliva off her face. Thank you, Grandpa, it's okay, it's okay. Bai Sui was still very happy to see a polite child. Bai Sui looked at the old dragon in front of him. I have restored your body to your prime. Those people outside are looking for you. In this case, you can solve it yourself. The old dragon nodded and crawled out of the cave. Everyone followed it and walked out together. Roar, looking at the long-lost sky, the old dragon looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, spreading his wings, and once again fully exposed his body between heaven and earth. Who? As the old dragon flapped his wings vigorously, all the flying sand in front of the cave was lifted up, almost squinting everyone's eyes. The old dragon felt his powerful wings, and tears appeared in his eyes. After all, only after you really lose it will you know how precious it is. After all, a few minutes ago, it was so old that it could only wait for death in the cave, and it didn't even have the strength to climb out of the cave. Feeling the wind flowing under its wings, the old dragon couldn't help but fly a few more circles in the air. If it hadn't remembered to deal with those Navy officers who were spying on it, the old dragon might have flown directly into the sky. After all, it hasn't felt this kind of free-flying feeling for a long time. Now the more it flies, the more it doesn't want to stop, for fear that once it stops, it will lose everything again. But this is ultimately its own fantasy. After all, Bai Sui directly adjusted its entire body, and it was not a one-time thing. It gradually felt this during the flight. Major, look, that's a dragon, a naval soldier quickly informed his superior of his discovery. There was no way. After the old dragon's body was spread out, the dozens of meters-long wings were too eye-catching, and naturally attracted the attention of the Navy. Seeing their target appearing so directly in front of everyone, both the Major and the foul-mouthed Eric had already shifted their attention away from Luffy and the other's ship. Don't worry about that ship anymore, all of you follow me and head towards the top of the mountain. That's our goal of this trip, follow me. In order to boost morale, the Major took the lead in running towards the top of the mountain, and a large number of Navy soldiers followed closely behind. It was not only the Navy who noticed the old dragon flying in the sky, but also the original residents of the island. What? This is a 1,000-year dragon? The legends that the village chief said are all true. It can be said that no one in this village has not been baptized by the story of Baguten, and naturally they all recognized that this is the legendary 1,000-year dragon. After that, the villagers spontaneously organized themselves and wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the true appearance of the 1,000-year dragon, but they ran into the Navy team who also wanted to go up the mountain. After being strictly forbidden to go up the mountain by the Navy, the villagers were very angry, but looking at the black muzzle of the other side, the villagers could only dare to be angry but not speak. However, this action was discovered by the old dragon in the sky. When Abyss went up the mountain before, she often told it about some things in the village. Although it was a little confused due to aging at that time, it is now very sober and naturally remembers these things. So the old dragon dived down from the sky and headed straight for the navy below. Major. Look at the sky. A soldier saw the old dragon diving towards them, and he didn't have time to worry about anything, so he shouted directly at the officer. What? The major, who was originally threatening a group of villagers to prevent them from interfering with his work, heard the words and hurriedly looked in the direction of the crowd. Quick! Don't be stunned, shoot me. However, these 1,000-year-old dragons in the world of One Piece, although not as powerful as the Yinglong described by Bai Sui in his previous life, also have extremely powerful bodies. At least these muskets can't really penetrate its thick feathers, let alone the tight skin under the feathers. After all, the Yinglong described in the previous life can be big or small, so big that the universe cannot contain it, and small enough to swim calmly in the void. It once created the world, created all things, and was in charge of the 4 seasons and the descendants of the Yellow Emperor. It even had the ability to destroy the world. Moreover, Yinglong's normal state is that its head rests on the Xingxiuan's Hangxiu, its tail hangs on the Liuxiuan Jingxiu, and its body leans on the 3 platforms of Taiwan. It is a huge dragon, far from being comparable to these 1,000-year-old dragons. When the old dragon was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, it suddenly rose up to avoid hitting the ground head first. Although the old dragon did not directly crush these navy with its body, it simply relied on the wind driven by its dive to directly blow away all the navy here. What's more, some of them directly flew out more than 10 meters and fell to the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Looking at the old dragon leaving after rising, the surviving navy breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the other party had left, but they didn't expect that the old dragon would once again make a big dive after rising to a sufficient height, scaring the navy below to flee. After all, in the shooting just now, everyone knew that what they did was useless, not to mention that because of the previous strong wind, most of the guns in their hands fell out of their hands. Now only 1 in 10 Navy officers still have guns in their hands. Because the Navy officers evaded in advance, the old dragon's attack this time had little effect. After all, the wind range that its wings can drive is limited, and the personnel are standing relatively scattered. However, this directly reveals the specialness of the Major and Eric. After all, they are the only 2 Navy officers who have different clothes, and compared with a Major, Eric's clothes have nothing to do with the Navy. Although the old dragon does not know the specific meaning of these clothes, it knows that these 2 people must have an extraordinary status among this group of people. As long as they are subdued, they can definitely be solved. It was Bai Sui on the top of the mountain who noticed something was wrong. He knew that if Old Long did this, he would probably suffer a loss. After all, Eric looked like a devil fruit user. Who of you will help Old Long? The man in his suit opposite should be a devil fruit user. However, what happened next was not as Bai Sui had expected, because that man fled back to the warship and hid himself, send information to the admiral and say that we have found the Millennium Dragon, but the other party is powerful, and we cannot capture it alive with the existing strength. Eric's face looked very bad at this moment. After all, his original plan was to swallow the dragon bone directly after finding it, and then hide in the sea, so that the other party would not be able to find him at all. After he completely absorbed the power of the dragon bone into his body and further increased his strength, he would go to the Grand Line, and then that idiot would never be able to find him again. Moreover, in his expectation, once his plan succeeded, it would not matter if Admiral Nelson found him in the future. After all, in his imagination, he had already gone a step further because of the power of the dragon bone and became an unrivaled strong man. At that time, even the 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors would not be his opponents, let alone a small admiral. But now an accident occurred. What they found was not a dragon bone, but a living 1,000-year-old dragon. And the other party's body was so hard that even the bullets of the musket could not penetrate it. Although he was confident that he could eventually kill the 1,000-year-old dragon with the power of his devil fruit, he would definitely pay a heavy price at that time. Not to mention Luffy and his group who were still on the island. He did not even trust the Navy. So in the end, he decided to notify Admiral Nelson and let him send more forces. If the other party killed the dragon in an emergency, he would have completed his mission. If both sides fought and suffered losses, he would be the winner. On the other hand, Admiral Nelson, who got the news, was very happy. After all, the value of a living 1,000-year-old dragon is different from that of a dragon bone. If the legend of the dragon bone is true, then he may get countless elixirs of immortality from now on, which will make him the new emperor of the sea. Even if the legend of the dragon bone is false and cannot make people immortal, the dragon bone is just an ordinary broken bone to him, but a living dragon is different. Whether it is used to cultivate his own combat power or to trade with others, he can gain a lot. So Admiral Nelson simply waved his hand and directly sent all the warships of the 8th branch, vowing to capture the 1,000-year-old dragon alive. Seeing Eric escape back to the ship, the rest of the Navy followed suit. When they saw that the dragon really couldn't do anything to them, the Navy who were still on the sidelines also ran back to the ship, trying to drive the ship away and wait for the arrival of reinforcements. But unexpectedly, the old dragon waited for them to sail farther, then used its claws to grab a huge stone from the island, flew over the warship and dropped it, smashing a warship on the spot, making the remaining warships dare not stay. While the old dragon went back to grab the stone again, the other ships rescued the Navy who fell into the water as soon as possible, and then quickly sailed away to a distant location. During this period, the Navy did fight back with cannons, but the old dragon was smart. It flew very high, directly exceeding the shooting height of those cannons, and threw the huge stone outside the opponent's range. Although this was slower and more labor-intensive, it was safer. Soon, the escaped warships ran into the 8th branch. After reporting the situation, Admiral Nelson was very angry. "You bunch of trash, 7 warships can't do anything to that dragon. By the way, where's Eric? Why can't I see him? The Major Lord has had even more. Eric is missing." The ship he was originally on was the one destroyed by the dragon. As a devil fruit user, he lost his power the moment he touched the seawater and sank directly. "We couldn't find him at all." Hearing this, Admiral Nelson waved his hands. "Forget it, he's just a mercenary. If he's gone, he's gone. It's just right that we don't have to pay him. It's his own bad luck, and he can't blame others." Roar. When the warships of the 8th branch arrived at the battleship island, they suddenly heard a huge dragon roar. This dragon roar had extremely strong penetrating power. Even if you stay in the cabin, you will be numbed by the huge sound. Roar, roar, dot. However, as if in response to the dragon roar, several more dragon roars were heard from afar, and the dragon roars became more and more frequent. Finally, everyone found that countless 1,000-year-old dragons flew in from nowhere. A large number of 1,000-year-old dragons were hovering in the sky above Gunkanjima, roaring, as if they were holding some mysterious ceremony. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Genocide. Under the roar of the dragons, the entire Gunkanjima suddenly began to shake violently and rose toward the sea surface. Not only Gunkanjima itself rose, but also a large area of the surrounding sea. As a result, all the warships that were originally sailing on the sea were stranded at this moment, especially the main ship in which Admiral Nelson sat. Due to its huge size, it actually crushed itself after leaving the seawater, and the huge main ship was directly scrapped. As the island rose, the seawater gradually receded. This phenomenon aroused Bai Sui's curiosity, so he started from the land under his feet and gradually recorded it into his inner vision, preparing to find out the reason why it could rise and fall without damaging the structure of this place. Bai Sui looked up at these 1,000-year-old dragons flying in the air, waiting for the seawater to recede. The old dragon was indeed the oldest among them, and it had reached the limit of its original life. It was also possible to think that the old dragon at that time could hardly fly. If there were dragons older than it, it would be impossible to fly across the ocean and come to this dragon island. In fact, before, Bai Sui had obtained the approximate lifespan of these 1,000-year-old dragons through the old dragon. The overall lifespan limit should be around 2,000 years. It makes sense. This dragon island surfaced from the sea once every 1,000 years on average. If it only had a lifespan of 1,000 years, it would not even have the chance to come back to lay eggs. I'm afraid the entire race would be extinct. After Bai Sui's observation, most of the dragons hovering in the sky were just 1,000 years old, in the middle age of dragons. The few dragons that were close to 2,000 years old were probably ready to return here to die, just like the old dragons. However, the old dragons now were nourished by Bai Sui's ki. If there were no major problems, They could live for another 1,000 years. They would have to wait for the next dragon cave to appear before they could really lie down. But that was all for the future. What was important now was whether these 1,000-year-old dragons knew the whereabouts of the Otsutsuki clan members who came from outer space a long time ago. Ho ha, keel bones everywhere. Although his main ship was damaged, Nelson was already grinning from ear to ear if he could get these keel bones and dragon eggs. As for whether he could get these keels, he was still very confident in the power of his dozens of warships. After all, even if they were stranded and could not be moved, the cannons on the warships could be dismantled. With the current manpower of Heiju, it can be said that there is no problem at all to occupy the entire island, so he did not have any concerns at all. Quick, carry me over, I want to take a good look at my precious keel. Ha. So with the efforts of 40 or 50 Navy officers, they finally carried the entire Admiral Nelson and the seat under him to the deck. After all, Admiral Nelson was afraid of death and did not want to leave the main ship that could protect his safety. Roar. In fact, it was not only the Navy that was targeting these 1,000-year-old dragons, but the old dragon hovering in the sky was also staring at these Navy officers. After all, they were the ones who had targeted them before. If it was not because the time for the dragon's nest to rise had come, it would not have let go of those ships at that time. Now the other party not only rushed back, but also brought other reinforcements. It was obvious that they had bad intentions. It just so happened that the other party could not move because of the stranded reason. The old dragon would not miss this opportunity and simply called on other members of the same clan to attack the Navy together. Roar, roar, roar. As if responding to the old dragon, the 1,000-year-old dragons in the sky fell to the ground one after another to find stones, and then flew over the warships to throw them. Ah, Admiral, it's bad, those dragons are attacking us. A Navy ran to Nelson in panic to report the news. Quick, take me back to the cabin. Nelson obviously noticed the movements of the dragons in the sky. On the one hand, he hid in a relatively safe place, and on the other hand, he asked his men to fight back. Organize people to bombard them. Even if they can't knock them down, they must smash those stones. Fortunately, there were enough warships on the scene. Although they could not attack the boulders falling from their heads, they could assist each other and help others destroy the boulders above their heads. At first, seeing their defense was effective, the Navy was very happy, as if they had been given a shot of cardia tonic, full of motivation, but gradually these Navy became uneasy. Admiral, our ammunition reserves are insufficient. If this continues, we can only support 3 or 4 rounds at most before we run out of ammunition. It was still the Major who came to report. Waste? What's the use of you? Use the main guns. Use the main guns to shoot down those beasts. Admiral Nelson roared at the Major. But, we are on land. Once we use the main guns, the recoil will directly tear the hull. The Major was still a little hesitant. Hearing this, Admiral Nelson also thought of the consequences. Come on. Carry me to another ship. And then he stared fiercely at the Major in front of him. After that, I want you to only use the main guns to shoot them down for me. Yes, the Major could only agree to the Admiral's order. However, how could all this go as expected? Due to the huge stature of the Admiral, he could only move with the help of others, which led to a large group of people when he got off the main ship. As a result, the Millennium Dragons in the sky spotted his figure at once, which attracted a large number of attacks. Because they had to carry an admiral weighing 400 or 500 kilograms, plus the seat that was as heavy as his, the Navy carrying him could not walk fast. Although there were artillery from other ships for protection, don't forget that they are all mortals, not like warships with a hard appearance. Even those rebels that have been shattered by artillery can still cause great damage to these Navy. Ah, ouch, Look, a falling rock was intercepted at a relatively close distance, and a large amount of splashing rubble hit the group of people. The Navy who had been carrying Nelson with all their strength, even if their arms were pierced by the splashing stones, still endured the pain and supported the seat to prevent it from shifting. But Nelson, who was sitting on the seat, was not so lucky. He was scratched on the cheek by a few flying stones, and his whole body moved around, causing the seat to become unstable. In the end, he fell off, and directly crushed several Navy officers. Perhaps because Nelson's body was relatively round, he rolled a long way when he fell, gradually leaving the area covered by the crossfire of the warships, and was finally hit by a huge rock falling from the sky. So far, the admiral of the 8th branch of the Navy was dead here. As for the Navy, they didn't have much fighting spirit at first. After all, The remaining ammunition had run out, and now they had no top officer, so they scattered like birds and beasts. As for the major with the highest official position among the crowd, after taking a look at the main gun next to him, he stopped talking and fled the warship with everyone else, because they had also discovered that the dragons were only attacking them and had no ill will towards the villagers on the island. They took advantage of the chaos and ran to the villagers' homes to avoid danger. Sure enough, the giant dragon stopped attacking and began to land in the dragon cave where the seawater had completely faded. At this time, everyone looked and saw that there were a large number of dragon eggs inside. After being exposed to the air from the seawater, they gradually moved, and a large number of young dragons crawled out of the eggshells one after another. And those middle-aged 1,000-year-old dragons laid new dragon eggs in this dragon cave, waiting for 1,000 years to hatch. As for those old dragons who have entered the key stage of dragon life, they found a place they thought was good, crouched there, looked at the newborn descendants, and quietly waited for the final moment to come. As for the old dragon, it was originally one of these dragons, but it was different after it was reborn. It flew in front of Bai Sui and folded its wings, waiting for Bai Sui's question. After all, before, Bai Sui told it that he had something to ask it. In fact, Bai Sui was not in a hurry. After all, he learned from the old dragon that after the dragon cave surfaced, it would probably last for several years to more than 10 years, and other 1,000-year-old dragons would fly over during this period. As for why this island would emerge every 1,000 years, the old dragon really didn't know. He only knew that it had lasted for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, and their clan only discovered this place later. However, Bai Sui had already solved this problem. After recording the island under his feet into the inner scene, he learned that the lower half of the island was actually hollow, like an inverted bowl. Just under this inverted bowl, there is an underwater crater. This crater can be said to be very stable. It almost sprays a certain amount of gas every day, and these gases have been stored in the inverted huge stone bowl. Almost every 1,000 years, the gas contained in the stone bowl is enough to lift the island to the sea surface. Once it reaches the sea surface, it will leak again. This leak will last for several years. When the gas inside cools down completely or leaks out, the whole island will sink again. This is the secret of the island's appearance every 1,000 years. At the same time, Bai Sui also discovered that the channel for leaking gas has become wider and wider over the past countless tens of thousands of years, which means that the time the island can float on the sea surface will only become shorter and shorter, until one day the island can no longer float. When Bai Sui told the old dragon about this discovery, the old dragon was obviously stunned. After all, their clan had never thought of this problem. In addition, they only come once every 1,000 years, so they really don't have a deep impression of whether the time is shortened. However, this matter is related to the future fate of their clan. After all, if there really comes such a day, their clan will basically be exterminated. After all, those dragon eggs will not hatch if they sink underwater. If they stay for too long, the nutrients in the eggs will gradually be exhausted and eventually die. Although there will be a group of middle-aged millennium dragons left, they can fly to other places to lay eggs, but how can they find a good place in a hurry to ensure that their offspring will not be disturbed for 1,000 years? So it can be said that it is almost a disaster of genocide. If someone else told it this, it would definitely not believe it, but Bai Sui is a strong man who has the ability to rejuvenate it, and he directly explored the secret of the Dragon Island, so it had to believe it, so it hurriedly found other Millennium Dragons, just to verify whether the time for the island to rise is shortening. The final result made it very solemn, and it was not just it. Several other Millennium Dragons followed and came to Bai Sui, obviously having learned the situation from the old dragon. Roar, the old dragon's cry revealed obvious anxiety. After all, after asking around, although it did not get a clear answer, it basically confirmed that this was the fact. After all, according to their tribe's legend, the dragon cave floats on the sea for several to dozens of years, but as far as all the dragons know, there has never been a floating period of more than 10 years. The island will sink again after several years, which almost proves what Bai Sui said. So after some discussion, these 1,000-year dragons came to ask Bai Sui, hoping that Bai Sui could help them. Bai Sui looked at the Millennium Dragons that had come and said, "It's not that there is no way. I have two solutions to solve your current problems. The first is to reinforce and reduce the exhaust channels. This way, it will last for a certain period of time and delay the fall of the entire island by thousands or tens of thousands of years. However, There are too many possibilities. You already know the reason why the island is floating and sinking. You should understand that this phenomenon is based on extremely harsh conditions. Once there is any problem with the crater below or on the island in the future, it may directly destroy this balance. The second solution is to change to a new environment, find a safe environment, and give future generations a new living environment. However, after all, it is a new environment, and whether you can adapt to it is a problem, so you have to consider it. So what do you think? Do you want to stay here and wait for the genocide crisis that may break out in any generation, or decide to solve the crisis now? Create a relatively safe environment for future generations. Now the problem was thrown to the Millennium Dragons again, and Bai Sui just waited for the other party's decision. Chapter 157 Domineering. Roar. After some negotiation, the group of thousand-year-old dragons split into two groups. One group hoped to reinforce the island and extend the life of the dragon cave. They believed that this was a place that had been passed down from generation to generation and could not be easily abandoned. And these thousand-year-old dragons believed that they did not know about this problem before, but now that they knew about it, they would try to make up for it. They believed that one day they would be able to completely render the dragon cave harmless. As for the other group of thousand-year-old dragons, they hoped to go to other places to set a precedent for the younger generation and explore a new way out, rather than entrusting the life and death of their descendants to an island that would capsize at any time. However, they had different opinions on where to go. At this moment, they came to find Bai Sui again, hoping to see Bai Sui's opinion. After all, for now, it was only Bai Sui who was confident in repairing the island, so naturally he had to explain the situation. Bai Sui naturally recommended the ninja world to them at the right time. After all, if a whole group of Yinglongs were raised back, even if there was no other use, it would be good just to be pleasing to the eyes. Even the group of Millennium Dragons who originally intended to find another place were somewhat resistant to such a completely unfamiliar new world. After all, this was too different from what they had originally imagined. They originally thought that they were just looking for another island. In the end, there were only 20 dragons willing to follow Kashiwasa to the ninja world. Although the number was relatively small, it was actually enough. After all, Kashiwasa was now recording the planet of the One Piece world into his inner vision. In this way, this planet would sooner or later be included in Kashiwasa's hands. By then, it would not matter which planet these Millennium Dragons were on. After all, they could be regarded as his own backyard. Although Kashiwasa had not yet completely recorded the planet of the ninja world into his inner vision, and it would even take a long time to complete it, Kashiwasa still chose to devote some of his energy to bring the planet of the One Piece world under his control, because this was the best way to find the missing sacred tree. After all, as of now, they have not obtained any relevant information about the sacred tree, and there is not even a similar legend. So this carpet search method, although clumsy, is absolutely effective. As long as Bai Sui records the entire surface of the planet into his inner vision, he will eventually find the sacred tree. Even now, Bai Sui has a hunch. Although he doesn't know what kind of experiment the Otsutsuki clan used the sapling of the sacred tree to do, Bai Sui feels that the other party has succeeded. After all, if it is still the original appearance of the sacred tree, whether it is the 10 tails or the sacred tree when absorbing the vitality of the planet, it will definitely be noticed by the life on this planet. After the communication between Bai Sui and the Millennium Dragons, a lot of previous information was obtained, and the most significant one was about the moon in this world. You must know that the biggest difference between the world of One Piece and the ninja world is that there are 6 moons here, and even one of the moons has its own satellite. Among the information provided by the Millennium Dragons, there is information about the moon. They said that in the past, everyone didn't pay much attention to the moon. After all, it didn't help their lives. And most importantly, they can't reach the moon at all. They said that in the past, there was an invisible barrier between the moon and the blue planet. As long as they flew to a certain height, they would feel out of breath, even if they tried hard, and eventually they would fall back to the blue planet. But about 1,000 years ago, one of the moons suddenly changed, and the dragon saw a huge fireball hit one of the moons. At that time, they didn't care too much. After all, the change of the moon didn't affect them, and life continued. But they never thought that in the following period of time, a strong light burst out from the moon hit by the fireball. This strong light even overshadowed the brightness of the sun, making the night brighter than the day, which seriously affected their lives. Naturally, It was not just the 1,000-year-old dragons who were also affected. It can be said that all life on the blue planet was affected to a certain extent. So many races gathered together and prepared to go to the moon to take a look. When talking about this, the Millennium Dragons also said that although there were many species on this planet before, there were definitely not as many as there are now, especially those human-shaped lives. In the past, there were only humans. A group of species with the ability to fly, composed of a large flying army, quickly flew to the moon. In fact, everyone did not have any expectations for that action. After all, flying to the moon was originally an impossible thing in everyone's cognition. They did this just because they didn't want to sit and wait for death. However, what happened next made them a little incomprehensible, because those who were waiting on the ground did not wait for their return, as if they had evaporated directly from the world. After that, everyone tried again, but the lives that went there did not return, so everyone did not dare to do anything, but they discovered a new discovery. That is, it seems that the original barrier between the blue star and the moon has disappeared, and they can fly directly from the blue star to the moon. However, they didn't know what happened on the moon. After all, those who went to explore never came back. They just found that in the next 100 years, the species in the world suddenly became rich, especially human-like life. The little people, long-legged people, long-handed people, three-eyed people, snake-headed people, fur people, fish people, etc., all suddenly appeared at that time. As for the human world, what changes have there been in the past few thousand years? The Millennium Dragons don't know. After all, they don't pay attention to humans, or they deliberately stay away from humans, because in their eyes, humans are both weak and powerful. Weak because ordinary people among humans, even if the number accumulates to tens of thousands, cannot harm a Millennium Dragon, and powerful because there are often special individuals among humans. They often have powerful strength and ability, and have the ability to kill or even completely destroy Millennium Dragons. And according to the understanding of the Millennium Dragons, these powerful humans are all the overlords among humans, so humans name that power as domineering. The above are all the useful information that Bai Sui has obtained from the Millennium Dragons. As for other information such as the time of the fish school's return, it is completely useless to Bai Sui. However, from the above information alone, Bai Sui has obtained relatively important information, that is, the moon. Although it is unknown which one it is, there must be clues that Bai Sui wants. Even the fireball that fell on the moon from the blue star is likely to be the missing Otsutsuki. Even the various humanoid races that suddenly appeared later are likely to be from the hands of the Otsutsuki. After all, he is not a combatant, but an experimenter. Bai Sui even suspects that the reason why the Otsutsuki did not choose to return to the Otsutsuki clan was that he wanted to continue his unfinished experiment. However, because of the failure of the experiment, not only did he directly destroy a life planet, but also caused the death of several Otsutsuki. According to normal thinking, the Otsutsuki clan would definitely prohibit him from continuing the experiment. After all, the danger is too great, and there may even be a direct punishment of confinement. This forced him to escape as soon as possible and accidentally found the world of One Piece. If that is the case, an Otsutsuki clan member who is good at experimentation and transformation is indeed capable of filling the area near the planet with air and preventing it from escaping. Even those humanoid races that appeared later may have been transformed based on the races that went to the moon. In this case, the moon is a stop he must go to, and after trying to recall the relevant plot about the moon, Bai Sui found that there was only one Sky Island god, Enelu, who may have gone to the moon after being defeated by Luffy, but the subsequent plot was not shown in the anime. Therefore, although Bai Sui found this place where there is a high possibility of relevant clues, he was not prepared to go rashly. After all, Bai Sui did not know what was on the moon, and who could be sure that the Otsutsuki clan member was dead? Don't forget that the Otsutsuki clan still has the ability of wedge. Even if the Otsutsuki clan member was seriously injured and died, he could use the wedge to put himself into deep sleep before he died, waiting for the opportunity to revive. And it has been 1,000 years since then. Who knows if he has revived? Even if the Otsutsuki clan member didn't die at all? In the past 1,000 years, hasn't the moon been built into a super fortress by the other party? Going there rashly is no different from suicide in Bai Sui's view. Of course, Bai Sui will not sit idly by and ignore such an important place as the moon, but he can't go there alone. Bai Sui decided to pass the news back to the ninja world, and then everyone will go there together. If so, On the one hand, the risk can be shared, and on the other hand, Bai Sui does not believe that the Otsutsuki clan member can block several or even dozens of Otsutsuki level strongmen at the same time with the help of the fortress. Yes, since Kishiwasu has decided to call people to go with him, 2 people are not enough. In addition to the people who must stay behind, Kishiwasu is ready to call the rest. In this way, even if the Otsutsuki clan member is at home, he can still give him a shock. Before the people from the ninja world come, Kishiwasu decides to let Uchiha go for the time being and follow Uzumaki, Naruto and the others for a while. On the one hand, he can use a new perspective to make up for the show that he didn't finish watching in his previous life. On the other hand, it can also make up for the regret of not being able to see the plot in the Naruto world before. After all, the time when he came to the Naruto world was a little too early. It can be said that it has little to do with the original plot. When he came to the world of Naruto, he couldn't see those famous scenes. In fact, Kishiwasu still had a little regret. But now he didn't expect that when he traveled through the Naruto world, he didn't see the plot of Naruto, but saw the plot of One Piece. It has to be said that things are impermanent. After opening a portal and sending the 20 Millennium Dragons to the ninja world, Bai Sui chose a dragon egg and put it into his own space, and he once again entered the observation mode, observing the progress of Luffy and his group on the Grand Line from a God's perspective. Because Bai Sui had been delayed on this battleship island for a few days in order to wait for the Millennium Dragon's reply, now looking at it again, Luffy and his group have entered the entrance of the Grand Line, crossed the Twin Straits, and seen the whale lab painted the flag of the Straw Hat Pirates on its head, and came to the real Grand Line. It must be said that Luffy and his group's journey is very compact in the entire One Piece story. After all, the original anime plot, if Bai Sui remembered correctly, was completed within 2 years. In these 2 years, Luffy has directly changed from a young boy who just left Windmill Town to the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Such a big gap, and it is full of various bizarre stories, naturally leads to a very short time for each story. Now they have come to a town called Whiskey Peak, a town that welcomes pirates. After going through all the dangers and obstacles along the way, and seeing the ever-changing weather and turbulence on the Grand Line, they finally saw the first place to rest. No, not only are there no monsters, we are also welcomed. Usopp, standing on the bow, looked at the people on the island who warmly welcomed them, and felt like he had survived a disaster. After all, when they landed on the island before, Luffy and his friends made many guesses on the ship. Basically, in their mouths, especially Usopp's, they had imagined this island as a gathering place for a group of monsters. Bang! Bang! Pirates, welcome! Accompanied by various salutes and colorful strips, the residents of the town showed their enthusiasm and hospitality to Luffy and his friends. Long live the heroes of the sea! Looking at the villagers on the shore singing and dancing because of their arrival, Luffy and his friends were also a little confused. Although their behavior was a little weird, the excitement did not seem fake. Sanji's observation focus was different. There are also many cute girls here. Are pirates really everyone's heroes? This is Usopp who is trying to brainwash himself. Welcome, welcome, my name is Ikarim, and I'm currently the mayor of Whiskey Peak. A man in formal uniform and with golden curly hair came to the boat where Luffy and his companions were moored, and came to greet them with a group of villagers. Chapter 158 Baroque Studio. I'm Luffy, please teach me. Luffy was very happy to be welcomed by everyone and pointed at the other party with his right hand. Uncle, your hair is too curly. The mayor of Ikelam not only didn't mind, but also laughed along. This is a town famous for brewing and music, Whiskey Peak. We are most proud of entertaining guests. There are as many fine wines as the sea here, and we are proud of them. Let's use your adventure stories so far as a snack. Come on, everyone, please follow me to enjoy the banquet. How about it? The mayor of Ikelam invited everyone again. I am very happy to. For Luffy, Naruto, Zoro, and Usopp, the 4 of them agreed loudly. Not only agreed, but also twisted together and danced a weird dance, following behind the mayor of Ikelam. These idiots. Nami was a little speechless about these 4 funny guys. How long does it take to record the magnetic force on this island? Nami touched the recording pointer on her left hand with her right hand, fulfilling her responsibility as a navigator. Record. Mayor Ikelam was obviously stunned. Let's put this boring thing aside for now and relieve the fatigue of the journey first. Mayor Ikelam grabbed Nami's shoulder with one hand and led her away without using any force. Let's go, everyone, prepare the banquet, let's entertain the adventurers. In the tavern in the town, All the townspeople gathered there, singing and dancing together. Then I said very coldly, "You bastard sea kings, don't touch my companions." Usopp, who was drunk, started to brag again. Mr. Usopp, great, hateful. Several girls who were attracted by Usopp's story flattered him. Hey, but when it comes to the doldrums, even I tremble a little. This is to show that I am shaking because I am too excited. Usopp enjoyed the pursuit of everyone. Great, cheers to Mr. Usopp. The male audience was also very excited. Mayor Ikelim put 2 glasses of wine on the table. Come on, you're welcome, just drink. No, forget about the wine. Hinata and Nami, who were sitting together, began to refuse. Haha, don't worry, this is a special drink made from the fine grape juice that is the raw material of fine wine. Although it tastes like wine, it is actually alcohol-free. You 2 ladies can drink it with confidence. Mayor Ikelim cleared his throat in a beautiful voice and explained to the 2. Nami tried to drink a sip. Really, it's really delicious. Hinata, you should try it too. Seeing that Nami also came to recommend it, Hinata, who was not very good at refusing, had to try a sip. Seeing that the 2 had already drunk it, the mayor of Ikelim immediately began to lead the townspeople present to cheer together and set the atmosphere to a climax. We have also harvested a lot of fine grapes this year. Come on, in order to celebrate the harvest, let's have a toast competition as usual. Great, good, great. The villagers immediately responded to the call of Mayor Ikelim and began to cheer. Zoro and Sasuke, who didn't talk much, sat on the sofa next to Hinata and the others and took a sip carefully. The rules of the game are to keep toasting, and the one who persists to the end is the winner. Everyone, come and join us. Mayor Ikelim fulfilled his duty of persuading people to drink well. Let's forget it, even if it's a drink, we can't drink that much. That was an attempt to help himself and Hinata get rid of it. However, Mayor Ikelim was not ready to let go easily at this moment, and took out a bag from his arms. The prize money for the champion is 100,000 Baileys. While Hinata was looking down, Nami had taken off her coat, stood up, put one foot on the table, and held the cup with the other foot. Another cup. Nami looked at the people on the side. Hinata, Zoro and Sasuke, you guys should also join, especially Zoro, aren't you poor? Cheers. Great. This is already the 10th cup. Many people gathered around Zoro and counted. Bang! A townsman who participated in the competition lay down on the table. No, I can't drink any more. However, unlike Zoro who had difficulty swallowing, Nami drank it all in one gulp. Looking at the audience around her and cheering loudly, this lady has already had the 12th cup, another plate. Unlike the people who participated in the competition and drank, Luffy and Naruto were eating voraciously on the side. Captain has eaten 20 people's meals. That's nothing. The gentleman opposite him has eaten 20 people's meals. Another townsman who was serving the dishes said. Even the chef fainted. As for Sanji, he was courting 20 girls at once. As for Usopp, he was already sinking into boasting. Ha ha ha, everyone is so happy. Mayor Ikelim laughed heartily at the people in the tavern. It's a very pleasant night. It's great to see everyone so happy. It's really, so great. No, I don't want to drink any more. Zoro pushed the glass in his hand forward and lay down on the table. This guy finally fell down after drinking the 13th glass. Seeing that Zoro had fallen down, Sasuke, who had pretended to drink a few glasses before, took advantage of the situation and spilled most of the glass of wine in his hand on his clothes, and lay down on the sofa, and put one foot on Zoro. What? Zoro and Sasuke, you are really embarrassing. Nami, who is already drunk, couldn't speak clearly. There are only 2 people left now, and it's already the 15th glass. The opponent is a nun. The townspeople watch the fun without fear of trouble. The nun picked up the wine glass and put it to her lips. It's about time you stop, for your health. What are you talking about? I will never stop before I get the prize money. Ha 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 ha. Nami was so drunk that the only thing on her mind was the prize money. Bang bang, thank you for the hospitality. Luffy and Naruto fell to the ground one after another. They had fought a tie in the previous eating contest. Ho ha ho ha, I won. Looking at the nun who fell in front of her, Nami touched the corner of her mouth with her right hand, and then lay on the table. So, happy, what a nice town, this is paradise. Usopp and Sanji were already enjoying themselves. About 4 hours later, the whole tavern had completely calmed down. Even Hinata fell asleep on the table after taking care of her teammates. Are you tired and fell asleep? Have a good dream, adventurers. Tonight, the dancing cactus rocks and the moonlight are also beautiful. Mayor Ikelim looked at the moonlight in the sky and was the last to leave the tavern. You are really like a poet, Ikelim, not MR8. I didn't expect that there would be people sitting on the roof at this late hour, waiting for Ikelim to appear. Ikelim didn't look back, as if he was very familiar with the two people. Is it you? The person asked. Where are they? They all fell down. Ikelim turned his head slowly. They all fell into hell. Really? That guy is really a drinker, so I mixed a little alcohol in his drink, otherwise, she might still be awake and making a fuss. The nun, who was obviously drunk before, walked out from the back of the house. The so-called nun took off her monk's clothes while walking, revealing her muscular body. But, is it really necessary to put on such a strenuous show? They are just a few weak-looking brats. Wouldn't it be better to defeat them directly at the port? Besides, our town is worried about food. Anyway, I don't expect you to get the whale meat back. That's too much? We have tried our best. It turned out that the two people sitting on the roof were the two people Luffy and his friends met in the body of the whale Labu after crossing the Twin Straits. They intended to kill the whale Labu in order to use the whale as food for this town. However, their behavior was stopped by Luffy and his friends before, and they were brought to the boat. However, the two jumped off the boat before the town, and they swam here in a long time. Calm down and look at this. I have investigated them a long time ago. Ikelim took out a bounty from his arms. 30 million Baileys, 3 just them. The other 3 were very surprised. It's foolish to judge the abilities of pirates by their appearance, Miss Monday, Ikelim said seriously. Miss Monday, who was dark-skinned and muscular, had a pink twin-tail hairstyle, and wore a pink and white square pattern dress with 3 green flower patterns on the collar. She said in a shrill voice like a little girl, I'm so ashamed. Ikelim turned his head and looked in the direction of the previous port, but forget it, the matter has been resolved. It seems that I can report the good news to the boss. Let's go and take down all the treasures on their ship. Then, what about them? What should we do? The other 3 asked. If we kill them, the bounty will be reduced by 30%, because the government wants to publicly execute all the pirates, Ikelim said slowly. Go, capture them alive. I'm sorry, can you let them have a good sleep? Everyone is very tired because of the day's sailing. An abrupt voice, like a thunder, exploded in the hearts of several people. MR8, Miss Monday, I don't know when the man with the loincloth escaped from the house. At this moment, several townspeople also suddenly rushed out to report. You guys, shouldn't you be completely asleep? Ikelim was very puzzled by the unexpected situation in front of him. Zoro, who was sitting on the roof, held a long sword and swung it in the air. As a swordsman, I can never be killed by careless idiots like you. That's it. This is the bounty hunter's lair. Those pirates who come to the Grand Line triumphantly, we just want to rob them right away, right? There are about 100 bounty hunters here. I will be your opponent. Baroque Studio, you guy. How do you know the name of our company? As soon as these words came out, the 4 people below were like cats whose tails were stepped on, and therefore stood up. Zoro slowly handed the long sword in his right hand to his left hand, and then he drew another long sword with his right hand, and laughed at the people below. Of course it's because, when I was doing your job before, your company wanted to recruit me, but I refused. The employees in the company don't know each other's origins at all, and they only call each other by code names. Of course. The whereabouts and even the real identity of the boss are also a mystery to the employees. The criminal group that only faithfully executes orders. Darlock Studio, this is a secret, right? This really surprises me. Since you know our secret, I can only kill you. Cactus Rock, there will be another tombstone. Ikelim gradually calmed down his emotions and looked at Zoro calmly. It turned out that the so-called Cactus Rock was originally a mountain of spherical standing piles, but it was full of graves. It was these graves that formed the spikes of those cacti. Go. Ikelim had just given the order and wanted everyone to attack, but suddenly found that Zoro had disappeared. Damn it, where did he go? Not only Ikelim and his group, but all the bounty hunters present were looking for him. But they didn't expect Zoro to stand in the middle of the crowd leisurely. Asshole, you underestimated us. Shoot. 8 trigrams palm, fire style, phoenix claw red. 2 more abrupt voices appeared beyond everyone's expectations. It turned out to be Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke. The 2 of them were also pretending to sleep, but because they had to take care of others, they didn't come out with Zoro at the first time, but hid behind everyone after using the shadow clone. Hinata's 8 trigrams palm is to release high-density chakra blocks in the form of palms to attack remote targets. The method used by the Hyuga family to make up for the lack of attack range of their own 8 trigrams palm is to directly knock down and fly away all the people within a range of 20 meters in front of her. Sasuke used the Phoenix Claw Red, which was a derivative of the fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. It was a fire-style ninjutsu that added shuriken to Phoenix Fire. The addition of shuriken made the fire-style attack more accurate, and knocked down more than 20 people almost instantly. As a result, the number of bounty hunters who had surrounded Zoro and shot at him had been reduced from more than 50 to a dozen, and they were easily chopped to the ground by Zoro. Chapter 159 Miss Wednesday. Damn, where did these little brats come from? Kill them. Ikarim was no longer calm, his face was ferocious. Swish. Zoro had come to Ikarim's back without knowing when, holding the knife with both hands close to Ikarim's ear and thrusting it into his hair. Zoro leaned against Ikarim and smiled in a direction that he couldn't reach. I want to ask you something, just at a tombstone, right? Damn, he's there. Some other bounty hunters immediately stepped forward and surrounded Zoro and Ikarim. Stupid, idiot, stop it. Do you want to kill me too? Ikarim saw that the bounty hunters around him had raised their guns, obviously wanting to kill both of them. Stop it, damn it. Ikarim looked at the people around him without any expression, still aiming the gun in his hand. Saxophone shotgun. It turned out that the saxophone that Ikarim always carried with him was actually a hidden weapon, which directly knocked down the bounty hunters who intended to shoot him, and Zoro also took advantage of the chaos to disappear. Damn it, where did they run to? Not only Zoro, but even Sasuke and Hinata used the instant body technique to leave the side of everyone. They did this intentionally to lead everyone away to prevent them from directly attacking Luffy and others. By the way, is that a shotgun? I didn't expect him to carry such a dangerous thing with him. Zoro, who was hiding in the corner, raised his eyebrows. It seems that even the few of us need to treat them very seriously. Mr9, who was dressed as a prince and had 2 tufts of beard trimmed into the shape of the Arabic numeral 9, looked solemn. Even Ikarim's hand holding the saxophone was shaking slightly. Just a few of them want to deal with all of us here directly? It doesn't seem like they would say or do such a thing after truly understanding our Baroque studio. Inside the tavern, apart from Luffy who was snoring because of overeating, and Usopp and Sanji who were completely asleep, Nami also climbed up from the table and nodded to the shadow clones of Sasuke and Hinata. This welcoming town, Whiskey Peak, is actually the lair of bounty hunters? I have thought of this possibility a long time ago. Seeing Nami climbing up from the table, Naruto, who was originally lying on the ground, also sat up. Although he also ate a lot of food, don't forget that he was practicing ki, which is different from chakra, and one of the sources of this ki is his daily food. So although he ate a lot, he actually digested it very quickly and converted it into his own strength. Before, he laid down with Luffy just to disguise himself. He even secretly signaled to Sasuke and the others, indicating that he would stay to protect everyone. After all, although his ki was extremely lethal, he lacked the ability to release ninjutsu. At least he could not directly use the shadow clone technique. Where are those guys? Find them. The bounty hunters were indeed led astray by Zoro and the others and gradually moved away from the tavern. After the 3 of them met at a corner, they separated again, only because Zoro told the 2 that he wanted to take this opportunity to try his skills and hope that Sasuke and Hinata could protect their pirate ship. After all, they didn't want to find that their ship was destroyed when they were about to set sail tomorrow. Zoro leaned against the wall and slowly drew out the sword from his waist, the new swords I got in Rogue Town, Zuzao and Sandekitetsu. This is a great opportunity to test you. I won't give them to Sasuke. In this case, let me make a big fuss. I found you. A loud shout came from the roof of the house where Zoro was leaning. Thanks to the bounty hunter's shout, Zoro had more time to hide. So under the other party's surprised eyes, Zoro flew and broke open the door of the house and hid in it. Damn it, the bounty hunter didn't know that it was because of him that Zoro escaped, and he was still there in impotence and rage. However, Zoro, who dodged the attack, did not relax, because he felt that the surroundings were suddenly filled with a sense of crisis. Zoro knew that this must be because the man had attracted the attention of other bounty hunters when he fired. Zoro flew into the house and immediately came behind a table, knocked it down and used it as a temporary shelter to defend against possible attacks. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots echoed over the sky of the town. The bounty hunters present were very excited. They all tried their best to fire as many ammunition as possible. After all, there are not many pirates with high bounties like Luffy. After all, this is the entrance to the new world. Most of the pirates who come here come from all over the world and do not have such high bounties. It can be said that they may not see such a deal for several years. Although he was shot by these pirate hunters with guns in their hands, and even a few bullets shot through the table from time to time and flew past Zoro, Zoro himself was not panicked, but rather a little excited. First of all, Zoro drew his sword with one hand, found a gap when everyone was changing bullets, and split the table he used as a shelter with a knife, and ran out from the house. It's so light, it's really good knife. Zoro rushed out of the house, only praising his knife, and no longer paying attention to the bounty hunters who were standing outside the room and shooting at him, because they didn't know when they were stabbed, and even the bounty hunters themselves didn't know. When they saw Zoro running away and wanted to chase him, they found that they couldn't stand up anymore. Under the moonlight, the whole town was bright even though it was night. The townspeople who were far away before also rushed in this direction after hearing the gunshots. Found it, over here. Stop, but they didn't know that the status between the two sides had actually changed quietly. It was no longer a group of bounty hunters chasing Zoro, but Zoro was using them to test the knife. He's there, climbing onto the roof. The bounty hunters who were chasing behind shouted loudly about Zoro's location. Haha, welcome. However, this town is the home of bounty hunters after all. They have hidden people everywhere. Zoro had just climbed onto the roof when he was bombarded by a cannon. However, Zoro discovered it in time and let go of his hands, causing him to fall down the ladder a long way, just avoiding the attack. That was close. Even though Zoro had a strong psychological quality, he was still scared and broke into cold sweat. That's it. Miss Monday, with her muscles all over her body, held up a large wooden barrel full of wine and smashed it at an angle that Zoro could not see. However, Zoro seemed to have opened his eyes behind his head. He didn't need to look back, and he turned around and chopped the wooden barrel with 2 slashes. The broken wooden barrel became Zoro's means of attack, and he smashed several bounty hunters who were close to him. What a waste of rare high-end drinks. Zoro, who finally stood firm on the roof, complained to Miss Monday, who threw the barrel at him. While Zoro was confronting Miss Monday, several bounty hunters attacked from several angles, trying to sneak attack Zoro, but they were all killed by Zoro with one strike. However, such a smooth strike caught Zoro's attention. What's going on? That feeling just now, how sharp it was. Sandai Katetsu. The so-called famous sword should only show its sharpness when the owner wants to cut it, but this guy is really a problem child. Is this what a demon sword is? Just when Zoro was chased and cut by bounty hunters in the town, Sasuke and Hinata were guarding the Golden Mary, and Naruto was watching over everyone in the tavern. Nami, who had just stood up, now showed her thief skills and searched several important places of the bounty hunters. Why are there only so few treasures? What kind of bounty hunter's nest is this? What a disappointing town. Whiskey Peak, looking at the jewelry that barely filled a small box in front of her, Nami was very disappointed. There's no way to escape up there. Ha 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 ha. A bounty hunter climbed the ladder while laughing at Zoro for forcing him into a desperate situation. However, while he was climbing, Zoro kicked the ladder down, causing the bounty hunters who were still trying to climb up to fall directly downstairs. However, just when everyone thought that Zoro would occupy the high point to defend, they didn't expect Zoro to jump to another tall building, and actually wanted to jump over a distance of more than 10 meters with his body. There were no people on the roof of Zoro's target, and there were dozens of townspeople with guns. When they saw Zoro leaping towards them, they raised their guns and shot. Zoro, who was flying in the air, was not panicked at all. As Zoro's hands danced, the 2 swords flow, Eagle Wave not only knocked away the projectiles flying towards him, but also ensured that the swords in his hands were not damaged. Zoro's peripheral vision suddenly swept over the figures of several people. They seemed to have absorbed the experience of their predecessors, and did not make a sound, but unfortunately they were still discovered by Zoro. So Zoro drew a circle with his knife at the place where the people fell. Be careful, I cut you with my knife. After saying that, Zoro left leisurely without caring about what would happen to the people after falling. Whoosh! Bang! A wooden ladder made a violent sound in the air, allowing Zoro to dodge the attack at the critical moment. The wooden ladder that did not hit Zoro directly hit the wall and shattered. It's dangerous, it just scratched me. Zoro, who was crawling on the ground, completely ignored his image at the moment, and then rolled to the side, away from the person who attacked him before. Throwing away the small half of the wooden ladder that had become a hindrance, Miss Monday put on brass knuckles for herself. Don't be too proud, there is no man who is stronger than me, you will be finished soon. Miss Monday grabbed Zoro's neck with the other hand without brass knuckles and lifted him up on the spot. Super strength diamond fist, Miss Monday slammed Zoro to the ground and hit Zoro's face with her fist with brass knuckles, trying to kill him. What a waste of time. But it's finally over. Let's go deal with those two guys who are making trouble at the dock next. Ikelim and two other employees working at Baroque looked at Miss Monday's fatal blow and sighed. What? Miss Monday, however, just as the three of them were about to turn around and go to the dock, they suddenly saw an incredible scene out of the corner of their eyes. On the high building, Miss Monday and Zoro's positions were completely reversed. Zoro put his left hand in his pocket and grabbed Miss Monday's head, who was kneeling on the ground, with his right hand. What's wrong? You think you are very strong? Don't you want to compete with me in strength? Zoro's right hand loosened, and Miss Monday, who was struggling, stopped moving at this moment and fell straight to the ground. Zoro raised his blood-stained face and said to the people downstairs, "Let's continue, everyone from Baroque Studio, you are not just talking." Feeling the blood flowing from his forehead and extending to his lips, Zoro licked it gently, and felt a bloody smell in his mouth, and the whole person became more excited. Miss Monday's power was actually lost to him. Several bounty hunters in the town have seen Miss Monday's terrifying power. That power is nothing but breaking stones, but they didn't expect to lose to an outsider today. I understand, the Navy must have made a mistake in the bounty order. Ikelim still felt that he couldn't accept it. The other two members of Baroque Studio said the same thing. I see, so that's how it is. If he is the pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys, then everything makes sense. It turns out that this guy is the real captain who has been hiding behind the scenes. That is to say, I wondered how Luffy, who is so weak, could be worth 30 million Baileys. It turns out that he is just a clown who has been controlled by others. Ikerim was still unwilling. Even if it is so, how ugly it is to be defeated by a mere pirate swordsman. It is our responsibility to be entrusted by the boss to manage this town. Yes, it's finally our turn to take action. You may also know that for the members of our Baroque Studio, the smaller the code number, the higher the level and destructive power. The three of us, MR9, MR8, and Miss Wednesday, are all employees with only one-digit codes. In other words, we are incomparably strong compared to those guys you just got rid of. Chapter 160 Riwai. Under the moonlight, Zoro, who was standing on the roof, only showed half of his face, but the smile on his face was so piercing. Isn't it meaningless to talk about titles during a fight? The strong will win, that's all. Feeling Zoro's powerful aura, MR9, MR8, and Miss Wednesday below were no longer relaxed as before. Although they had pretended to be calm just now, their faces were definitely not as ugly as they are now. It was Ikelim, or MR8, who couldn't bear the pressure first and attacked Zoro. Saxophone shotgun, I'm going to hit Miss Wednesday. MR9 didn't know if it was intentional, but he shouted out Miss Wednesday's whereabouts. However, although her whereabouts were exposed, Miss Wednesday didn't panic at all, because she trusted her partner, not MR8 and MR9, but a large duck called Run Fast. Seeing such a big duck, Zoro was also a little curious. What is that? Do you still have time to look around? Can you keep up with my backflip? MR9 backflipped all the way towards Zoro. Hot-blooded number 9 backflip. However, just when he came to Zoro, MR9 suddenly took out two metal baseball bats from behind and had a fight with Zoro. Sticks of perseverance. To be honest, MR9's dress and actions really confused Zoro, making Zoro mistakenly think that MR9 was a clown from the circus who performed somersaults. He suddenly used a long sword to defend against the opponent's baseball bat and almost lost his hand. This is a metal rod, be careful not to cut your long sword and bend it. Ha 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 ha. MR9 was still complacent about his actions just now, but Zoro just pulled out the Sandai Kotetsu that he had put back into the sheath before. What's wrong? Are you so scared that you are pale and can't move? MR9 was cut off by Zoro's long sword before he could finish his words. Even with just the Sandai Kotetsu in his hand, Zoro had already forced MR9 to retreat step by step. Why don't you show me your special backflip? Not only that, he even had the energy to tease him. Since you want to see it so much, I will flip for you. MR9 was provoked by Zoro and even forgot that he had retreated to the edge of the roof to avoid Zoro's attack. He did a backflip and fell directly from the third floor. Seeing the other person really jump down like a fool, even Zoro was stunned. Maybe he really didn't expect how such a person could survive until today. Is there no more decent guy? If you want to talk about such a person, I am one. Be prepared, Mr. Bushido. It turned out to be Miss Wednesday, who had already ridden her horse and came behind Zoro. Come on, taste my beauty, the charming perfume dance. Miss Wednesday had a bottle of special perfume hidden in her hands. As her body danced, these perfumes also spread further, attacking from the dual aspects of vision and smell, trying to confuse Zoro directly. As these so-called perfumes were gradually inhaled, Zoro felt weak all over, and the whole person knelt down involuntarily. The last blow is the peacock saw. This is a circular saw that looks like the feathers of a peacock's tail. It is usually hidden in the sleeves and is convenient for use at any time. Go ahead, run fast. Miss Wednesday put one end of the peacock saw on her little finger and quickly threw it to make a circular saw. You ran too far, however, things did not go as planned. Miss Wednesday ran fast. And it seemed that she was not smart enough and could not understand her master's intentions very well. She did not rush to Zoro but flew directly off the roof. I am really ashamed of myself for fighting with these guys now. Even Zoro, who has been dealing with Luffy and others for many years, felt ashamed for them at this moment. Bang bang bang. At this moment, without any warning, Ikulim used his saxophone shotgun to sneak attack Zoro. He found the right time, just when Zoro was ashamed of his two idiot teammates. At this time, Zoro was the most relaxed. Ikulim had calculated everything very well, and even anticipated the direction that Zoro might escape from, and blocked it in advance. After all, he was using a special shotgun, which covered a large area. However, Zoro still escaped under his nose. You ran down from the hole, you're wasting your time. At this moment, Zoro escaped temporarily with the help of the hole he had cut on the roof. Feel my real horror. Ikulim, who had no idea that Zoro had escaped from the window downstairs, was still using his shotgun to bombard inside. Shotguns are very troublesome. How can I seize the opportunity? However, when Zoro was thinking about how to deal with Ikulim, MR9, who had fallen from the upstairs because of a somersault, also came to Zoro. You dared to hurt me so badly just now, I will never forgive you. MR9 grabbed a baseball bat in each hand and walked towards Zoro aggressively. Hey, you fell down by yourself, didn't you? However, in order to stop him from talking, MR9 directly launched an attack. Fly, mechanical baseball bat. It turned out that the baseball bat used by MR9 was specially processed. Although it looked like a hole, it was actually divided into two parts, upper and lower, and there was an iron chain between them. At this moment, MR9 threw the front half of the bat towards Zoro's position and directly and accurately wrapped around Zoro's arm. One hand was sealed by me. MR9 was very satisfied with his results. I caught you. That Ikulim also came over at this moment. Now, kill him quickly. MR8, MR9 pulled the iron chain hard at this moment, trying to restrain Zoro as much as possible. You can't escape. Prepare for artillery fire. Ikulim was very satisfied to see that the situation was set. He pulled a tie on his clothes with both hands, and several small gun barrels stretched out from his forward. Prepare for artillery fire. What? Suddenly feeling a terrifying sense of crisis, Zoro looked over immediately. Ikulim was seen holding the strap with both hands. Curly cannon. Fire. Is he a big toy? Zoro couldn't help complaining when he saw the endless weapons on his opponent. However, Ikulim and his friends forgot one thing. That is, Zoro had defeated Miss Monday directly before, and now it was no problem to defeat the skinny MR9. So with Zoro's sudden force, MR9 was pulled up. Not only that, but under Zoro's guidance, he faced the small shells fired by Ikulim to avoid being hurt. Curly cannon, curly cannon, curly cannon, curly cannon, dot. At this moment, Ikulim fell into madness, using ammunition without restraint, just to kill Zoro here, but Zoro had found a solution. With the help of MR9's body to cover him, Zoro came to the bottom of Ikulim unimpeded all the way, and then threw MR9 in his hand into the sky. With the help of the obstruction of vision, Zoro quickly stepped on the pergola set up downstairs and quickly came to Ikulim. With a light blow and slash, the world suddenly became quiet. Okay, it's over. In fact, As Zoro defeated the 4 employees of Baroque Studio, the rest of the bounty hunters immediately assessed the gap between the two sides and scattered and hid. It's finally a quiet night again. Zoro sat on a high place, looking at the moon that had shifted in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. I didn't expect that the top 12 employees in the company couldn't beat them. Let's run away quickly. A town resident ran out of the town. Several other townspeople followed him. But, you said to run away, but where should we run to? Anyway, it's better to find a place to hide before they leave the island, said the previous person. Unlucky duo, however, they had just run out for a short distance when they were stopped by a vulture and a sea otter. The vulture and the sea otter were Mr. and Miss Friday of Baroque Studio. Because they were both ranked 13th, they were called the unlucky duo. Wait, we are not running away, it's not like that, please don't report it to the boss. The few people saw the duo and begged for mercy. Wait a minute, a voice interrupted Mr. and Miss Friday who were about to take action. Although it's the middle of the night, this town is really lively. It's really hard to give us such a boring job, and to send us to such a front line. Boom, a strong explosion sounded, revealing the figures of the 2 people who were talking. One had an afro and looked like a rock singer, the other was tall, with short blonde hair, light green eyes, and always smiling. She wore a yellow hat and lemon slice earrings, a yellow dress with lemon slice patterns, and white high heels. She wore white gloves and held an umbrella with yellow and blue stripes. How pitiful, you actually lost to a mere swordsman. The 2 came to Mr. 9, Mr. 8, and Miss Wednesday who were already seriously injured, and looked down on them. Such words naturally irritated a few people, but when they looked up they were stunned. Miss Valentine and Mr. 5. Mr. 5 with a big afro was very disdainful of them. Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Miss Valentine on the side laughed wildly while spinning her umbrella. After all, this is the difference in our levels. Are you here to laugh at us? Although he was lying on the ground and couldn't stand up at this moment, Icolum still looked at each other with anger in his eyes. Mr. 5 smiled contemptuously. That's the purpose. Miss Valentine beside him still laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Of course I'm here to carry out the mission. Thank you so much. With your help, those guys are no match at all. Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday urged the 2 to act quickly. Yes, please defeat that swordsman quickly. Don't make such a boring joke. We come to help you. Do you think we came to a remote corner of the Grand Line for such a small matter? Mr. 5 took a step forward. What? Mr. 9 was still confused. Idiot, don't you understand at all? The criminal that the boss specially sent us to solve is right here. Mr. 5 stared at the people in front of him. The boss said, my secret has been discovered, although I certainly don't know what the secret is, but the company motto is mystery. No matter who the company is, no matter their background, they must not be investigated. This is the rule. If someone knows the boss's secret, of course there is only one way out, and that is death. So, we carefully investigated who knew the boss's secret. Ha 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 ha. Miss Valentine's smile was extremely exaggerated. The result is really incredible. We found an important person from a certain kingdom, who sneaked into our Baroque studio. A certain kingdom, Nami, who was hiding in the corner and eavesdropping, was very confused. Wait a minute, although I wear a crown, I am not a king. This is just my personal interest, Mr. 9 explained hurriedly. Mr. 5 kept staring at the few people. Of course it's not you. The culprit is the one who is missing from the Alabasta Kingdom. Go to hell. Curly Cannon, Ikarim, who had been unable to stand up, seemed to have a sudden surge of strength in his body, supporting him to stand up again, and attacked the 2 people in front of him. I won't let you touch a hair of the princess. On my name is the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, Ikarim. The 2 people who were bombarded by the Curly Cannon did not actually suffer any damage. Not only that, he took out 2 photos from his arms and waved them in the direction of the 2 people, Captain Ikarim of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, and Princess Nefertari Vivi. I am ordered by the owner of Baroque Studio to come and kill you. Seeing that the other party had really completely exposed their identities, even Vivi no longer had any luck. Of course, the captain of the guard, Ikarim, was still diligently and madly reflecting his curly cannon. Hurry up, Lady Wee Wee, please run away. Even though he knew that he was no match for the opponent, Ikarim still wanted to use himself as a tool to delay time. However, Mr. 5 on the opposite side just flicked his finger, boom, and blew Ikarim down. Seeing this, Kashiwasa in the void couldn't help but sigh that the people in this One Piece world have really good physical fitness. This kind of explosion can't kill people. You know, the degree of this attack is close to a small power fire escape. If it were in the original ninja world, how many ninjas would have such a physique? Chapter 161 Moon. Ikelim, Vivi looked at the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard who was blown down in front of her, and she was very anxious. It's useless. Miss Valentine held her umbrella, and the whole person seemed to be weightless, soaring into the air and flying directly over. In the void, Bai Sui was very emotional. Whether it is this floating fruit in front of me or the previous slippery fruit, if it is given to those people in the research institute to use, I'm afraid they can play with it. After all, one eliminates friction and the other freely controls weight changes. Isn't this directly able to advance the technology of the ninja world by at least one era? However, look at the Miss Valentine below, who only uses the floating fruit to make herself a flying warrior. It's a waste of talent, really a waste of talent. By now, Bai Sui has actually roughly understood some of the specificities in this world. Although he has not yet understood the principles, it does not prevent Bai Sui from starting to make efforts to become stronger. First of all, the people in this world, or rather all life, possess extremely strong vitality. This vitality is all round, not only in terms of resistance to blows, but also in terms of the ability to quickly extract strength from food and even nature. Yes, this world itself is somewhat different from the ninja world. It is not that there is no power in nature in the ninja world. After all, natural energy is everywhere, but the degree of activity of the two is different. Although it is not known whether there are human factors, at least the current performance is that the natural energy in the One Piece world is more active. To what extent is it active? Even if you do not do any exercise or practice, and just live in this world with enough food and drink, your physical fitness is improving. Of course, this is limited to ordinary people. If you are already strong to a certain extent, it is not enough to rely solely on active natural energy. However, if you use the powerful creatures in this world as food, such as sea kings, you can strengthen your body to a certain extent. However, there are still some differences between the people in the ninja world and the people in the One Piece world. At least the absorption ability of the people in the ninja world is not as good as that of the One Piece world. It is very likely that the perennial evolution of the life in the One Piece world has enabled the life here to quickly extract the natural energy contained in the food, which most people in the ninja world cannot do. The reason why it is said to be most of them is that this also depends on talent. For example, Hinata has such a talent, so she can have such a huge appetite. As for other people, they can also have it after their strength reaches a certain level. Although those strong people can control this absorption through their own will, which seems to be more convenient than the people in the One Piece world. In fact, the ninja world is very jealous of this ability of all the lives in this world, and even Kashiwasa is quite interested in it. This ability is not only possessed by humans in the One Piece world, which allows the ninja world to let go and experiment with other lives in this world without causing conflicts between the two sides. The more such research and comparisons are made, the more some people in the ninja world despise and even despise the Otsutsuki clan. After all, in their view, the truly precious thing in this universe is life. You know, the value of any small grass on other planets is more valuable than a meteorite made of pure gold. Although several high-level officials such as Bai Sui have been suppressing such remarks, after all, they know that if the Otsutsuki clan is really stupid, then they will never have such achievements as they have now. Since they are not stupid, they still do not pay attention to these life resources. Obviously, it is because the gains and other aspects are far more than these in their view. Similarly, Bai Sui also discovered some secrets of the devil fruit. First of all, Bai Sui found some differences from these devil fruit ability users. They exude a very unique rhythm from their bodies. This rhythm is very similar to the wedge, but it is obviously different. Bai Sui has some of his own guesses about this, but it cannot be confirmed 100% for the time being. This must wait until we go to the moon to explore before we can truly understand the true principle behind it. Bai Sui was not a boring person, so she did not want to watch the fun of two women fighting here, and the key was that she was so bad at fighting. Now Bai Sui was just waiting for a reply from the ninja world. And now, she has received a reply. The ninja world agrees with Bai Sui's inference and agrees that there must be some secrets on the moon. In addition, the people have been sending back various intelligences through the advance team, and they are also more and more curious about this world. Therefore, except for the Otsutsuki level strongmen who are fixed to stay to protect the ninja world, all the other high-level people are dispatched. Not only that, but they also caught up with Monkey D. Dragon, who came to visit the outpost with his revolutionary army. When seeing the sudden appearance of a large number of strong men, Dragon thought that the so-called ninja world was going to wipe them out. After all, this time, in addition to Dragon himself, he also brought Sabo, Balo Betty, Ahiru and other cadres of the revolutionary army. Although not all of them, if all of them died here, the entire revolutionary army would inevitably be in chaos. Perhaps seeing Long's concerns, Senju Naki briefly introduced the identities of these people and roughly explained the purpose of everyone. When Long learned that these strong men in front of him were Otsutsuki-level strongmen and were coming to this planet to deal with the real Otsutsuki people, he wanted to go. Although Long has a calm personality and is full of ambition, deep in his heart, he still has the interest in adventure inherited from his family. It is even hard to say who is more curious between him and Luffy, but usually Long uses his face to cover it up. Now, this may be the top event in the world. If he can't participate after knowing it, this feeling makes him feel uncomfortable, so he put forward his request to Senju Naki, hoping to take him along. Senju Naki naturally would not allow such a request. After all, the high-level ninjas are not going to play, but to deal with the possible Otsutsuki people, or even to go deep into the enemy's hinterland. What should Long do then? Regardless of whether Long would become a burden to the high-ranking officials, if Long was killed in the exploration, how would they discuss cooperation with the revolutionary army in the future? Even if the other party said they would not mind, the ninja world would still be worried. After all, their leader went out with them, and later said that he died accidentally on the battlefield, but there was no evidence. If they could admit this, the ninja world would suspect that they were secretly planning something bad. So in order to avoid all kinds of possible troubles, Senju Naki refused, but Long would not give up. During the time when Kishiwasu received the information and rushed over, Long had pestered Senju Naki 8 or 9 times. That is why, as soon as Bai Sui arrived at the island where the outpost was located, his spiritual sense discovered what Long had done. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Sui came to the two of them in a flash. Okay, Zionolki, if he really wants to go, it's not impossible. I'll take him with me when the time comes. Senju Naki was stunned at first, and then he immediately saluted to express his agreement after realizing that it was Bai Sui. Seeing Senju Naki's reaction, Long naturally understood that Bai Sui must have an outrageous status. After all, through previous exchanges and contacts with everyone in the outpost, Long had roughly figured out Senju Naki's identity and status. He is not only the direct descendant of one of the top combat forces in the ninja world, but also a strong force himself. He is a powerful attacker to enter the Otsutsuki realm. Long can see that even when introducing those Otsutsuki-level strongmen before, although Senju Naki respected everyone very much, there was a difference in this respect. Apart from the two strong men whose names are directly Otsutsuki, only Uchiha Madara can gain his extreme admiration, which is not just respect but also admiration. Although he did not find out what Uchiha Madara did before due to time constraints, he knew there must be a reason. Now, Long found that Senju Naki's admiration for Kishiwasu is not less than that of Uchiha Madara, and even higher. After such a comparison, Kishiwasu's status and position are naturally clear at a glance. After the introduction by Senju Naki, Beishu and Long had a formal meeting. Although Beishu agreed to take Long away, Senju Naki was still a little worried and gave Long some instructions. I know Mr. Long has no idea about the level of Otsutsuki, so he wants to go, but I have seen it, so I know how powerful such a fight is. The aftermath alone is not something that people below this level can withstand, so I have been blocking him. Although Grandpa Beishu agreed to take you with him, there shouldn't be any accidents, but I still want to say that I hope Mr. Long can follow the arrangements at that time and not act on his own. If there is any offense, then I apologize to you first. Sorry, no, I fully understand Mr. Naki's consideration for my safety. I should be the one to apologize to you. After all, my request will put you under tremendous pressure, and all of this is due to my personal curiosity, so please don't apologize to me. Instead, I should be the one to say thank you. Long also quickly expressed his opinion. Okay, Bai Sui interrupted the two men after seeing that they were almost done being polite. After all, although Bai Sui was acting casually now, he had always followed the principle of not causing trouble to others. So, Thinking that the two men were doing this to enhance the friendship between the two sides, Bai Sui would naturally not raise any sand. Come with me. We will meet up with the others first, and then go to the moon together. The reason why Bai Sui agreed to take along with him was not because Bai Sui had become arrogant and felt that he could bring a burden with him to fight, but because Bai Sui had already thought about it. When the time came, he would just throw Long into his world and leave him a window to see the outside. In this way, it would not affect the battle of the crowd, and to a certain extent, it would show off its muscles to the future high-level people in the world, so that they could also see what an Otsutsuki is and what an Otsutsuki level is. Not only could it give the world a clear understanding and prevent them from making any stupid moves due to confusion, but it would also let them understand what kind of existence they would be fighting against in the future. After all, the reason why the entire One Piece world could fight against Otsutsuki Arashiki was entirely because the other party was somewhat restrained. After all, what Otsutsuki Arashiki wanted was not to destroy the planet directly, but to absorb all the life in this world as power. This limits Otsutsuki Arashiki's ability to cause large-scale destruction. At least he cannot destroy the planet directly. These are all obtained by Kishiwasu when reading memories. After all, even if the mission was not smooth, Otsutsuki Arashiki would come and go as he pleases, and he was not hindered by the people on this planet at all. Following Kishiwasu, Long also came to the room where the high-level ninjas were. When everyone saw Kishiwasu coming, they took the initiative to greet or salute him, which deepened Long's own judgment and further determined that Kishiwasu's identity was extraordinary. That is to say, the current scene is not suitable, otherwise he would have to figure out the reason behind this. After all, he is such a person. Although the various intelligence and information he collected were all for very legitimate reasons, after all, he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, so he naturally needed to know enough to lead them forward. However, how much of this was just to satisfy his own curiosity, only he knew it. Everyone sat down, and only Hoshirama Senju was missing, but it didn't matter. After all, Kishiwasu had already told everyone about his movements. In that case, let him go find the elephant to play with by himself. I won't bring him this time. The one who could say this was naturally Uchiha Madara. Bai Sui nodded. I have explained it in the intelligence before, but I still want to emphasize it again. After all, we are dealing with a powerful Otsutsuki who has been rooted in this world for 1,000 years. According to the intelligence, although his combat power is not good, he was the top biological researcher in the Otsutsuki clan. We cannot directly predict what he has done with the help of the sacred tree in his hand in the past 1,000 years, so I hope everyone will pay attention to this action, and don't underestimate them just because we can easily deal with 3 Otsutsuki people. Don't forget, they attacked and we defended, but now, it's the other way around. Chapter 162 Relics. After a discussion among the crowd, the next action plan was finally decided. The crowd was divided into 7 groups, 6 of which went to different moons, and the other group was used as a mobile one in case of emergency. The reason for dividing into 6 groups and heading to all moons at the same time was that everyone did not know what the other party had done, and at the same time did not want to alert the enemy. In order to prevent other possibilities, everyone finally agreed to use this distribution method. Then, everyone did not act blindly, but waited for an opportunity, when the 6 moons were relatively close, so that everyone could carry out rescue as quickly as possible. Bai Sui did not choose to join the rescue team, but went to a moon with Uchiha Madara and others. The other members of their group were Wu and Ritsu. It should be said that in the original Naruto time and space, none of the people who could serve as the shadow of a village were simple roles. Excluding those who were already old and it was difficult for them to make further progress, the rest of the people quickly showed their talents after the whole ninja world was unified. Wu and Ritsudo are the best among them. First of all, Wu is the one who can directly deduce and develop the elimination of school status with his own talent. After obtaining better resources, he soon combined his dust escape with the Senjutsu chakra with the improved Senjutsu, and reached the level of Otsutsuki in terms of destruction alone. Ritsudo, the first-generation wind shadow in the original Naruto time and space, was able to unify all the ninjas in the country in such a cruel environment. Later, he was able to fight back and forth with Senju Hashirama in a short period of time with only pure wind escape. Such a person can be said to have reached the top of ordinary ninjas. Of course, this top is not the only one. After all, there are not only the tops like him who specialize in one attribute, but also the tops who are proficient in all attributes. Of course, This is a question of being refined and broad or broad and refined. There is no difference in itself. Just talking about Ritsudo, what is the level of his research on wind escape now? That is, under normal combat conditions, if the Otsutsuki clan wants to directly absorb his wind escape, they can no longer do it. It is not that they cannot absorb it, but it is difficult to digest. He poured all his efforts into this area of wind escape, and directly integrated his spirit into it. In this way, he could not only use the spirit integrated into the wind escape to borrow the power of nature, but also cause blockage after being absorbed into the body by the Otsutsuki clan. Yes, although the part of chakra that makes up the wind escape can still be easily absorbed and decomposed, the trace of spirit that can be absorbed together is like a thorn in the bone. It can be said that Wu and Ritsu directly rely on their own talents and efforts to broaden another path in the field of ninjutsu. The only difference from the real Otsutsuki level is the accumulation of strength and time. In fact, Kashiwasu had found the two people before. If they were willing, Kashiwasu could use his own abilities to make up for these shortcomings for the two to a certain extent, but the two refused. Perhaps it was because of their arrogance that they wanted to make a breakthrough with their own abilities. However, it is precisely because of this that the two are not considered to be at the complete Otsutsuki level. Perhaps the two can use their own abilities to surprise the Otsutsuki clan, but they cannot really kill the other party. After all, apart from other things, the wedge alone is not something the two can deal with now. Perhaps Ritsu can rely on his extremely condensed spirit to fight against the infection of the wedge in a short period of time, but as long as the time is long, he will inevitably be defeated. It is precisely because of the potential of the two that Bai Sui will keep the two by his side. On the one hand, it is to let them feel the power of the Otsutsuki level as much as possible, so that it is convenient for him to take care of them. After all, these two potential stocks cannot be damaged inexplicably. After all, such a genius is really rare. Although the other party still has arrogance that does not match his strength, this is a small problem. Bai Sui thinks it is understandable. The moon that Bai Sui chose was the one that he felt would yield great rewards. The reason why Bai Sui still called all the other high-ranking officials in the ninja world after he had the premonition was because he only felt the harvest, but did not feel where the Otsutsuki clan member was, or in other words, Bai Sui felt that the Otsutsuki clan member was everywhere. It was precisely because of this premonition that Bai Sui had to call everyone to act together. After all, safety is always the first priority. Since their respective responsibilities have been divided, everyone will act according to their respective groups. Because they had deliberately considered it before, each group has at least one person with space-related abilities to enhance the mobility of each group. Bai Sui nodded to Uchiha Madara beside him, took a step forward, and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Long, Wu and Ritsu also disappeared. Unlike Wu and Ritsu who were brought to the moon by Bai Sui, Long was directly exiled to Huansong, and such a change made Long, who had been through many battles, unable to calm down for a long time. Because when he was just transferred to the Huan, he didn't even notice it, not to mention whether he could resist or not. Everything was so smooth. If the environment in the Huan was not so different from the outside world, Long might not have been able to find the abnormality at the first time. What this meant, Long was really clear. It meant that Bai Sui had the right to kill and give life at will, and he couldn't even think of resisting. This also made him understand the meaning of what Senju Naki said to him before, that the Otsutsuki and them were completely different. Of course, Long would not be hit directly by this, but after a simple look around the space, he looked at the situation on the moon outside through an observation port left by Bai Sui. A ripple suddenly appeared about half a body behind Bai Sui, and then a space portal appeared there. Long saw Uchiha Madara striding out of it. This also made him know that this kind of space movement ability, although everyone may have different levels of mastery, should be a standard of the Otsutsuki level. This means that the control of space is not something that can only be obtained by using devil fruits like them, but something similar to domineering that can be obtained through personal efforts. Combined with some information learned from Senju Rope Tree before, Long is now more curious about the Otsutsuki level. Now Long is actually looking forward to it in his heart, hoping to see the battle between Bai Sui and the Otsutsuki clan, hoping that through their fight, he can learn more about the strength of the Otsutsuki level. Unfortunately, all his ideas were ruined. There was no danger on this moon. Although there were some barriers and mechanical facilities, they were all solved by Uchiha Madara at will, and even several people did not release any formal ninjutsu. But this does not mean that there is no danger here. It's just that under Bai Sui's spiritual exploration, he easily chose the safest route for them, which made this journey seem a bit too boring. In fact, the defense level here is still quite high. No, from the other moons, there were large battle fluctuations. It was obvious that those people had deployed a defense on the moons and were resisting. However, from the fluctuations, no one encountered any major danger, and even the team of support personnel did not take action, so there was no need for others to go for rescue. Following Bai Sui's guidance, everyone walked into a huge fortress safely along the way. In fact, it was not accurate to call it a fortress. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a city or a super large factory. Because after entering here, although no living life was seen, it can be judged from various occupations and items that a large number of lives once lived here, and even the differences between these lives should be great. After all, the most basic thing is to see from the houses. Some houses are only 1 or 2 meters high, and some houses have more than 10 meters of doors. In addition, the furniture and furnishings inside are obviously different in style, which is obviously not the same kind of life. In this way, everyone walked in this city that has been abandoned for who knows how long, and while walking towards the center of the city, they also collected as much information and intelligence as possible. Bai Sui suddenly waved his hand, and Long, who had been in the circle, appeared beside everyone. Bai Sui looked at Long. "Do you have anything to say?" It turned out that the reason why Bai Sui wanted to let Long out was because he found that as he and others collected more and more information here, Long's demeanor and expression had obviously changed. It was obvious that he had thought of something, but didn't know how to communicate with Bai Sui. Long Xian was surprised that he could breathe on the moon, and then immediately focused on the key points. "Yes, Senior Bai Sui, I found that I know these races here. I don't say I know all of them, but I can recognize many of them. For example, this kind of house should be inhabited by the dwarfs, that is, the Danta tribe. Although they are short, they are amazingly strong and move very fast, and are good at cultivating various plants. And this piece of house, although it spans from a dozen meters to dozens of meters, they should be the same race, that is, the giants. They have 3 times the lifespan of humans, and the height is at least 12 meters after adulthood. The tallest giant known so far can even be 100 meters high." As Long explained, everyone gradually matched it with the information in their minds, and all this deepened Bai Sui's own speculation. After looking at Uchiha Madara, he temporarily suppressed it and prepared to continue to go deeper into it to explore the real secrets here. Soon, several people came to the central area of the city. Bai Sui took a look at Long beside him, but finally did not throw him into the world. After all, he just finished explaining to everyone and then put him away. It was a bit like killing the donkey after he had done his work. So Bai Sui attached a ray of consciousness to Long's body, and if any situation occurred, he could ensure that he would be sent to the world as soon as possible. Speaking of which, when Bai Sui looked over just now, Long was actually ready to be sent to that world, but he didn't expect Bai Sui to not do so. Long was very happy about this. After all, although it would be much safer in that place, if he really wanted to be safe, he would not follow at all. Wouldn't it be better to wait for news on the ground? So now seeing that Bai Sui did not move, he pretended not to know and continued to follow the few people inside. Soon, everyone came to this peculiar building. The overall shape of the building was cylindrical, but there was an obvious huge depression at the top, so it looked like a large stove. As the crowd approached, they found that the building's automatic doors, which were supposed to be powered by energy, had completely failed and had rusted together due to the passage of time. It was only because the materials were good that they had not collapsed yet. These rusted doors would naturally not hinder the crowd's progress, but Bai Sui had other considerations. He was afraid that opening the door by violent means would destroy the overall balance, thus causing a chain reaction and causing the entire building to collapse directly. Although they would not be hurt, some important information would likely be lost. Therefore, Bai Sui used the first technique after arriving on this moon, Non. As this pupil technique was activated, changes began to appear on the metal door in front of him. The original rust was fading, and the rusted metal regained its original luster. Not only here, but also gradually spread from the metal door to the surroundings, eventually covering the entire building. Seeing that Bai Sui used such an ability, Long was actually very surprised. He was not surprised by the ability to go back in time. After all, in the world of One Piece, There are many kinds of devil fruits, and there are many fruits related to time, such as the fruit of regression, the fruit of age, the fruit of time, the fruit of slowness, etc. What really surprised Long was that he knew that these were all cultivated by Bai Sui and others on their own, just like the cultivation of domineering. Long was surprised that he did not expect that this cultivation system would be so powerful and unpredictable. Not only can it control space, but it can also control time. This is what really surprised him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Authority. Bai Sui controlled the time reversal within a suitable range, so that these facilities could just be restored to a usable state, while not allowing them to recover to their best performance. After all, Bai Sui did this to facilitate the next actions of himself and others, not to make himself unhappy. He couldn't repair the weapons that the other party used against him. Bai Sui and others easily unlocked all the facilities and entered the interior of the building. What they saw was a hall. The whole hall was directly connected to the roof, like a large chimney. Surrounding this circular hall are various rooms, mainly scientific research function rooms such as laboratories and cultivation rooms. Except for the lower part, which is used to cultivate and place various experimental life forms, which has almost no value because it has been abandoned for a long time, the other floors have brought a lot of gains to Bai Sui and others. At the same time, according to some experimental logs, some of Bai Sui's conjectures were confirmed directly or indirectly. It turned out that the Otsutsuki clan member named Otsutsuki Mikishiki really drove his vehicle to the moon of this planet. The fireball that the Millennium Dragon saw falling on the moon was the vehicle of the Otsutsuki Namishiki. At that time, the Otsutsuki Namishiki was aimlessly searching for a planet in the universe where he could continue his experiments. Because of his high status in the Otsutsuki clan, he knew a lot of secret information, such as he knew that the Otsutsuki Ishiki had discovered a planet with life. At that time, the Otsutsuki Namishiki actually came with the idea of robbing it, wanting to take the planet under his control to support the next experiment. However, he didn't expect to discover the planet before he arrived in the ninja world. At that time, the Otsutsuki Namishiki also kept a watchful eye and sent a relatively vague coordinate back to the clan, which was also a guarantee to prevent himself from really having any problems. Of course, this insurance does not mean that the Otsutsuki clan can appear in time to solve those enemies for him. For this point, they are still very confident. At least in the countless years, they have not encountered any outsiders who can destroy the wedge. The insurance he mentioned is that if he really needs to use the wedge, he can be discovered by the Otsutsuki clan and brought back to the clan. At that time, the clan will naturally consider his value and spend certain resources to speed up his resurrection. After issuing this insurance, the Otsutsuki Fate formally began his experimental journey. In order to ensure the smooth progress of his experiment, the Otsutsuki Fate built his own experimental base on the moon. Not even one but six, one on each of the 6 moons, with similar functions, but the moon where the vehicle crashed before was used as the main base. Although the Otsutsuki clan can live freely in the universe, if they are exposed to a vacuum environment for a long time, on the one hand, they will waste a lot of energy and power to protect their test subjects and various equipment and instruments, so he simply used his own abilities and techniques to thicken the original atmosphere on the One Piece planet, directly to the extent that the moon was also covered. Of course, the air on the moon is still very thin at this moment, but it is barely enough for Otsutsuki Namashiki to use for research. In this environment, this Otsutsuki Namashiki actually built a large number of robots to serve himself, and it was under the construction of these robots that these laboratories were all built. After that, the lunar exploration operation took place. This operation can be said to have provided Otsutsuki Namashiki with a batch of rich experimental materials. The first batch only had some flying creatures, but later, after it was discovered that there was air on the moon and everyone could actually travel freely, there were also other races that could not fly, either with the help of the power of flying races, or looking for other ways, and many of them went to the moon. In this way, Otsutsuki Shiki collected a large amount of biological resources on the One Piece planet without doing anything on the moon. It was also with a supply of these biological resources that Otsutsuki Shiki created humanoid life based on the humans in the One Piece world. Of course, Humanoid life is actually only a small part of the experiment of Otsutsuki Shiki. There are also many life forms such as Den Mushi, which are also created by Otsutsuki Shiki. It can be said that Otsutsuki Shiki has added a lot of new things to this already colorful One Piece world with his own strength, and has increased the number of species in this world by nearly 1/10. The reason for doing these experiments is actually some preparatory preparations made by Otsutsuki Shiki for his ultimate goal. I really didn't expect that Otsutsuki Shiki created so many species and lives with just a preparatory preparation. I am very curious about what he wants to do now. Uchiha Madara folded his hands across his chest, and through gravity and subtle manipulation, he suspended an experimental log in the center of his sight. Bai Sui actually had some eyebrows about this, but he still patiently continued to collect information and did not easily speak out his guesses. According to a somewhat incomplete note found in a room where an accident had obviously occurred, everyone learned that when the Otsutsuki Minshiki escaped, he not only took the sapling of the sacred tree, but also a very precious thing. And this matter has to start from his last experiment. At that time, his experiment on another life planet was to multiply the cells extracted from the Otsutsuki in large quantities and try to transplant and apply them. From the memories of Otsutsuki Arashiki and others, the life planet exploded very thoroughly at that time and almost nothing was left. At that time, the Otsutsuki clan thought that the experiment had completely failed, and the Otsutsuki Minshiki left because he could not bear the blow. In fact, the experiment at that time did not fail, at least not completely. The proliferation and transplantation step was successful, but there was a problem with the application. Otsutsuki Fate Style greatly underestimated the power of Otsutsuki Yabuki. He knew that Otsutsuki Yabuki was very powerful, but he did not expect that he would be so powerful. Just by relying on the proliferation of some flesh balls, he could derive such a powerful force. This power is not the power of energy accumulation, but a kind of power that Otsutsuki Fate Style could not understand at that time. After Otsutsuki Fate Style implanted these proliferated cells into the intelligent life on that planet, the other party almost immediately gained a strange ability. This ability seemed to appear out of thin air. And it did not even require the consumption of chakra or any other energy. It was as if it directly obtained the authority of a certain ability. Of course, when this power appeared, although it was rather strange, it was not strong. At least with the Otsutsuki people present at the time, it could be handled completely. The destruction of the planet was not caused by these people who suddenly gained power. To be precise, it should be the authority possessed by these people. Perhaps because of some conflict between these authorities, when all the Otsutsuki people on that planet could not react, the catastrophic explosion occurred directly. Suddenly, an invisible wave appeared. Under the influence of this invisible wave, the entire planet was reduced to ash in less than half a minute. The entire planet was broken into particles. As for the Otsutsuki clan members, they only lasted a few seconds longer than the planet before being annihilated. What frightened the Otsutsuki Mingshi the most was that he saw with his own eyes that some of the Otsutsuki clan members used the ability of the wedge in time. The person who turned himself into a data-like existence originally thought that such a huge change would definitely attract the investigation of the clan. Even if he existed simply in the form of a wedge, he could hold on for a few days without being possessed, and should be able to wait for the rescue of the clan. However, what they did not expect was that their invincible wedge was directly disintegrated under the influence of the invisible wave. Seeing the strongest life-saving ability of his clan fail, the impact on the Otsutsuki Mingshi can be imagined. Fortunately, he was not on the planet at that time, but was flying outside the planet in his own vehicle. In addition, the invisible wave weakened rapidly after leaving the original range of the planet, which allowed him to escape. However, his escape was not smooth. Not only was his vehicle seriously damaged, but he himself was also hurt and consumed a lot of chakra, so that he was very weak when he arrived at the One Piece planet. Of course, with the means of absorbing life energy by the Otsutsuki clan, he quickly stabilized his injuries after arriving here, but because he was obsessed with using this planet for experiments, he absorbed it very restrainedly and basically did not alarm anyone. After that, this Otsutsuki Fate Style concentrated on studying his own experiments on the moon, and from time to time he harvested some supplies for exploration on the moon. As the days passed, the various lives created by the Otsutsuki Fate Style became more and more, and gradually became a burden, because the Otsutsuki Fate Style no longer needed them. So at that time, In addition to putting some of the created lives into the One Piece world for experiments, the rest were absorbed or destroyed by him, and this is why most of the cities on the moon are empty. At that time, the Otsutsuki fate style only left a few intelligent lives, asking them to help him conduct experiments and do some work. Otsutsuki Mingshiki was actually a little confused about what he wanted to study, because the invisible wave was really invisible. He didn't know what it was at all. He just suspected that it was a wave based on the scene of the destruction of the planet at that time. It was not until he recalled the scene when this wave collided with a wedge of the Otsutsuki clan that he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in common between the two. Although the wave was invisible, its performance when it collided with a wedge was somewhat similar to the performance when the wedge collided with a wedge. Therefore, Otsutsuki Mingshiki suspected that the invisible wave was likely a more advanced wedge, or an existence with similar properties to the wedge. In any case, such a discovery is a good thing for Otsutsuki Mingshiki. After all, he has a research direction, which is much better than aimless. Due to his personal habits, there were actually some original, unproliferated Otsutsuki aim cells left in the car he was driving at the time. Although the experimental data in hand was incomplete, fortunately there were corresponding experimental materials, and Otsutsuki Mingshiki started his experiment again. But this time he was not so anxious. Because of his experience, he did not rashly inject the newly proliferated Otsutsuki Yamai cells into other life forms. He implanted one cell each time to study it, and then completely destroyed it. Perhaps because of his caution this time, such an experiment did not produce the same wave as that time after more than 100 years, and gradually allowed him to find out some rules. He summarized and sorted out the results of the experiment, and finally came to a conclusion that the original Otsutsuki Yamai had become a god. The body of the god Otsutsuki Yamai contained his authority as a god, but these authorities did not appear on weekdays because they lacked the spirit of Otsutsuki Yamai to manage and apply them. Once the cells of Otsutsuki Yamai are implanted into other people's bodies, the authority will be transferred along with the cells. Although the principle of this authority is not fully understood, some rules have been found under the bold operation of Otsutsuki fate. That is, authority has always existed, but there is a lack of consciousness to control it. Even Otsutsuki Mingshiki speculated that the explosion of the planet was probably due to the activation of a large number of authorities, but there was no corresponding consciousness to control them, which led to the loss of control of these authorities, thus causing the disaster. After hundreds of years of research, some lives that were thrown into the world of One Piece for experiments returned to the moon. They wanted to see what it was like here, but they were all treated as nutrients for the experiment by Otsutsuki Mingshiki. It was not until about 400 years ago that Otsutsuki Mingshiki finally went crazy. After countless experiments, he still did not figure out what these authorities were, how they worked, and whether the disaster was caused by authority. The reason why Otsutsuki Mingshiki went crazy was that he implanted the most primitive cells of Otsutsuki Ibuki into the sacred tree without understanding anything. Chapter 164 Satellite. About 400 years ago, Long suddenly fell into memory. This seems to coincide with the time when the devil fruit appeared. According to the information we can find, this devil fruit seemed to have suddenly emerged from the sea about 400 years ago. There was no record of it before that. That's right, Bai Sui also agreed. Look at what is written here. At the beginning, in order to weaken the proportion of Otsutsuki Yamai cells in the body of the sacred tree to a certain extent, the Otsutsuki fate style also injected a large number of life samples from this planet into it. This may be the origin of those animal-type devil fruits. After all, the animal-type fruits are obviously very different from the superhuman and natural-type fruits. Long also nodded in approval. It is indeed possible. Although there are some exceptions in the animal-type fruits, there is indeed such a possibility. After all, now that I think about it, those animal-type fruits can really find corresponding prototypes on this planet, but their powers are often enhanced and exaggerated. This may be the effect of the Otsutsuki Yamai cells. As for the relevant information afterwards, there is no more. I don't know whether the experimental log at that time has been damaged or not recorded at all. In short, the information that can be obtained from the experimental log has stopped here. Although the Otsutsuki fate has not been found directly, nor the exact whereabouts of the sacred tree has been found. But just this laboratory now has brought great benefits to everyone. These experimental data are also very useful for everyone to study the Otsutsuki clan, and Long also took the initiative to tell everyone that he can provide some devil fruits for research. In this way, I believe that the Ninja Research Institute should be able to research something. In fact, Long has some hidden information about this. That is, as far as he knows, Vegapunk, the top scientist on the side of the world government, has tried to study the field of artificial devil fruits. Although he claimed to have failed, the Revolutionary Army learned through their own intelligence channels that it was actually successful, but not as perfect as Vegapunk himself expected. Not only that, but also Kato and Doflamingo, the smile fruit they developed secretly, is a low-profile imitation fruit, and it is said that it can only imitate animal-type fruits. In this way, Long has actually proved everyone's previous conjecture in another way. But he doesn't want to say it directly now. After all, the two sides are not one, but two completely different beings. Maybe they can share intelligence to a certain extent, but they must retain a certain amount of autonomy. Although from the perspective of strength, they may not be qualified at all, but since the ninja world has given them such an opportunity, he must seize it to be worthy of his current position. Walking out of this laboratory, Bai Sui looked back at the building again. It was written in the previous log that the Otsutsuki Mingshiki's vehicle actually fell on the roof of his laboratory. That is, the huge hole was actually for the convenience of his vehicle to take off, but we did not find his vehicle on this planet, and we don't know where it is now, and whether it has been damaged. Long seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself, Ultra King. Everyone present was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. What Ultra King? Do you know anything about it? Long shook his head. No, I don't know, but there has always been a legend on this planet. Legend has it that there are 3 ancient weapons in the name of God on this planet, namely Ultra King, Poseidon and Hades. It is said that each of these 3 ancient weapons has the power to destroy the world. Wu scratched his chin. Legend? No, not just a legend. I don't know what the other 2 are, but at least I know what Pluto is. Long shook his head and nodded. Legend has it that Pluto is a super battleship built by the 7 Water City. It is powerful enough to destroy an island with one shot. It is a truly terrible weapon. It is said that the drawings of Pluto's construction have been kept, and the top leaders of the world government have tried to find it many times. Both Pluto and his drawings have been the targets of the world government's search. They once expressed their desire to obtain Pluto during the era of great pirates, but they have never found it. So, you thought of the Heavenly King? That's right, the Heavenly King, as the name suggests, has something to do with this guy. If it is really the mount of this Otsutsuki Mikishiki, it makes sense. But I don't know what the Sea King is. Is it a sacred tree that fell into the sea? Ritu's thoughts also diverged. Such a statement immediately attracted Uchiha Madara's attention. After all, he was very serious when reading those logs before. Obviously, he was very interested in this so-called authority. If he could find the sacred tree that created authority, then he would naturally be more interested. Bai Sui shook his head. After all, how could he not know if others didn't know? This Sea King was not a sacred tree. It was just a mermaid princess who could communicate with Sea Kings. There is no need to consider the Sea King. If it is really a sacred tree, it will not be easily controlled and used by people. Let's focus on the present first. Let's first understand these research data, and then see if we can reverse deduce and track through the devil fruit. If successful, can't we find the sacred tree? Long had a different opinion. Senior, it's like this. According to the information we have obtained, the Uranus is very likely in the hands of the world government. Of course, this is just our guess. In fact, we don't have any definite information. Bai Sui was really not sure about this. After all, as mentioned before, Bai Sui had basically not watched much of One Piece in his previous life. He only watched famous scenes from fanfiction, such as the Battle of Marineford. But no matter which of these 2, no one had said exactly what the Uranus was. So in response to Long's guess, Bai Sui just nodded, indicating that he knew. As for whether to attack the world government directly because of this suspicion, that is the consideration of the ninja world. After all, he said before that this time, the communication and contact with the One Piece world will be left to them to decide. Although Long was a little disappointed with the attitude of Kashiwasui and others, he was more relieved. After all, if they could violate the previously established principles and choose to attack the world government directly because of the possible existence of the King of Heaven today, would they attack them for other reasons in the future? As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he had to make such considerations. Boom! A burst of fire caught the attention of Kashiwasui and others. Since they had divine consciousness as a guide along the way, they could be said to be the first group to complete the exploration. Except for 2 moons that were in disrepair and did not cause any battles, the battles on the other 3 moons have not ended yet. It is also true. No matter how you look at it, the Otsutsuki fate style was a high-ranking member of the Otsutsuki clan. What he knew and could do must not be simple. Although many defensive measures failed due to the passage of time, on the other hand, the killer moves that could survive such a long time without failure were obviously carefully arranged. As expected, with everyone's eyesight, it was easy to find that one of the moons with satellites, perhaps because of some trap triggered, saw that the satellite was falling towards the moon, and it hit the moon directly. Let's not talk about what happened to those Otsutsuki-level strongmen. At least the research facilities on the moon would be destroyed. There is no need to worry too much. After all, the Otsutsuki clan is best at controlling gravity and repulsion. The people in that team immediately used their pupil techniques to control the satellite. Although it was a bit laborious, under the gaze of everyone, the satellite was finally pushed away, and with the help of several people, it was relocated to its original orbit. However, the Otsutsuki fate may have anticipated that this trick might be cracked. Not long after those people pushed the satellite back into orbit, they saw that the satellite exploded directly. There should be some kind of spell or trap hidden in it. The power of the explosion is not small. However, even so, Kishiwasu and Uchiha Madara had no intention of going to help. After all, this was just a training. They, the later Otsutsuki strongmen, had no chance to fight against the Otsutsuki clan, so they were actually a little ignorant of the world. It is also a good thing to take this opportunity to dampen their arrogance. Another thing is that they have entered the Otsutsuki level after all, and they are not so easy to kill. After all, their lives have undergone a leap, and they are no longer mortals. Seeing that no one around him said anything, Long wanted to speak, but in the end he let it go. It was not until the battles on the other 3 moons were over that Kishiwasu nodded to Uchiha Madara and brought everyone to the moon where the satellite was blown up. The support team that had been watching came with him. It seemed that they were going to do post-war rescue. Bai Sui signaled them to continue doing their own things and not to bother him and others. Bai Sui and his team walked leisurely to the bottom of the previous satellite explosion point. There were the most fragments at this moment. Through observation, it can be found that this satellite has obviously been modified. The interior of the entire rock satellite has been replaced with a metal structure. Although the previous explosion caused a lot of metal to vaporize and fly away, it can still let everyone see the general appearance. It is very likely that this satellite was directly hollowed out by Otsutsuki Minshuki, and a mechanical core was built in it. This core seems to be driven by chakra, because there are still a lot of chakras left at the scene. After collecting these chakras and preparing to hand them over to the Research Institute for analysis, Bai Sui signaled everyone to stay away. He was going to restore the satellite. After all, no one present knew how much impact the lack of a satellite would have on the operation of this moon, and whether it would cause changes in the world of One Piece because of this moon. Bai Sui activated his deluxe version of the Samsara Eye, and only used the most basic gravity control to try to piece together the fragments. However, due to the previous explosion, many parts of the satellite were missing, so Bai Sui used gravity control to select a meteorite of moderate size, deflected its direction of movement, and finally landed in front of Bai Sui. With this meteorite as the core, the remaining fragments were pinched together under the control of gravity. Bai Sui was very skilled in gravity control, and with the blessing of the Samsara Eye, it was like a pair of invisible big hands, squeezing the exploded satellite into a ball, and finally rolled it into a ball and hung it back in orbit. The Long below initially tried to avoid the satellite fragments flying from the ground, but later found that these fragments were actually controlled by Kishiwasu and avoided by everyone, so he asked Wu beside him, "Can an Otsutsuki-level existence do this?" Wu glanced at Uchiha Madara beside him, and seeing that the other party did not express anything, he said to Long, "Not entirely. Only those who truly become Otsutsuki strongmen can do what Kishiwasu Sr. did when the chakra is sufficient. If someone has only reached the Otsutsuki level in terms of combat power, it may not be possible to do it. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and their control of gravity is not as good as that of the Otsutsuki. Take Ritsu and I for example, both of us have reached this level in terms of combat power alone, but our life level and energy accumulation have not reached that level, so we can't do it." Long had noticed the action that Wu had taken when he looked at Uchiha Madara before. In addition, Wu only mentioned himself and Ritsu, which shows that this Uchiha Madara should be the one who can do it. combined with the respect that Senjunaki had shown to Uchiha Madara before, Long had a guess. That is, could it be that only Kashiwako, Uchiha Madara and the two people with Otsutsuki in their names are the real Otsutsuki level? The others have only reached the level of combat power? Although thinking so, Long did not show it. After all, although he had not observed their battles up close, just based on their performance before, whether it was pushing the Fallen satellite back to its position or something else, even if it was just the level of combat power, it was not something that they in the One Piece world could easily provoke. Chapter 165 Water Escape Paradise. During the days when Kishiwasu and his team were exploring the moon, Luffy and his team not only found a new partner, Chopper, but also agreed to help Princess Vivi, who had previously joined the local undercover for the sake of the country, to save her hometown. However, when everyone arrived in Alabasta, they found that a riot had already occurred here. It turned out that it was the Baroque studio led by Crocodile that implemented this so-called Utopia operation in Alabasta. Except for the capital Albana, the entire Alabasta has not had a drop of rain for 3 years. Under the deliberate guidance of the studio, the citizens thought that the drought was caused by the king of the capital privately using dancing powder, a drug banned by the world government, to force rainfall. As a result, rebellions broke out everywhere in Alabasta, and war was everywhere. Since the leader of the rebel army was Vivi's childhood sweetheart Kosa, Luffy and his team decided to go to Yuba first to stop the rebel army's actions. During this period, they met Luffy's sworn brother Ace, the user of the Flame Fruit ability. From Ace's mouth, he learned that he is now the second captain of the Whitebird Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and he came here to hunt down a traitor of the Whitebird Pirates, Blackbeard Teach, who brutally killed the 4th captain of the Whitebird Pirates in order to snatch the dark fruit. On the way, he also met Smoker, who was chasing all the way. As a natural devil fruit, Ace fought with Smoker and successfully forced him back. Before leaving, Ace gave his life card to Luffy to prevent Luffy from worrying about him. The journey of the group was still not smooth. When they arrived in Yuba, it was deserted, and only Kosha's father was left. At this point, Luffy decided to lead everyone to the Rainy Land and fight to the death with Sand Crocodile, the Sand Fruit ability user with the title of King of the Desert. On the other side, Crocodile has also summoned all his men, and sucked the water out of MR3's body, who was not doing his job well, and fed it to the crocodile. After that, Crocodile used the trap he had set up early to trap Luffy and others who were fighting with Smoker. Due to Crocodile's careful preparation, the cage used to capture and imprison them was inlaid with sea stone. Since sea stone is hard and has the ability to seal the ability of the fruit of the ability user, even Smoker, who can turn his body into smoke, could not escape from it. Fortunately, the people in Baroque Studio at that time thought that Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata were also fruit ability users, so they left directly after locking them up. After that, Naruto broke the cage with his Rasengan and released everyone. At the same time, he also rescued MR3 who was swallowed by the crocodile before. In order to repay everyone, Smoker gave up the pursuit of everyone. During the time when Luffy and others were captured, MR2, also known as Von Clay, used his ability to imitate the fruit to transform himself into the appearance of the king. He directly despised all the citizens in public and ordered his guards to shoot and attack the rebel leader Kosa, who came to negotiate. It was also because of this that Kosha made up his mind to launch an armed uprising and attack the capital of the kingdom, Albana. After Luffy and others escaped from the cage, they continued to head towards the capital. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred on the way. Crocodile suddenly appeared and wanted to capture Vivi to threaten the king of Alabasta to hand over the historical text that had been kept secret. Seeing this, Luffy asked everyone to go first and stayed alone to cover the rear. It was a pity that Crocodile was a natural sand fruit ability user. Like Smoker, whom he had contacted before, he could elementalize his body. Under such a huge gap, Crocodile, who could change his body shape and stayed at will, beat Luffy without any ability to fight back. He almost died here directly. After all, the gap in strength between the two was too big, and they were not on the same dimension at all. Throughout the battle, Crocodile felt pain only when he was held by Luffy's blood-soaked hand. Crocodile was somewhat bored with such an opponent. He just threw Luffy into a quicksand he made in the desert and turned away. However, Miss Sunday, also known as Nico Robin, in the Baroque studio secretly rescued Luffy and saved his life. When Vivi led everyone to the capital Albana, The uprising war had already broken out here. After realizing that Baroque Studio was involved, everyone looked for corresponding opponents to solve it. However, when the war broke out here, a special ship arrived at the port of Alabasta. The reason why this ship is special is that this ship does not rely on the wind to blow the sails, nor does it rely on steam and oars. When the whole ship moves on the sea, it is engulfed and pushed by the waves. When the boat stopped, a group of people jumped off the boat. The leader had long curly yellow hair, no eyebrows, a mustache and a mustache. He wore a high-necked windbreaker, a black ribbon tied around his waist, and a green autumn coat lined on the inside. He looked a bit out of place in this country full of winds and sand. It seems that this is Alabasta. According to the previous agreement, we will be responsible for making it rain on this land. As for how to negotiate specifically, it is a problem for your revolutionary army. The person who spoke was the second-generation Mizuka Hazuki Jinjutsu in the original Naruto time and space. Okay, no problem, I will be responsible for the negotiation. As for the work of raining later, I will trouble you. The person who spoke was a man wearing a black hat and shoulder-length brown curly hair. He was also Barney Joe, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army in the front section of the Grand Line. It turned out that when Long took Sabo and the others to the East China Sea, although they did not stop directly in Alabasta, someone informed them of the situation here. When they learned that there was a perennial water shortage here and the people were suffering, Long had an idea to see if he could turn this place into one of his revolutionary territories. However, because he had to go to the outpost of the ninja world at that time, Long just kept this matter in his heart and did not take any action. He only mentioned it when talking to Senju Naoki. Knowing that most of the surface area of the planet was seawater, the ninja world deliberately transferred a large number of ninjas who were proficient in water escape to come, so Senju Naoki arranged them to come to the kingdom of Alabasta. This was the first formal cooperation between the two parties, so both parties attached great importance to it. At the beginning, because he heard that this country was all desert, Senju Naoki actually had the idea of doing it himself, because his grandfather Senju Hashirama had once turned the desert of the original Wind Kingdom into a forest by his own strength. He also wanted to try it, but there was no desert that needed to be governed on the ninja world side, so he had to give up. Nowadays, there is such a country suitable for training. Senju Naoki feels that if he does not go there to plant a few trees, it would be a waste of his coming to this planet. However, as the person in charge of the entire previous work, there are still many tasks waiting for his arrangement, and he cannot do it arbitrarily, so he had to give up. However, he did not give up on this matter, but decided to plant trees when he passed by this country when he went to the Grand Line. At the same time, considering that the combat effectiveness of the water escape ninja will be weakened in the desert, there is also a master accompanying him this time. This person is the second-generation Wind Shadow in the original time and space Shimon. He is bald and has a blue dragon tattoo with a black claw on his head and right eye. He wears a yellow cloak, a gray silk belt waist, and a black tight combat uniform. The whole person's temperament is more in line with this desert. The reason why Shimon came is that he relied on his talent to develop the ability to control sand and gravel through chakra. It can be said that he is a chakra version of the sand fruit ability user. Speaking of which, Kashiwasu also has a great liking for this salmon. After all, he not only developed the puppet manipulation technique, but also developed a series of sand manipulation techniques based on what he saw Shukaku controlling the sand when he was a child. In the original work, Gaara's sand manipulation ability came from his mother and Shukaku, while Salmon's sand manipulation ability came entirely from himself. This time, coming to Alabasta was actually also instructed by Kashiwasu. After all, if he could fight against a strong man who also controlled the sand, it would be helpful to Salmon. As for whether Salmon and the others would be Crocodile's opponents, Kashiwasu had never worried about this. After all, Luffy could defeat him in the original situation. Although there was a certain element of luck in it, it could also explain some things. After all, no matter how good Luffy's luck was, he couldn't defeat Kashiwasu now. Of course, Kashiwasu actually felt that Crocodile should not only be able to fight Luffy at the level he showed from time to time. After all, he was still one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Kashiwasu could only think that it was because Whitebird had dealt him too much of a blow. Crocodile, who had been smooth sailing all his life, had never really lost since he obtained the ability of the sand fruit. Even becoming a 7 warlord of the sea was so smooth, which made him think that he was the second best man in the world. At this moment, Crocodile, who felt that he was invincible, found Whitebird, who was recognized as the strongest man in the world. In that battle, Crocodile lost completely, and his mood was directly shattered by Whitebird. He became depressed and even began to seek help from external objects, trying to find the ancient weapon Pluto to kill Whitebird and get himself out of the psychological shadow. In fact, Kashiwasa had doubts about this. Perhaps Crocodile was on the verge of awakening the Conqueror's Haki. Once he defeated Whitebird, maybe if he held on for a little longer, he would most likely awaken the Conqueror's Haki. After all, that was his state of mind at the time. After all, his victories along the way had already raised his spirit to the top, and he was challenging the world's strongest. Unfortunately, Whitebird was too ruthless at the time and beat Crocodile to death. It can only be said that it was fate. The Revolutionary Army's trip was to pull the Kingdom of Alabasta into the group, or to pull the Revolutionary Army that overthrew the current regime into the group. Both of these are actually possible for the Revolutionary Army. After all, it was the 7 warlords of the sea, who were specially authorized by the world government, who forced the entire Kingdom of Alabasta to suffer. This hatred can easily be directed to the world government. After all, the reason why the entire country is so difficult is that although there is crocodile in it, there is also the high amount of Cheyenne Shangjin collected by the world government, which forces the entire Alabasta to not even pay for buying water from other countries. On the way to the capital, Hozuki has been feeling the water vapor in the air. He found that although the moisture content in the air above the entire Alabasta kingdom has decreased as they gradually move away from the ocean, the overall proportion is still very high. Even in this vast desert, the air is only dry in the area close to the surface. In the higher position, the water vapor content is still considerable. There is no way to do this. After all, the surface area distribution of this world is like this. The proportion of the ocean is far greater than that of the land. In fact, except for the red soil continent, other so-called land is just an island. This is really a paradise for us water-style ninjas. Hozuki couldn't help but sigh. Such a sigh had never happened before when he was controlling the flow of water on the sea. After all, although the sea is their main battlefield, they are also human beings after all. They still have to live on land. They can't live in the sea forever. In addition, they were actually sent here just after they came to the outpost from the ninja world, so he had only read some text materials and did not have a very clear personal experience. At this moment, everyone was walking on the desert. There was such abundant water vapor here, and other places could be imagined. That was why he had such a feeling. In fact, this was also because he did not understand this world. He did not know that there was a Fishman Island built on the seabed. It was a beautiful city located nearly 10,000 meters below the sea surface. It was completely surrounded by seawater. If this one-piece world was a paradise for water-style ninjas, then Mermaid Island should be the holy city of Jerusalem. With the guidance of the satellite in the sky, everyone could be said to be heading straight for the capital of Alabasta. After all, judging from the pictures taken by the satellite, the situation in the capital was not very good. Although the fight had not started yet, the army was already pressing in. Chapter 166 The Collision of Sand and Sand. Sand Manipulation Technique. After forming a seal, Shimon clapped his hands on the ground, and through his own chakra control, several sand plates were generated under the feet of everyone. With the support of these sand plates, everyone immediately got rid of the walking method of movement and switched to a faster flight. However, because they had to lead many people to fly together at the same time, the consumption of chakra was very large, which resulted in the flight not being continuous. They had to stop and run after flying for a while. After all, Shimon Sand's manipulation technique relied on himself, and there was no shukaku in his body to provide chakra. But even if it was just relying on this short-term flight movement, it actually greatly shortened the travel time of everyone. Finally, not long after the rebels started the war, they arrived at the capital. Through satellite observation, several battles were obviously different. After all, unlike ordinary rebels, the Straw Hat Pirates and Baroque Studios were not ordinary people. Whether it was the power or the range of influence during the battle, they were more conspicuous. Therefore, everyone saw Usopp, who was still insisting despite having all his bones broken, Nami, who developed the true use of the weather stick, and Zoro, who truly integrated the iron cutting into his own swordsmanship and used the sword style, Lion's Elegy. Shimon and others didn't think much of Zoro's sword, but Mifune, who was also watching through the satellite broadcast, smiled a little and increased Deshiji's training. After all, the disciple he chose couldn't be weaker than others. As for Crocodile, he brought Robin to the palace and told Vivi his real plan, saying that he actually wanted to find Pluto, one of the three ancient weapons, and wanted to use it to rule the world. In the legend, the history of Alabasta recorded the news of Pluto. Not only that, Crocodile also installed a huge time bomb in the city, and he secretly arranged his men to shoot Kosa to increase the resentment between the two sides, causing the war between the two sides to escalate and could not be easily stopped. At this time, Luffy flew down from the sky on a big bird and fought a back-to-water battle with Crocodile. Yes, it was literally back to water. Luffy carried a large bucket on his back, which he discovered when he infected Crocodile with his own blood. When he was beaten unilaterally by Crocodile, Luffy found that Crocodile could not turn into sand only when it was wet with his own blood. He was careful at that time, but he couldn't really use his own blood to soak the opponent in the real battle. He still had to find the corresponding water source. So after going through some hardships, Luffy found Kosa's father and obtained the remaining water of the opponent, which made Luffy confident that he could come and defeat Crocodile. In this battle, Luffy developed a lot of ways to use the rubber fruit, which improved his own strength. He unexpectedly sprayed Crocodile with the water he prepared, so that the opponent could not turn into sand temporarily. This was the first time that Crocodile was truly injured. However, this is all Luffy can do now. After Crocodile further used his fruit ability, the entire land was absorbed by Crocodile and turned into a wasteland. With the blessing of the rain and Crocodile's gradual seriousness, he absorbed the water in Luffy's body with just one move and threw it aside like garbage. His ability is similar to my quicksand falls. Salmon, who had arrived at the scene, looked at Crocodile's battle in the distance and was excited. Seeing that Crocodile was about to head towards the palace, Salmon looked at Barney Joe beside him, waiting for his decision. After all, the purpose of their trip was to assist a revolutionary army, and he couldn't let his excitement affect this action. He still clearly distinguished between public and private. Barney Joe would not actually stop this situation. After all, both Princess Vivi and the King of Alabasta now know their biggest enemy and the reason for this situation. So if Crocodile is solved here, there will be no conflict with their goals. Another thing is that Shimon gave the decision-making power to Barney Joe out of respect for their revolutionary army. But if he himself does not know what is good for him, then he is really shameless. After all, the people present, not to mention Shimon and Ghost Lantern, even the other people are not weak. It can be said that this journey from the East China Sea to the Grand Line depends entirely on the strength of these people. And if their trip goes smoothly, in the future, maybe everyone will have to work together for a long time, so it is better not to offend people easily. In addition, Barney Joe's personality is very good, so he will naturally not deliberately look for anything unpleasant. Seeing that Barney Joe had agreed with his idea, Shimon was not polite and directly formed seals with both hands. Sand coffin. Under the control of chakra, the sand that was originally created by Crocodile was forced to betray and suddenly jumped out from the ground to tightly wrap Crocodile's body. Sandfall funeral. Seeing that his ninjutsu was successful, Shimon immediately changed his tactics and crushed the enemy instantly by greatly increasing the pressure of the sand in a short period of time. With the use of Sandfall funeral, the entire sand ball wrapped around Crocodile was also deformed and crushed, and the whole collapsed to the ground. However, there was only sand, and there was no blood or human body parts. Then, the sand on the ground suddenly began to move, piling up from the ground, and gradually piling up into the shape of a person. Obviously, this was because Crocodile turned himself into sand in a critical moment, so he escaped the strong pressure of Sandfall funeral. Seeing that Crocodile was about to recover from the sand state to human form, Shaman naturally couldn't let him do what he wanted. Sand tornado. A large amount of sand flew around Crocodile frantically, blowing away his newly gathered salmon again. Due to the large amount of sand wrapped around him, Crocodile couldn't get out of the predicament at all, and could only passively accept this destruction. Of course, the so-called destruction is actually from the perspective of the human body. In fact, from the perspective of sand, this is just a very ordinary journey. After all, whether the sand is flying in the sky or falling on the ground, it is still sand, and there is no substantial change. Perhaps it was also aware of this that Shaman gradually changed his ninjutsu and added a lot of wind blades to the sand tornado, trying to rely on these wind blades to grind the sands in the tornado into finer powder, preferably directly into dust. In fact, Shaman is not proficient in fire escape, otherwise, He will now have an additional choice, that is, to burn the sands through the blazing flames, turning them from sand into glass, and I believe it will definitely cause damage to Crocodile. This experience was obtained from Hazuki Huanayu. After all, Hazuki Huanayu's family originally had the secret art of water transformation. In a sense, it was not much different from the natural devil fruit that could transform into elements. The best way to deal with Hazuki Huanayu, who had already transformed into water, was ice and fire. Either by freezing the water into ice, or by high temperature, the water could be turned into gas. Both of these changes could cause massive damage to the user of water transformation. Hazuki Huanayu thought that it would be a good solution to deal with these enemies who had transformed into elements. After all, they were not the most domineering in the world, and even the fairy arts were not easily mastered by everyone. In other words, in the absence of special attack means, trying freezing and burning might be the most universal choice. However, whether it was freezing or burning, or fairy arts, Shaman was not proficient in them. It was not that they could not be used at all, but that they were not compatible and the power was too low. Even if they were used reluctantly, they might not only fail to inflict damage to the opponent, but also give the opponent a chance to escape. After all, in this situation, although Shimon didn't have any good means of killing, he had already trapped Crocodile in place through the ninjutsu of Sand Tornado. To be honest, if it wasn't for the purpose of experimenting with his own ninjutsu, Shimon could have poured a bucket of water in to destroy Crocodile's desertification effect. After all, his Sand Tornado was not afraid of water. When Crocodile, who had recovered to human form, was in this Sand Tornado, he would really be injured. In fact, Shimon really thought too much about this. Crocodile was not afraid of water now, at least not a small amount of water. After all, he was in a state of desertification, that is, he was using the devil fruit. In this case, Crocodile could directly absorb the surrounding moisture. The bucket of water poured in would be directly absorbed and could not make him withdraw directly from the desertification. If you really want to affect Crocodile's desertification, you must do it before he uses the power of the devil fruit. It's like, if you pour water on the surface of a piece of sand in advance, the water will prevent the sand below from being blown away. But when the wind and sand have already blown up, if you use the same amount of water as before, the effect will be much worse. Of course, the above are all talking about ordinary fresh water. If you directly pour seawater on him, it will be a different scene. After all, the trace seastone molecules in the seawater will make the devil fruit's ability invalid through restrained, which is another discussion. The question now is how long can Crocodile maintain the elementalization, and how long can the Sand Tornado of Shaman last? After all, neither Crocodile nor Shimon can use their abilities without limit. On the one hand, using elementalization is equivalent to using the power of the devil fruit to attack, which consumes physical strength. On the other hand, it is more direct. The Sand Tornado can rotate while not being robbed of the control of the sand by Crocodile after the chakra is controlled. If the chakra is not enough, not only will the Sand Tornado stop, but all the sand will be controlled by Crocodile again. So, the problem now has changed. It has become a competition between the two sides for physical strength and chakra, and it has become a war of attrition. Of course, this is under the premise that the two are fighting alone, but don't forget that Shimon is not alone. Although Shimon wants to hone his skills through Crocodile, he really didn't expect that this Crocodile is a bit bad. Although his ability to save his life is very strong, his own control and other abilities are not strong. He was easily subdued, which made Shimon feel like punching a fist in the sand, which is a bit boring. Kimmy, why don't you leave it to me? If I rely on myself to grind him to death, it will take too long, and there is a possibility that he will escape. Shaman also spoke at the right time and decided to let Kazuki Hazuki take action to deal with the opponent. Kazuki Hazuki thought about it and decided to use a different ninjutsu. Okay, then leave it to me, but you have to maintain the Sand Tornado to prevent him from escaping. Isn't he more afraid of water? Then I will bring a heavy rain here, water escape, oilization, steaming danger and violence. Kazuki Hazuki first turned himself into oil, and then used nearly 4/5 of his chakra to construct a large oil and water clone. This clone has oil on the outermost layer and water on the inside. By controlling the amount of water vapor in the body, the clone can fly freely in the air. So under the gaze of everyone, this huge Kazuki Hazuki, who had become fatter by who knows how many times, flew into the sky and suddenly exploded at a very high position. This is because the oil on its outer layer generated a lot of heat and the intense friction, which vaporized all the water inside. After that, a large amount of vaporized chakra water vapor began to combine with the free water vapor in the sky, and then through the control of chakra, the water vapor gathered towards the center, and finally formed a large and thick cloud. The previous explosion had already attracted the attention of everyone in the capital. When they saw dark clouds suddenly appear in the sky and it began to rain, everyone forgot about the battle for a while. After all, the most fundamental reason why the rebels came to attack the capital was that they could no longer live because of the lack of water. In addition, the instigation of Baroque Studio made the people think that the rainfall in the capital was due to the use of dancing powder, but now, what everyone saw was obviously different from the rumors. Chapter 167, Trisala in Luffy. Because Baroque Studio had used dancing powder many times, a lot of water vapor gathered in the sky above the entire capital. At this moment, due to the explosion of the ghost lantern Huanayu oil and water clone, and a series of operations afterwards, the sky gradually became gloomy, covered with dark clouds, the sun was blocked, and the whole world suddenly became dim. Above the originally red-hot sand, a breeze blew up, blowing up some relatively fine sand and dust. Suddenly, a flash of lightning broke through the sky, followed by two loud noises in no particular order. One was the roar of thunder, and the other was the explosion of the clone. Then, drops of rain began to fall from the sky, mixed with some small hail, hitting the sand and gravel and making a bang-bang sound. The sound became more and more dense, and it became more and more difficult to distinguish, and finally gathered into noisy sound. The rain not only wet the rebels and guards present, but also soaked the sand and soil that had become a desert, turning the originally distinct gravel into muddy wetland. Looking at the ground like this, a water escape ninja who came with him felt a little itchy. This was because in addition to his exquisite water escape, he was also very proficient in earth escape. He had also participated in the ninjutsu infrastructure work on the ninja side. His best achievement was to cultivate more than 300 acres of gravel land into fertile fields in half a month by his own strength. Looking at the ground like this now, he actually felt a little nostalgic. As the rain continued to fall, the sand tornado that had never stopped also absorbed a lot of rainwater. Due to the addition of these rainwater, not only did the rotation speed of the tornado decrease, but the consumption of chakra was also increased to a higher level, which further accelerated the speed of the chakra depletion of the sand gate. Fortunately, compared to the sand gate, Crocodile was the one who couldn't hold on earlier. Although he could absorb water in the desertified state, he had been continuously turning on the desertification for a long time and had already consumed a lot of physical strength. At this moment, coupled with the burden of absorbing a lot of water, he was directly crushed. In other words, Crocodile had already been crushed. When he fought with Whitebird, he was completely defeated. His spirit, pride and persistence were all destroyed in that battle. Now he is just a shell of Crocodile. It is precisely because he has lost his inner god that Crocodile is now just a paper tiger. He relies entirely on the power of the sand fruit to show off his power. In fact, there is no inner self in it, just like the current situation. It can be said that there is no need to exchange people like Luffy or Naruto with him. Even if it is any mature Genin, as long as he can master the power of the sand fruit, he will not be bullied by the Sandman like this with this ruthlessness alone. Even if Hazuki Huanayu uses water escape to have a restraining effect, if he is willing to exchange injuries and fight ruthlessly, he will definitely not end up like this. It can only be said that Crocodile, who has no inner core, has really become a tool. He has changed from a Sand Devil Fruit ability user to a Sand Devil Fruit controller. It can be said that he has lowered the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea by several levels by his own strength. Blessings and disasters are intertwined, and disasters and blessings are intertwined. Everything in this world is not static. Although this defeat has completely trampled Crocodile's face into the mud, isn't this an opportunity for him to regain himself? Whether it is a rebound from the bottom or a complete self-destruction, it depends on his own luck. After all, what awaits Crocodile is not just being knocked down like now, but also the spread of the news bird, which will spread this news to every corner of the world. Everyone will know that he, Crocodile, is just not a positive image, but will be the object of everyone's ridicule. I believe that he will be touched when he sees this newspaper in the Impulse City in the future. I just don't know if he can really learn from his shame and regain his lost god and climb to his own peak again. The rain did not stop with the appearance of Crocodile, Or it can be said that the rain is no longer controlled by Ghost Lantern Huanayu. The sky above the entire capital has gathered too much water vapor due to dancing powder. This heavy rain will probably last for a long time. The rain hit the roof, the city wall, and the lawn. The broken raindrops gathered on the wall, on the road, and on the steps, and finally gathered into streams, flowing out along the several city gates of the capital. The torrential rain not only washed away the anger of the warring parties, but also washed away the dry air that had been lingering in the desert, and completely suppressed the hazy dust that had been floating in the air, bringing a long-lost sense of coolness to everyone present. Many people even crawled directly in the rain, enjoying the baptism from nature. In this water curtain, Gui Deng Huanyu and others walked into the palace of Alabasta in the respectful eyes of everyone. There were constant lightning and thunder in the sky outside the palace, as if to set the atmosphere for the next conversation. In the eyes of Vivi and the king of Alabasta, they added a sense of mystery and magnificence. Of course, everyone has not forgotten what Crocodile had said before. He placed a huge time bomb in this capital. If everyone does not dismantle it in time, it will be a huge hidden danger. Fortunately, Robin, who had hidden his identity, showed up and said that he was an employee of Baroque Studio who had turned from darkness to light. He led everyone to quickly find the huge bomb hidden on the top of the clock tower. After confirming that the bomb could not be dismantled within the time limit, Shaman used the sand manipulation technique to lift it to high altitude to reduce the impact of the explosion on the city. Under the impact of the huge explosion, the rain clouds in the sky were greatly oppressed and torn, and the rain became more intense for a while. However, I don't know if it was because of the explosion, and a large amount of precipitation broke out in a short period of time. The rain gradually stopped, the sky gradually cleared up, and the sun shone on the land again. For a while, the whole world became fresher and brighter, as if because of the baptism just experienced, the whole country was rejuvenated with new vitality and vigor. Luffy, who was on the verge of death due to dehydration, also regained his vitality. After being drenched by rain for so long, Luffy climbed up again with his own perseverance. After a simple look around, he confirmed that he did not see Crocodile, and immediately ran towards the palace. After all, in his opinion, without his obstruction, Crocodile must have entered the palace. So to speak, it is not wrong. After all, Crocodile is indeed in the palace now, but he did not walk in by himself, but was dragged in like a dead dog. Now he is lying at the feet of the king of Alabasta, and because of the seal of the ninjas, he will not wake up for a while. Before, it's not that everyone didn't see Luffy, but on the one hand, everyone was unfamiliar with him. Even Barney Joe didn't know that Luffy was his boss's son, otherwise he would definitely come forward to help. So although everyone admired Luffy's spirit and will before, they didn't intervene. After all, they had more important things to do. If they really wanted to save people, they had to wait until they had an agreement with the king of Alabasta. After all, there were too many wounded in the capital, and if they really needed treatment, it wasn't just Luffy who needed it. After talking with Nefertari Cobra, the 12th king of the kingdom of Alabasta, the two sides only roughly finalized a few cooperation contents, and were suddenly broken by Luffy. Luffy, who was originally ready to take action, was stunned when he saw Crocodile lying on the ground. Then, when he saw Vivi and the king who were intact, he collapsed to the ground and snored. Luffy, seeing Luffy suddenly rushing in and falling, Vivi shouted nervously. The guards who were originally there to stop Luffy, after hearing their princess's shout, quickened their pace and rushed in. It was Shimon and the others who went forward to check and confirmed that Luffy was fine, just tired and fell asleep. After that, the king asked the guards to take Luffy out for a good rest. Speaking of which, after checking Luffy's body, Shimon and the others also cited the strong life of the human beings in this world. Although they had seen some information about this before, only by really checking it out could they know how outrageous it was. You know, it was dehydration. At least 60% of the water in Luffy's body had been extracted. Not to mention that he didn't die, he could even recover directly in a short time. This was no longer outrageous, it was simply outrageous to the point of opening the door to outrageousness, outrageous to the extreme. That is to say, when they were in the ninja world before, Bai Sui did not bring out the novel three-body, otherwise they would definitely think of the three-body people who could dehydrate themselves. In the end, Shaman and others could only attribute this phenomenon to the strong vitality of the people here and the magic of the devil fruit. However, since it has been interrupted, Barney Joe's secret talk with Cobra and Vivi has been temporarily terminated. After all, Barney Joe's identity is also not visible to the public. Although Cobra and others also want to escape the fate of being oppressed by the world government, they don't want this matter to be made a big fuss, at least not at this stage. After all, their Nefertari family is one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 800 years ago, and they are still very familiar with the strength of the world government. In addition, a guard came to report that someone from the Navy headquarters had come to arrest the criminal crocodile, so Barney Joe tactfully withdrew and went to the room arranged by the king to rest first. After some negotiations, most of the credit for defeating Rockdale was given to the Straw Hat Pirates, and Smoker left with a former Shichibuke. Speaking of which, the Shichibuke was used by the world government to check and balance the Navy. The Navy not only disliked the policy of the Shichibuke, but also disliked their actions. However, in the past, due to the orders of the world government and the intimidation of the 4 emperors, the Navy was not easy to take action against them. But the situation is different now. Not only did the Shichibuke take the initiative to break the rules, but they were also caught directly when they were using their means. In this way, not only can they use this incident to suppress the entire Shichibuke, but they can also use this as a reason to protest to the world government. Even if it doesn't have much effect, at least the Navy can relax psychologically. It is for this reason that Smoker came to the King of Alabasta so shamelessly to ask for someone. After all, it was not just Crocodile who lost face in this matter. Their Navy also lost some points. After all, they were kept in the dark about the whole thing. In the end, it was a pirate who had just gone to sea not long ago who defeated Crocodile. However, compared with the face that Crocodile lost, the Navy was nothing. It was for this reason that the Navy left in a hurry. After all, they were escorting the 7 warlords of the sea. Although they had been subdued, it was precisely because of this that they could not be careless. After all, if the captured crocodile escaped, then the final joke would become their Navy. Fortunately, Crocodile himself had no intention of escaping. In addition, the Navy was cautious along the way, and finally sent the former 7 warlords of the sea into impaled down smoothly, and was also imprisoned in the lowest level 6. It was also with the spread of the news of Crocodile's arrest that the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy officially entered the side of a group of forces in the Grand Line. After all, even if the news intentionally concealed some details of Crocodile's arrest, those real big forces could still easily learn about the Straw Hat Pirates if they wanted to inquire. In the days that followed, Hazuki and others helped the Kingdom of Alabasta to make rain according to the conditions agreed upon before. Their way of making rain was very simple, that is, to arrange these ninjas who were proficient in water escape to the cities by the sea, extract water vapor from the sea and spread it towards the island. After all, the entire Alabasta area exceeds 10 million square kilometers, which is also a superpower in the Grand Line. Although there are only a dozen of them to operate this matter, it seems a bit stretched, but in fact, since there is no Baroque studio operating in secret, plus the assistance of these people, I believe that it will not take long for the entire kingdom to resume reigning. Chapter 168 The Fastest Man. After exploring the ruins on the moon, Bai Sui returned directly to the ninja world, ready to absorb the harvest this time. At the same time, before leaving, he sent a message to Hashirama Senju, who was still traveling in the One Piece world, informing him that he was about to return to the ninja world, and everything here would be handed over to him to take care of. After all, Bai Sui is not a person who has nothing to do. Before, the reason why he followed Luffy and others in the One Piece world was, on the one hand, to satisfy his own little hobby, and on the other hand, to collect relevant information about the Otsutsuki people. The harvest now is already sufficient. Although they did not directly find the sacred tree saplings they wanted to find the most, they also harvested a lot of experimental data on this trip to the moon. Oh, by the way, these experimental data are not only on the moon that Bai Sui and others explored. There are also various laboratories on the other 5 moons, which also store a lot of research data. In addition, Tsunade went to the Drum Island before and exchanged medical skills with Dr. Kulia, the 139-year-old immortal witch. She obtained many pharmaceutical technologies from the other party. After Tsunade's summary and induction, she integrated them with the alchemy technology of the Otsutsuki clan, which provided a good resource for Kashiwa Sui. And this is just one example. With many cutting-edge talents in the ninja world, they have successively gone to the One Piece world. After some exchanges and collisions at the cultural and technical levels of both sides, many sweet fruits have been produced. Any of these technical achievements is new knowledge for Bai Sui now. If he is allowed to study and deduce by himself, it will take up a lot of his energy and may not succeed. After all, sometimes success is so lucky. But now, Bai Sui does not need to do that. He just needs to stay in his own Taishi mansion honestly, and someone will hand him all kinds of cutting-edge scientific research results. What he needs to do is just to select the part he wants and finds useful to absorb, that's all, and this is also one of the purposes of his previous efforts to improve the entire ninja world. After all, at the level of Bai Sui now, it is extremely difficult to make any major breakthroughs and enhancements. If he only relies on Bai Sui to collect, the manpower and time consumed will be an astronomical figure. It is precisely because of this cross-civilization exchange that has gained so much that Bai Sui even has an idea. He doesn't know whether he should go to the universe to find other life planets. It's really too comfortable to lie at home and eat dividends. After all, what the ninja world provides to Bai Sui is not just the product of the collision of two different civilizations and technologies, but also the corresponding screening and refinement of the people in the research institute. Some of them are even the results of in-depth research in a certain direction, according to Bai Sui's requirements. In short, it is now Bai Sui. As long as he puts forward his own needs, the entire ninja world will find a way to help Bai Sui meet them. Of course, the exploration of the ninja world in the One Piece world was not all smooth sailing. After all, the top leaders of the ninja world had previously issued an order to limit high-end combat power, which caused a lot of frustration for those who went to explore. However, there are many powerful people in the ninja world now, both big and small. There is no need for Bai Sui to personally solve all kinds of big and small things. They are often written in the report after the incident and passed over in the report. This is not to say that Bai Sui has been sidelined by the top leaders of the ninja world. Don't forget that everything he has now is actually based on his own strength. As long as his strength is still there, no one can really sideline him. So Bai Sui is happy that those people don't come to him. After all, those big and small troubles are sometimes not good to manage or ignore, so he really doesn't like to take over. If he has the time, it's better to read more related books and learn about the latest cutting-edge technology. To be honest, because of the orders from the top ninjas, the speed of scientific research has been slowed down. When Orochimaru went to the One Piece world, he wanted to find Vegapunk for a technical exchange. However, the ninja world at that time did not agree to Orochimaru's application for political reasons. Otherwise, there might be a lot of new technologies in the current ninja world. After all, both Vegapunk and Orochimaru have a lot of experience in the research of life. You know, both of them are high-end talents who can develop cloning technology from scratch in the original world. I believe that when they meet, they will have a lot of common language. Taking the brocade box sent by the Research Institute, after opening it, he saw a devil fruit inside. Bai Sui looked at the devil fruit in his hand and fell into deep thought, because he actually felt that his body would spontaneously emerge with a desire. This kind of purely physical desire, Bai Sui has not felt it for a long time, but now it has suddenly appeared. Although this consciousness is very small, it does exist. After a thorough self-examination, Bai Sui confirmed that there was nothing wrong with him. So the problem must be the devil fruit in front of him. But the problem came again. In the original One Piece world, the devil fruit did not seem to show the ability to tempt people to eat it. Even before it was given to Bai Sui, the staff of the Research Institute did not have this idea when conducting experiments on it. Bai Sui even asked for a few more devil fruits from the Research Institute for rigor. But through experimental comparison, every devil fruit made Bai Sui's body desire it. What does this show? This shows that it is not purely physical. There must be a deeper internal reason for the desire for this fruit. So what is it? Is it the authority mentioned in the research materials of Otsutsuki fate? Is it my own body that is longing for the so-called authority? After all, this devil fruit can bring not only benefits, but also the disadvantage of fearing seastone molecules. Although the ninja world has not yet studied the specific principle of seastone working, it is obviously adding a weakness to itself. However, this is actually impossible to happen, because when Bai Sui crossed the realm of human immortals, his body had already undergone a transformation, and he already had the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. How could he be eager to add a weakness to himself? You must know that this kind of weakness is not to say that there is a means and ability to restrain oneself is called a weakness. but it will directly make Bai Sui imperfect. So what kind of thing can make Bai Sui's body want to get it when he knows that it will become imperfect? Is it this authority? Does this authority really have such powerful benefits? Because it has not been studied clearly yet, although he is a little tempted, Bai Sui did not eat it easily, although Bai Sui has the ability to read the rhythm at any time, so that he can restore himself to a certain state before. But don't forget one thing, that is, this authority is likely to come from the person who is the most introductory to the god of Otsutsuki, and the rhythm of Bai Sui has another disadvantage, that is, it cannot analyze and record things that are far beyond the scope of its current understanding. If the person who is closest to the god of Otsutsuki in the legend is really as powerful as they record themselves, it is obvious that he has exceeded the current level of Bai Sui, and it is even very likely that he has become a god, but the Otsutsuki clan themselves don't know it yet. Such an existence is likely to affect the restoration of Bai Sui's rhythm. Of course, this is only a possibility, not absolute, but there is no imminent crisis now. Why should Bai Sui force the experiment with the possibility of such terrible consequences? So Bai Sui chose to wait, and wait again. Bai Sui hopes to wait until the ninja world studies the corresponding results of authority, or wait until the world of One Piece finds the sacred tree or the fate of Otsutsuki. In short, it is safer to conduct relevance experiments after having a further understanding. After all, this may affect his future path, so Bai Sui has to be cautious. In fact, it was just a temporary suspension of the experiment on the devil fruit. It was nothing for Kashiwa Sui. Although the two civilizations had been in contact for a short time, they were very large in size. Now the research institute had already made great gains, which were enough for Kashiwa Sui to study in the next period of time. During the time when Kashiwa Sui was enriching his brain, the Straw Hat Pirates also ushered in a wave of rising values. Not only Luffy's bounty was increased to 300 million Baileys, but the bounties of other people on the same ship also increased a lot. Even Hinata, who had never taken action, was offered a bounty of 50 million Baileys. Only Chopper's bounty was relatively low at only 50 Baileys. Happy times are always so short. Kashiwa Sui only initially absorbed the information and technology provided by the Research Institute. Luffy and his friends had already been to Sky Island, seen the Water City, and even broke through the Judicial Island, saw the terrifying three-masted sailing ship, and rescued the slaves of Sabaody. The most important thing is that Luffy also awakened his haki. At the same time, I don't know if it's because of the environment he's in, or the stimulation of his peers around him, Naruto and others, who are obviously a few years older than in the original Naruto timeline but are still weak, have also begun to rapidly improve their strength. Although Naruto and Sasuke at this moment are not as strong as they were when they obtained the power of yin and yang in the original world, their current strength is not to be underestimated. The most surprising thing is actually Hinata. She actually awakened the Rinnegan earlier than expected. Although she can't exert the maximum effect of the Rinnegan due to energy reserve problems, she can still rely on this powerful eye technique to become the strongest in the entire ship. It's just that because of Hinata's natural character, although she has such a strong strength, she doesn't like to use violence to solve things on weekdays. In addition, all the men on the Golden Mary are very caring towards women and try their best to avoid bringing the war to them. This has led to Hinata not using the Samsara Eye once since she awakened it. However, because in the Sabaody archipelago, in order to rescue the fishman Kami who was auctioned, Luffy and others beat up the Celestial Dragons, and it was this action that directly alarmed the entire Navy headquarters. After all, no matter how much those Navy officers hate the Celestial Dragons on weekdays, they still represent the highest rule of the world in legal terms. At this moment, Luffy beat up the Celestial Dragons, which was equivalent to slapping the world government in the face in front of the whole world. The Navy under the world government also had to express their opinions on such behavior. They decided to send an admiral to deal with it. In fact, this was not entirely directed at Luffy and his friends. After all, Luffy only beat up the Celestial Dragons, and there was someone else who really crushed the Celestial Dragons with domineering power. That person was Rayleigh, the vice captain of Pirate King Roger. For Rayleigh's sake and to appease the anger of the world government, the Navy headquarters decided to send an admiral to take action. Admiral Kizaru, who learned of this information, unexpectedly went against his usual behavior and abandoned his previous character of slacking off. He decided to go to the Sabaody archipelago in person to arrest Luffy and his friends. At this moment, the Navy of the Sabaody archipelago has surrounded the auction house where Luffy and his friends are. Seeing this, Luffy teamed up with a supernova's kid-in-law, whom he had just met here. Suddenly, the entire battlefield became a show, and those Navy officers became the best targets for Kid-in-law to show their abilities. Kid can be said to be the Magneto of One Piece, and Law is the user of the Operation Fruit that can give people eternal life. For them, it was just a simple battle, and everyone solved the Navy and prepared to evacuate. However, on the way to evacuate, Kid and Law were blocked by Tyrant Bear, and a battle broke out between the two sides. As for Luffy and his friends, when Rayleigh was helping to coat the ship, Admiral Kizaru stepped on a cannonball and flew to the Sabaody archipelago. He is the user of the Flash Fruit, and his speed is like light. He can be said to be the fastest man in the world of One Piece today. Not only that, he is also the strongest on Myoji in the world of One Piece. When he talks to people, he says it's terrible. When he really takes action, he kicks a supernova. Chapter 169, Samsara I. Not only Kizaru, but also the captain of the scientific corps of the Navy headquarters, Vegapung's bodyguard, Sentai Omaru, and several newly produced pacifists came to the Sabaody archipelago. Let's not discuss Sentai Omaru's combat power, who can release the armament haki. Just those pacifists can be said to be a sure kill for Luffy and others. These pacifists are expensive, and each one is as valuable as a warship. Their power is naturally not to be underestimated. Except for PX-0, which is a direct transformation of Bartholomew Bear, the other models are mass-produced robots. If you take it lightly because they are mass-produced, you will suffer a great loss. Although their appearance is an imitation of Bartholomew Bear, their abilities are imitations of Kizaru. The transformed pacifists have acquired the moves and fruit abilities of Admiral Kizaru. Although their power has decreased, they can still control the divergence of a certain wavelength of light to make it close to parallel, thereby emitting a directional beam with extremely high energy density, or emitting laser light from their mouths that can melt even iron, which can easily defeat supernovas. Moreover, the biggest advantage of pacifists is not only that, but also that they can be mass-produced. When multiple pacifists are deployed at one time, their cross-energy can basically solve all the opponents he wants to solve, with occasional exceptions. In front of Luffy and others, there is such a pacifist now. Get out of the way, Luffy. That guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nami, holding the weather stick, immediately recognized a person imitated by the pacifist from the appearance. 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy looked at his companions in surprise, only to find that everyone looked like they were facing a great enemy. Why does everyone know? The pacifist slowly raised his right hand and aimed at Luffy, who dared to turn his back to him at this moment. Don't be hit by that attack, it's a shock wave. After Sanji reminded him, Luffy immediately dodged the attack of the pacifist. A yellow light shot out from the muzzle of the pacifist's right hand. It was only a flash, and it hit the open space where Luffy was standing, and a huge impact and smoke erupted. The shipwright Frankie was still a little shocked. What is this? Usopp was also afraid of such a casual attack. That guy's ability can actually reach this level. This is not a shock wave, it's a lie. It was Luffy who first reacted to the difference in the attack, and immediately chose to start the second gear to fight. Because I know he is very strong, I have to go all out from the beginning. Luffy was still making pre-war mobilization. Zoro, who had a knife hanging in his mouth, saw the difference. It feels a little strange, it feels different from that time. Luffy, who activated the second gear, greatly improved his speed and flexibility. After firmly attracting the hatred of the pacifist, he successfully distanced himself from his companions and avoided the lasers and lasers shot at him. However, when Luffy and his team were dealing with the pacifist, Naruto, Sasuke and Hinata disappeared because they found Sentai Omaru and another pacifist hidden in a big tree. In order to prevent the enemy from surrounding them, after calling Zoro, the 3 of them chose to leave the team to intercept the 2. Hinata saw the 2 hidden people through her Byakugan, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. The enemy is on the tree at 2 o'clock in front. One of them is a human holding a giant axe, and the other looks like the Shichibuke who just attacked us. However, from my perspective, he doesn't look like a living person, but more like a machine. Got it, Hinata. Naruto touched his nose with his right thumb, posed in a self-proclaimed handsome pose, and then rushed to the enemy's position. After all, his current position is actually a shield position for taunting. After all, he can't use any ninjutsu because he doesn't practice chakra. This doesn't mean that Naruto is weaker than in the original work. Don't forget the decision to practice ki, but it was Kushiwasu who decided it at the beginning, and used the energy of Otsutsuki Ishiki to lay a foundation for him, so he naturally wouldn't be such a useless existence. Although the existence of this energy replaced the chakra and prevented Naruto from using those magical ninjutsu, due to his own characteristics, it gave Naruto extremely strong resistance to blows and recovery ability, and these energies were different from chakras that had to be extracted as needed, and could be stored. And the place where these energies were stored was Naruto's body. It can be said that Naruto's body was a storage point for energy. As long as Naruto's body was stronger, he could store more energy, and the more energy he had, the faster he would strengthen his body. This characteristic also led to the fact that Naruto, who practiced energy, might not be as strong as the ninjas who also practiced chakra in the initial stage, but once the time was extended, Naruto, who practiced energy, would show a speed of improvement far exceeding that of normal ninjas. Even at the end, even if he did not use energy, he could resist some ninjutsu simply by relying on the strength of his body. For example, now, Naruto, who rushed forward, could already resist Sasuke's ordinary lightning escape with just his body. If he added the protection of ki, he could directly rush to the side of the ninja with many ninjutsu, and then he could rely on his strong body to crush him at close range. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are no strong physiques among ninjas that can compete with it. Both the 8 gates of Dunjia and the lightning chakra mode are first-class physical training methods, but they are different from the practice of ki. The lightning chakra mode cannot be practiced in the internal organs, and there is a weakness of being shattered by others. The 8 gates of Dunjia is the first means to consume one's own vitality, which is equivalent to fighting with others during the lifespan. Every punch and kick is extremely costly. The practice of ki is comprehensive. Not only the muscles, bones and skin are cultivated, but also the internal organs are strengthened and enhanced. It is precisely because of this all-round improvement that practicing ki can prolong life. From these perspectives, although it may not be as outstanding as other secret methods in some aspects, it is definitely the best in terms of overall comprehensive considerations. Sensing Naruto coming straight at him, before Zantaomaru made any move, the pacifist raised his palm first, aimed at Naruto who was moving, and fired a bright laser. Sensing the sudden strong light in his field of vision, Naruto did not dodge or evade, but continued to rush forward. Because he was not alone, he had these 2 reliable companions. And he was willing to entrust his safety to his companions at this moment. And Hinata would naturally not let Naruto down. As soon as Naruto rushed out, she opened her samsara eye. You should know that Hinata rarely opens it on weekdays to reduce consumption. The samsara eye is not only greatly enhanced in pupil skills, but also has made great progress in the simplest vision. It can directly see the root of the laser. On the root of the laser, Hinata distorted that part of the air and space by changing the gravity, causing the laser to deviate from its original route and fly out by brushing against Naruto's body. Rasengan, although he used ki, Naruto still called his attack method Rasengan. The rotating air mass in Naruto's right hand hit the abdomen of the tall pacifist hard, knocking him into the air. At the same time, the exploding air mass also exploded with a strong impact, blowing Zantaomaru, who was waiting to watch the show, off the tree. Under the tree, it was Sasuke who had been preparing for a long time who greeted him. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. This ninjutsu requires a large amount of chakra to be gathered in the body in advance, and compressed into the form of a fire dragon, and skillfully manipulated to attack the enemy in front of you. Compared with the attack range, the Great Dragon Fire technique pays more attention to the attack power and accuracy. The enemy hit by the sharp fangs of the fire dragon will be burned to ashes in an instant. Because he was covered by the combo of Naruto and Sasuke, even Zantaomaru, a powerful subordinate of Kizaru, was somewhat unable to resist. After all, this happened under the premise that he misjudged Naruto's combat power and overestimated the destructive power of the pacifist. Although Zantaomaru had discovered Sasuke's ambush through his observation haki before, and had taken precautions against Sasuke, he did not expect that he would fall from the tree. However, at the last moment of fear, Zantaomaru still fought hard to defend himself. He first threw the huge battle axe he had been holding in his hand at the boiling flame dragon from below, but this did not work. Not only did the battle axe fail to disperse the flame dragon, but it was also burned red by the flame dragon. Although it did not directly turn into molten iron, it had become soft and deformed when it hit the ground below. It was obviously unusable. By observing the situation of his battle axe, Zantaomaru knew that he could not fight against a flame dragon, But at this moment he was in the air after all, and he could not dodge in time without any leverage. Fortunately, he was not without teammates. Although the pacifist was knocked into the air, his damage was not serious, and various attacks could still be used normally, so a weak laser was spewed out from the mouth of the pacifist. When the laser was about to hide him, Zhang Chaowen released his armed domineering haki to counter it. This was not to defend against the laser, but to let the laser push his armed domineering haki to knock him out of the attack range of the flame dragon. With the impact of the laser and Zhang Chaowen's hard work, he finally managed to move his body out of the flame dragon's attack and passed by it. When Zhang Chaowen, who had fallen to the ground, stood up, he looked at his left arm, which had become a little charred after just a slight touch. His expression became very serious. After all, he had hardened himself with armed haki to protect himself before, and even though there was such a scar, Zhang Chaowen was somewhat glad that he had avoided the attack. Then, Zhang Chaowen knew that his idea was right, because the flame dragon hit the big tree behind him directly after failing to attack Zhang Chaowen. The result was not to ignite the big tree, but to directly turn the part touched by the flame dragon into ashes, and the rest of the nearby places were also directly carbonized. Bang! Another sound of a heavy object falling to the ground brought his consciousness back to the battlefield. It was the pacifist who had landed. Sasuke, I'll leave this big guy to you. When I hid him just now, I found that he was not a human inside, but a machine. Naruto also did a backflip from the tree and landed accurately. Machine? I understand. Sasuke's answer was still brief. Seeing that the other party had analyzed the pacifist's inner self in a few words, Zhang Chaomen was a little confused. After all, in the intelligence he knew, the few people in front of him were just ordinary members of the Straw Hat Pirates, but why did they have such terrible combat power? You know, he saw it in the tree before. The captain wearing a straw hat was chased by a pacifist and was in a mess. It can be said that he had no power to fight back. The most important thing is not this, the key is how the other party distorted the pacifist's rays. You know, he saw this scene clearly through his observation haki before. If it weren't for such a sudden change, he wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. However, when Naruto and his friends were confronting Zanteomaru, they suddenly felt an extremely powerful explosion wave. It's General Borsellino, you can't escape. What? General, Naruto's expression was solemn, and he obviously knew something about the highest combat power in the world. The one who answered their doubts was Zanteomaru, who is the most tight-lipped. I won't tell you anything, after all, I am the most tight-lipped man. Zanteomaru, I will never tell you that General Kizaru received the order to personally capture Luffy. General Kizaru, even Sasuke felt solemn, and said to Hinata on the side, Naruto and I will solve this. Hinata, please help Luffy and the others. After all, the only one who can deal with Kizaru now is you who has opened the Samsara Eye. Hinata also understood the seriousness of the matter, and just left a sentence be careful, and then turned around and ran to the direction of the explosion alone. And in order to arrive quickly, Hinata used the Samsara Eye chakra mode for the first time, and flew over at full speed for the first time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Punching Kizaru. Hinata Hyuga, who is rushing to the battlefield at the fastest speed, saw a strange scene. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy was raising his right foot high at this moment, and it seemed that he was preparing to step on Zoro, who was lying on the ground in front of him. The whole picture seemed to be fine, but it was so weird. When did this admiral, who was famous for his speed, attack so slowly? When did the pre-attack swing be so long? Looking at the people around the admiral, it was even more strange. Luffy in the distance was shouting at the field, and the shout was heartbreaking. Usopp, who was trying to stop Kizaru's attack, also used the slingshot in his hand to create after images, and countless projectiles flew towards Kizaru's face at various angles. However, how could Kizaru, who had the shining fruit, be hit by such a simple attack? Not only did he easily avoid the attack of the projectile, but he seemed to have not moved at all. His speed was too fast. Yellow Monkey's upper body was dodging the attacks of Usopp and the others at a very fast speed, and it was so fast that there was no sign of dodging. Yellow Monkey's lower body was always in a posture of trying to accumulate strength, which gave people a feeling of disharmony. And the most discordant part was actually Zoro's strength. If the one lying there was Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, and Yellow Monkey was afraid that he would not be killed with one blow, it would be understandable. But now the one under Yellow Monkey's feet was Zoro. What right did he have to let Yellow Monkey accumulate strength for such a long time? You have to know that those previous supernovas, Yellow Monkey kicked one kid at a time, without any ambiguity at all. This scene made Hinata, who was rushing over, slow down her flying speed, because she really didn't understand what was going on in front of her, because Yellow Monkey seemed to not want to kill Zoro. Hinata, who was very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, saw from a distance that Kizaru curled his lips and said, "It's useless. I am the Flash Man of the Flash Fruit. I am a natural type." Not only did he introduce himself in this way, but he also allowed Nico Robin to use the power of the flower fruit to drill out 20 arms from the ground and drag Zoro away from his feet little by little. During this process, Kizaru just watched quietly and did not stop it, until Zoro's body completely rolled out of the range of his right foot. He turned into a beam of light and caught up, and stepped on Zoro again in the same posture. "Don't think about moving him away, it's useless, I'll put an end to him now." Although Kizaru said this, his right foot still did not step down, but he just made the light originally attached to his foot bloom more, appearing to be more powerful. That state seemed to be deliberately showing to everyone present. As an outsider, Hinata saw it very clearly and understood the situation on the field. Basically, she could judge that Kizaru would not harm Zoro's life. Not only Zoro, but all the people in the Straw Hat Pirates present, Kizaru did not attack again. Although it was judged that no one in the Straw Hat Pirates would be in danger of life, Hinata still stood up and chose to fight with Kizaru. After all, no matter what the other party planned, Hinata would not allow anyone to insult her companions like this. As a result, Hinata, who was originally shrouded by the chakra of the reincarnation eye, burst out with a more powerful force. The condensed and tight chakra of the reincarnation eye made Hinata's whole body green and bright. The light even overshadowed Kizaru, who was the user of the shining fruit on the field. Of course, this was also because Kizaru did not use his ability to the fullest. So far, the only place on Kizaru that glowed was his right foot. With the explosion of this chakra, many green seeking jades appeared behind Hinata, and these seeking jades always floated at a fixed distance from Hinata. Such a dazzling green light naturally attracted the attention of everyone present, especially Kizaru, who possessed the haki of observation haki. He could be said to be the first one to discover Hinata. However, because Hinata was Luffy's partner, and he did not know much about the relevant information, and Hinata's current state was too different from the information, Kizaru chose to wait and see, and wanted to make a judgment based on Hinata's next actions. Hinata, who had now exploded with her strongest side, really surprised Kizaru. Although he had seen all kinds of strong people in his years as an admiral, it was still rare to see someone like Hinata. After all, he knew that Hinata had not eaten a devil fruit. Although Kizaru knew everything about Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke from a relatively special channel, and knew that they practiced another system, which was not like haki, which could only be opened when the body and consciousness were pushed to the limit, it was still rare. After all, Hinata's momentum at this moment was far beyond those supernovas. Although they haven't officially fought yet, Kizaru has already felt the pressure, which is not inferior to facing the 7 warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors. Kizaru knows that he must not look down on the opponent just because he is young and lacks combat experience. It's really scary. Raleigh, who is on his way, also feels this momentum. Unlike Kizaru, Rayleigh has had contact with Hinata and knows that she is a kind-hearted girl. Although he has sensed the powerful power in her body through his observation haki before, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Thinking of this, Rayleigh stopped his steps and chose to stand on the top of a big tree to see how Kizaru would end up. After all, this was an unexpected situation. A green seeking truth jade behind Hinata suddenly flew out and went straight to Kizaru's raised right leg. It seemed that he wanted to prevent Zoro from being hurt. Whoosh boom. Kizaru didn't really want to kill Zoro. Seeing this unknown attack, he turned around, as if to avoid Hinata's seeking truth ball, and kicked his right leg, which had been charging for almost 2 minutes, towards the trunk of the Yarkiman mangrove tree behind him. I don't know if it was just for a full performance, or if Kizaru was really charging before. For a moment, a dazzling light exploded, and everyone dared not look directly at the explosion, for fear of blinding their eyes. Kizaru's left foot was still on Zoro's back, but he put down his right foot, which was no longer charging, and stepped on the ground. Is it your turn now? What a scary little girl. Got saved. Frankie was still a little dazed, and Nami had already covered her mouth with both hands and knelt on the ground. Hinata, Luffy shouted at Hinata, who suddenly appeared to save the situation. His mood was very complicated at the moment. On the one hand, he hoped that Hinata could save Zoro, and on the other hand, he was worried about Hinata because he knew Kizaru's strength. So he just shouted her name and didn't say anything else, because he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he only hated his weak strength. It was precisely because he knew his own lack of strength that Luffy rarely rushed forward to attack. He was afraid that he would become a burden to his partners and didn't want to be the burden. Hinata didn't have any other reaction, because she knew what kind of enemy she was facing. At this moment, she must not take it lightly. After all, her strength was the strongest among all people at the moment. If her partners made any mistakes because of any distraction, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Looking at Hinata with a serious face in front of him, Kizaru pursed his lips and said, I didn't expect that there is such a master hidden among your group of pirates. I only heard that the celestial dragons offered a high reward for you and that boy named Sasuke. It seems that it is because they are attracted by your eyes. Now it seems that your eyes are really powerful. However, no matter what Kizaru said, Hinata did not say a word. At this moment, she was more than 1.6 meters tall, and she looked so small and stubborn in front of the 3-meter-tall Kizaru, just like a little girl who is protecting her favorite toy in front of an adult. She was so stubborn. Sort of the cloud. Kizaru tilted his head, put his hands together and stretched out a long sword made of light. It seems that you are not prepared to say anything to an old man like me. In that case, I have no choice but to take action. It's really a headache. After all, if we don't catch you little brats, our Navy headquarters will lose face in front of the celestial dragons in Marijoa, so please surrender quickly. Hinata stared at Kizaru all the time, and she made the most skillful starting gesture of the soft fist. After all, although Hinata already understood everything about the Samsara Eye, she still lacked a process of proficiency. Now she is most proficient in the soft fist. And in the Samsara Eye chakra mode, Hinata's hands each condensed a green chakra lion head. This is the secret advanced physical technique that only the main family of the Hyuga family can teach, the soft step double lion fist. Compared with the ordinary soft fist, it greatly enhances the power and range of the attack. It is also a response to Kizaru's long sword. Hinata always feels that if she doesn't do something at this moment, she will lose to the opponent in momentum. The two ferocious lion heads, however, highlight the small size of their users. Although Hinata's momentum is not weak, no matter how you look at it, there is a sense of absurdity in the visual sense of a mantis trying to stop a car. It can only be said that the height of people in the One Piece world is too outrageous. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Luffy suddenly shouted to his companions beside him, Usopp, Brook, take Zoro away. Then, the two ran to Kizaru's feet and dragged Zoro away. During the whole process, Kizaru did not make any movements or expressions, and even tilted his head to watch Usopp and the others leave. Such a performance made Hinata, who was confronting him, a little bit overwhelmed. Although she tried very hard to restrain herself, she could still find that her mouth corners were raised and then quickly retracted. If she was not afraid of angering the other party, Hinata would definitely laugh out loud. Everyone, just find a way to escape first. We are not the opponent of these people now. I don't know what kind of mood Luffy was in. He didn't even dare to open his eyes when he shouted this sentence. He just closed his eyes and shouted to the sky. It was still the old Onmyoji Kizaru, you gave up so quickly. It's really infuriating. Seeing Kizaru suddenly turned into a ball of golden light and was about to move at high speed, Hinata immediately activated her reincarnation eye, opened a temporary space-time portal in front of her, and stepped directly in front of Kizaru. Accumulate power and punch. The green lion opened its bloody mouth, and the mane composed of chakra on its face was now tightly attached to Hinata's arm under the drive of wind pressure. Boom! The powerful force and unique energy system directly knocked Kizaru, whose body had already been transformed into an element, back into human form. Hinata did not relax at all at this moment. She punched with both hands in turn, hitting Kizaru's body one punch after another. The intense movement caused Hinata's long hair to fly wildly in the air. I won't let you catch up with my companions. However, such a compact attack did not really injure Kizaru from above. Except for the first punch that knocked him out of his elemental form, The subsequent attacks were all blocked by him using his armed color domineering. He found an opportunity to release the armed color domineering. After pushing the distance between the two sides, Kizaru's face became serious. It's a power that is completely different from domineering, but it can attack the elemental form of nature. It's really a terrible power. Kizaru gave up on going after other people and clenched the sword of light with both hands, slashing at Hinata fiercely. Although it was made of light, an invisible and intangible thing, the slash seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force. Even if he used both hands to block, he still pressed Hinata, who was barely as tall as him, to the ground. Fortunately, with the support of the ground, Hinata was able to withstand Kizaru's attack. It's really a headache. I came to this island with a happy mood, but why did you create such trouble for me? Everyone nearby could see the fight between Kizaru and Hinata. Zanteomaru, who was originally fighting with Naruto, couldn't help but stop attacking. Is this the Byakugan tribe member who was offered a bounty of 100 million berries by the celestial dragons? He is really powerful. This is the first time I see the old man's moves being blocked. Chapter 171 Sword Cutting the Sabayodi Archipelago. Just when Hinata was fighting with Kizaru, or Kizaru was unilaterally feeding, a pacifist suddenly appeared in front of the people who were originally scattered and preparing to escape. No, not a pacifist in the general sense. The number on him is PX0, which means that this is the real Bartholomew Kuma, the original body of the 7 warlords of the Sea Tyrant Bear who was transformed by Vegapunk. Just like that, the moment Tyrant Bear appeared, he held a book in one hand and slapped Brook who was running away with the other hand, and then slapped everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates one by one. Luffy, who had been looking back every 3 steps and looking at Hinata who was fighting with Kizaru from time to time, saw such a scene that made him desperate. The Tyrant Bear just slapped lightly, and his companion disappeared, replaced by a puff of dust on the spot. Brook, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, except for Hinata who is still stalling for them and blocking the enemy's footsteps, all his companions disappeared one by one in front of him. At this moment, Luffy collapsed. No matter how he and his companions struggled, no matter how he wanted his companions to escape, Luffy could do nothing at this moment. He could only watch them disappear one by one. No matter how Luffy cried and screamed, it was all useless. They were like insects on a leaf. With a flick of the Tyrant Bear's finger, they disappeared directly. Unlike before when Hinata wanted to stop Kizaru from attacking her companions, now it was Kizaru's turn to stop Hinata from rescuing her companions. Why? Don't you want to take action against Luffy and the others? Why are you stopping me? This was the first sentence Hinata said in the battle with Kizaru. Oh? Did you figure it out? That's really troublesome. Kizaru pursed his lips, but don't talk nonsense. It's not that I don't want to capture them, I just think they are too weak. Now if someone is willing to do it for me, I will naturally not let you bother the other party. Looking at the Tyrant Bear, when he suddenly appeared in everyone's sight again, he was standing in front of Naruto and Sasuke, and it was obvious that he was ready to attack them. Because the Tyrant Bear stood between Naruto and Luffy, Luffy could only see a tall back, and as the tall figure waved his hand, Sasuke and Naruto disappeared. Only Hinata, who had extraordinary vision, saw through her eyes that Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared at the last moment and took Sasuke and Naruto away. It can be said that Hinata and Luffy are the only 2 members of the Straw Hat Pirates left on the island. Faced with such a situation, the Tyrant Bear first looked at Hinata who is still fighting with Kizaru, then flashed to Luffy, crouched down to his tall body, and looked at Luffy who is now unable to stand up because of his sadness. Before the Tyrant Bear could say anything, Kizaru, who was fighting, stopped first. Are you ready to explain? This is a serious problem. No, the plan has changed. The Tyrant Bear looked at Luffy who still buried his head in the ground and refused to get up. Have you decided where to go? With a bang, Luffy also disappeared under this palm, leaving the people present confused. Kizaru didn't understand what the plan changed meant, Zanteomaru didn't understand why the situation had developed like this, and Hinata was confused about who I was. Where was I? Wasn't she supposed to fight the enemy to the death? But why did it look like she was just playing house? Big Bear looked at Hinata. Please use your strongest attack, which should be called Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. If it doesn't work, you can use other attacks. Just attack this island directly. After saying these words, Big Bear came to Rayleigh, who had been watching the fun before, and whispered to him. Although still a little confused, Hinata chose to believe this Big Bear. After all, everything at the moment was too weird. In addition, the special kunai in her arms could ensure that she would be picked up by Minato Namikaze in a very short time, so Hinata decided to do as he said. And when Hinata mobilized her seeking the way jade, she also glanced at Kizaru. She saw that the General Kizaru had walked to his subordinate Zanteomaru at some point and just looked at her quietly. So Hinata no longer hesitated, and merged several seeking the way jades in her hand that were emitting green light together, and transformed them into a huge golden chakra lightsaber. Unlike the lightsaber that Kizaru used before, this chakra lightsaber is much bigger. At first glance, it is more than 10 meters long. However, the real strength is not the length, but the energy contained in this lightsaber. The moment this sword just appeared, both Kizaru and Rayleigh felt a great threat. This is an attack that can kill them. When they suddenly had such thoughts in their minds, Hinata had already flown into the air with the chakra lightsaber in her hand, raised the giant sword above her head with both hands, and then swung it down fiercely. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. As the giant sword swung, the giant sword that was originally more than 10 meters long was also growing rapidly. When the giant sword really chopped the ground, its length had exceeded a kilometer. Because the essence of this chakra giant sword is the Seeking Truth Jade, every strand of this giant sword also has the characteristics of the Seeking Truth Jade. Because it contains the power of all things, people without the power of the sixth path will disappear into nothingness if they touch it, and even ninjutsu will be annihilated by it. It also contains huge energy, which can exert a power beyond bloodline elimination. In the eyes of Kizaru and others, when this chakra giant sword passed through the island under their feet, it was like a hot knife cutting butter, and everything it passed was melted immediately. Then a loud rumbling sound came, and the whole island was shaking. It turned out that the entire Sabaody archipelago was formed later. There was originally the world's largest mangrove Archiman mangrove here. Because the roots have always been exposed on the water, after many years of sedimentation, the Sabaody archipelago was formed. Therefore, it means that the entire Sabaody archipelago is attached to the roots of the Archiman mangrove, and the vibrations just now are because Hinata cut off part of the roots with a sword. With the slashing of the roots, not only the archipelago under their feet, but also several surrounding islands will sink to the bottom of the sea, and this is exactly what Big Bear wants. All evidence will disappear due to the sinking of the island, and the human trafficking and auction site will also sink with it. The only ones who have to bear the responsibility are Hinata, who does not belong to this world, and Kizaru, who will be forced to go against the world government because of the plan, so it is agreed that there will be no loss. It is hard to say what the reaction will be on other islands around. At least this island is in complete chaos now. Although the whole island is sinking, the root system of the Archiman mangrove is very complex and interconnected, so it is not so easy to fall completely at once. The one who was hit the most was Zanteomaru, who was standing by and watching. Is this the person I tried to intercept before? Such a scene is indeed very shocking. Even his boss Kizaru, he has seen the other party show such powerful destructive power, but he has heard of it from several other generals, which made Zanteomaru subconsciously look at his boss beside him. Kizaru pursed his lips again. Such an attack is really terrible. Facing such a vicious pirate, I have no way to deal with it. It's so troublesome. After slashing such a sword, Hinata also landed from the air, and because she had consumed too much chakra of the great Samsara Eye, the chakra mode was directly lifted. At the same time, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Hinata and took her away without saying anything. When Hinata came back to her senses again, they had returned to the conference room of the outpost. Sasuke and Naruto, who were brought back earlier, also sat in the conference room, obviously waiting for Hinata and Namikaze Minato to arrive. Don't worry, Hinata, Kizaru and Kuma are not enemies. They are all part of the Revolutionary Army, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is Luffy's father, so they will not suffer any substantial harm. Don't worry too much about them. Hinata nodded obediently, indicating that she knew. After all, she had noticed it before, so she was not as surprised as Naruto and Sasuke when they first heard it. Gurgle. Just as she was about to say something, a faint sound came from Hinata's stomach. There was nothing she could do. After the previous high-intensity consumption, Hinata was too hungry now. She lowered her blushing cheeks and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It doesn't matter. We have prepared food in advance. Naruto and Sasuke haven't eaten yet, so they are waiting for you to come back. Come on, let's eat and talk. Namikaze Minato laughed and changed the subject. After all, He couldn't really let a little girl stay there awkwardly. So Namikaze Minato explained the general situation of the matter while offending her. It turned out that the leader of the Revolutionary Army felt that he could basically start to implement his plan during the period of contact with the ninja world. So he took this opportunity to let Kuma send Luffy and others away, so that they would stay away from the area that would become the center of the battle. It was also a little preparation to protect his son. The reason why he was so cruel to Naruto was that Long specifically requested it. He said that he wanted to teach Luffy a lesson, so that he would stop playing around and work hard to improve his strength. After all, Luffy hasn't even learned how to use haki yet. Once the Revolutionary Army officially declares war on the world government, this strength will become the best breakthrough point for the other side. As for whether this method will leave any psychological shadow on Luffy, this is a problem between them, and it is not easy for them, outsiders in the ninja world, to intervene. In addition, it is said that Kuma will be sent to different locations according to the needs of the Straw Hat Pirates, which means that all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates will be strengthened to varying degrees. If that's the case, then we can't relax and let them overtake us. Naruto quickly swallowed a ramen in his mouth, holding chopsticks in one hand, and yelled, "There! Idiot!" Sasuke rolled his eyes at Naruto. Minato Namikaze was very happy watching the fight between his son and his friends, and nodded to agree with Naruto's statement. Yes, this is your next task, which is to improve your strength, especially Hinata. I think through the previous battles, you should have realized your own shortcomings. As the opener of the Samsara Eye, you have not mastered the abilities that you should have possessed. This is very wrong. Yes, I understand. Hinata nodded quickly to admit her mistake. Namikaze Minato grabbed his golden hair and said, "Haha, you don't have to be so serious. After all, you are already very good. You can awaken to Samsara Eye at this age. It can be said that you are not far from the Otsutsuki level. Maybe you will enter the Otsutsuki level before me." Namikaze Minato changed the subject. By then, you two boys will be far behind Hinata. Whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, you still have a lot of room for improvement. It's just right to take advantage of this rare time to practice well and strive to catch up with Hinata as soon as possible. Finally, Namikaze Minato left an extremely gentle smile to the three people present. However, plans are not as fast as changes. Before the original plan was implemented, a bad news suddenly came. That is, Luffy's sworn brother Ace was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy in exchange for the identity of a Shichibukai. When Long learned of this news, he knew that things were going to be bad. Once his beloved son heard the news, he would definitely go to rescue people, and he could not be stopped in any way. At the same time, because Admiral Sengoku announced that Ace would be publicly executed, Long finally decided to turn the tables and change Ace's execution scene to performance by the Revolutionary Army. So, Long made a new plan overnight. On the one hand, he contacted personnel from various places for deployment, and on the other hand, he found Senjunaki, hoping to get help. After understanding Long's intention, Senjunaki had a brief exchange with the ninja world, and finally said that they would only participate in this battle in their personal name to protect Naruto and others. Chapter 172, The War at the Top? Long thought about it and immediately understood the underlying meaning of Senjunaki, and he also thought that the other party was right. After all, he knew his own son, and Luffy would definitely go to rescue Ace at that time, so it would be more reasonable for Naruto and the others to go. The only thing that made him puzzled was why the ninja world would let Naruto and the others go. After all, this was not a safe behavior, but an extremely dangerous action. This was also because Long did not understand the system of chakra, so he did not understand the strength of Hinata, who opened the Samsara Eye, and Sasuke, who was at the critical point and was about to open the Mangekyo. Among the three of them, if we really talk about weakness, Naruto is relatively weaker. After all, in this life, he did not sacrifice his parents in exchange for the status of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Without the external power bank, he would appear a little weak. But this is just an appearance. Don't forget that when Kishiwasu was training Naruto's foundation, he used half of Aishiki Otsutsuki's life energy. Although Aishiki Otsutsuki was already at low health at that time, as a member of the Otsutsuki clan who had eaten the fruit, his life ability was not as simple as what Naruto showed now. These life energies were actually sealed in Naruto's body. Over the years, it can be said that they were released all the time, and gradually strengthened Naruto's body. It is precisely because of this that Naruto's physical fitness has grown so fast. Under normal circumstances, even if they are also practitioners of ki, they will not have such a fast training speed. You must know that Naruto's current performance is not weaker than the chakra system ninjas of the same age. It has been said before that although the ninja world has derived many new training systems and training paths, it has not found a real system that can surpass or even be equal to the chakra system. Therefore, although the ninja world intends to control the use of chakra, it can only promote it on a small scale because there is no better substitute. It can be said that a large part of the achievements Naruto has made now is because Kushiwasu provided him with the most scarce resources on the road to growth. Naruto's subsequent training can be said to be just to bring this resource to the height they deserve. Now, after learning about what happened in the world of One Piece, Kushiwasu immediately reacted that the next battle would most likely be a war on the top that was completely different from the original plot. That is why Kushiwasu unsealed the seal that was previously placed in Naruto's body, allowing the sealed vitality to burst out in a short period of time. Of course, this short period of time does not mean immediately, but that within a short month, all the vitality that originally belonged to Ishiki Otsutsuki would be released. This is equivalent to giving Naruto a tonic directly. As for how much it will absorb, it depends on how hard Naruto practices in the next period of time. After all, external forces are external forces after all. In the end, everything depends on Naruto's own choice, whether he will seize this opportunity and not be left behind by his companions. And time really flies fast. After Luffy was bounced to the daughter island by the big bear with the meatball fruit, he experienced a series of adventures and hardships. In the end, Luffy officially learned the setting of domineering here and captured the heart of Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It can be said that this sweet fruit ability user, who is known as the world's first beauty, did not capture Luffy through her own charm, but instead fell into blind love. Later, Luffy learned from the mouth of the daughter island mother-in-law that Ace was about to be executed, and at the current time point, Ace was imprisoned in the underwater prison of the city of Impel Down. As expected, as everyone imagined, after obtaining the information, Luffy immediately expressed that he would go to the city of Impel Down, and even wanted to go alone to rescue Ace. It was also thanks to Hancock that Luffy was not just addicted to her beauty like others, so the Empress decided to help Luffy. Then, the Empress pretended to accept the call of the world government and went to Marineford to help the Navy resist Whitebeard and his pirate group. In fact, the Empress secretly helped Luffy to go to Impel Down so that Luffy could deal with his brother Ace. At the same time, Admiral Sengoku, in order to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, contacted the world government and asked them to summon all the 7 warlords of the sea. In the end, only one man did not obey the order, and even for this reason he was deprived of the qualifications of the 7 warlords of the sea and was eventually arrested and imprisoned. This man was Sinai Jinbei. On the other hand, Garp also went to Impel Down to visit Ace, who was imprisoned. This can be said to be the first time this pair of grandfather and grandson have met in so many years. The two sides are on different positions. In the end, Ace, who is in tears, did not say anything to embarrass Garp. However, it is precisely because of this that Garp's heart is even more painful. What he hopes most now is that Ace will ask him to let him go, so that he can give up his previous persistence for the sake of family affection and defect from the Navy. After all, he knows very well what the world government is like, otherwise he would not have been a vice admiral until now. In order to prepare for this battle that will be launched in Marineford, it is not just the Navy. Needless to say, Whitebeard and his forces are fully prepared for this, but their goal is directly on Marineford, where the execution will be carried out. Luffy, who tried to cut off the source of the trouble in Impel Down, unfortunately failed. Even if he overcame various difficulties and obstacles, Luffy still failed to rescue his brother Ace in the end, because Ace had been taken away by the Navy in advance and sent to Marineford. Luffy's trip was not without any gains. At least he found many pirates who were willing to go to Marineford with him. Among them were not only Buggy, the clown crew member of Pirate King Roger, but also Crocodile, who regained his confidence in Impel Down. They drove the warships together towards Marineford, just to rescue Ace. At this moment, Ace's execution time is about to begin, and the world government has decided to broadcast it to the world. This move directly made the whole world boil. You know, the last person who received such treatment was Pirate King Roger. At the same time, this also made the melon-eating crowds around the world more interested in the development of the next plot. After all, the Navy has really mobilized more than 100 000 naval officers and soldiers and 50 warships for this upcoming war. Many of them are deployed from various places in the Grand Line. Such a big movement naturally cannot be hidden from everyone. The Navy also announced that they had a total of 5 Shichibuke, 3 admirals, plus the Navy Marshal Sengoku, and the Navy hero Garp in charge. They would definitely use this powerful force to show the world that their world government's majesty was inviolable. Even if the opponent was Whitebird, the world's strongest man, they would never take the prisoner away from them this time. Amid the cheers of the Navy, Ace was escorted to the execution platform, and the Navy Marshal personally announced Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King to the world, and also said that now it was only a matter of time before the evil bloodline of the Pirate King in this world would be completely cut off. This was also the best way that Sengoku thought of to fight pirates. At this time, 43 pirate ships suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, and Whitebird came directly from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea in an exaggerated manner, giving the Navy present a spiritual shock. This shock can be said to be felt not only by the people in the One Piece world, but also by many people in the ninja world who could see the satellite images, and said that they must also find a way to master this ship coding technology. At this point, a total of 47 pirate ships from Whitebird's side have all arrived, which means that the war is about to start from this moment. We haven't seen each other for decades. Sengoku, Whitebird, holding Kirakumokiri, one of the 12 supreme swords, stood on the splint and looked at the entire Navy. Whitebird, even Sengoku, who had made all kinds of preparations, felt pressure when facing Whitebird again at this moment. After all, he was going to face such a man who could be said to have created an era by his own strength. My beloved son, are you okay? Huel. Wait for me a moment, Ace. Whitebird ignored all the Navy present. His eyes were only on Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and his eyes were full of love. Whitebird inserted his saber on the deck, crossed his hands and exerted force suddenly, using all his strength to stimulate his tremor fruit. With the powerful control ability of nature, the nearby sea surface was directly lifted up, not only near the ship where Whitebird was, but also the surrounding sea area. It seemed that Whitebird was going to use seawater to submerge Marineford directly. However, this vibration came quickly and disappeared quickly. As Whitebird put his hands down, the sea surface gradually returned to calm, as if everything just now was just Whitebird's behavior to say hello. And this was indeed to say hello, to inform Ace of Whitebird's determination and the determination of all the people in the Whitebird pirates. The shock really woke Ace up, and his thoughts returned to Whitebird and all his brothers. Dad, everyone. It was clearly me who ignored the advice and ran away. Why didn't you abandon me? It was my own human nature that made me like this. No, I told you to go, son. Whitebird completely denied everything and took all of Ace's faults on himself. Stop lying, what nonsense. Ace, whose hands were tied behind his back, looked so hysterical at the moment. You clearly stopped me at that time. And I told you to go. Although the two were hundreds of meters apart, it seemed as if they were right in front of him at the moment. Whitebird was so calm. I told you to go. Right, Marco. I heard it too, and you have suffered a lot. Ace, Marco chose to lie with Whitebird. Everyone in the sea should know what the consequences will be if they attack our companions. We will never let go of anyone who hurts you. Wait for me, I'll save you right away. Oh, and be prepared. Navy headquarters. Whitebird finally put a final touch on this paragraph. What a group of incredible guys they have attracted. Kizaru, who was sitting in his special seat, began his daily yin-yang technique again. But the red dog beside him didn't care. Why are you still talking about this now? Kizaru tilted his head and leaned on his right hand. But it's really uncomfortable. Here we have the strongest fighting force of the 7 warlords of the sea and the Navy headquarters, 3 admirals and 100,000 elites, and the other side is the Whitebird pirates and more than 40 pirate ships under his command. So how are you going to attack? Whitebird, Gecko Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, has been thinking about Whitebird for a long time. After all, the other side is the 4 emperors. Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, also felt that this war was simply hitting his heart, because whether it was Whitebird or the Navy, they were all his enemies in his eyes, and his 2 enemies were about to start a life and death battle in front of him. Is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? It's really exciting, Doflamingo said, looking at Hawkeye beside him, ready to add fuel to the fire as much as possible to make the situation as chaotic as possible. Are you going to sit on the sidelines and watch again? Anyway, you are here to kill time, whatever you want. Ha 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 ha. No, it's not good. The water level has been rising since just now. And it has not settled down yet. A Navy immediately reported what they observed. At the same time, everyone also discovered the abnormality. It turned out that from a distance, there was a tsunami coming here. It's coming. The seaquake caused by that guy just now has turned into a tsunami and is about to hide us. The earthquake man of the tremor fruit, Whitebird Edward Newgate, it was Garp, the experienced Navy hero, who first reacted to what happened. Chapter 173. The war begins. The surging waves, like the devil that was about to devour the world, were moving rapidly from afar. It could be said that if Marineford had not built a towering wall as the headquarters of the Navy, the rapidly rising sea level would have submerged half of the island. Even if we have an advantage in numbers, don't be complacent that we can win. We might be the ones who lose in the end. That man has the power to destroy the world. As the Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku knew that his words would affect morale to a certain extent, but it was also the truth. And before the war, try to raise the status of the opponent as much as possible. After that, whether it is victory or defeat, it can bring benefits to the Navy to a certain extent. Of course, all the praise for Whitebird's strength cannot be said to be exaggerated. After all, the opponent is such a man. Just when that tsunami, which was tens of meters high and nearly 100 meters high, was about to hit Marineford with a two-sided attack, Admiral Aokiji, who had been sitting in the stands, took the lead. Ice Age, the tall man, wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt, and a navy coat with the word justice printed on it, was the one who attacked. Admiral Aokiji, who had the ability of the natural ice fruit. He could freeze everything he touched, turn any part of his body into ice, and create light blue ice blocks that could change at will, creating any type of weapon to attack the target. At this moment, he jumped into the air, and an icicle extended from each of his hands. The moment the icicles touched the tsunami, they directly froze the tens of meters high waves, preventing the tsunami from impacting the Navy below. Aokiji, you little brat, seeing that someone blocked his attack, Whitebird was slightly displeased. Two thorn spears, since he had chosen to attack, Aokiji would not go back directly, so he froze the ice blocks beside him into the shape of ice spears and threw them towards Whitebird's position. Whitebird's response was very simple. He smashed the air with his right hand, directly using the power of the tremor fruit to crack the atmosphere. The cracked atmosphere spread outward quickly, almost instantly crushing the ice spear thrown by Aokiji. Not only that, the vibration was spreading further toward Aokiji's position. If Aokiji had not used his observation haki to elementalize his body when the vibration was about to tear him apart, he might have been killed by Whitebird with one punch. The ice that was broken by the power of the tremor fruit fell from the air. When it was about to fall into the sea, Aokiji used the power of his ice-freezing fruit again, starting from his palm, and gradually froze the entire sea area under him. It can be said that he is worthy of being one of the three admirals. He changed the environment on the scene directly, froze the entire Bay of Marineford, and directly turned the boarding battle that was originally possible into land battle. All the Navy and pirates can move freely through the frozen sea. Although Aokiji's act of freezing the sea directly helped the pirates open the road to Marineford, it also restricted the movement of the pirate ships, turning them into sitting ducks. Under the command of a group of middle-level naval officers, various defense turrets on Marineford fired at them. However, the members of the Whitebird pirates, each of whom had been famous for a long time, would not be easily killed by the Navy's shells. In the end, they rushed through the hail of bullets and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the Navy. Seeing that the pirates had completely broken through the first line of defense, Doberman, Ghost Spider, Fire Mountain, Strawberry, Flying Squirrel, Gumir, and other vice admirals also went out directly to fight with the captains of the Whitebird pirates to prevent their own navy from being directly slaughtered by the pirate masters. However, the appearance of these vice admirals did not make the pirates feel afraid, but instead aroused the excitement in their hearts. The vice admirals of the Navy headquarters have all shown up. Haha, I have never seen so many vice admirals gathered together. Even the Demon Slayer order is not so spectacular, but the opponents are dead and us, that's another matter. On the Navy side, there was also a small internal disagreement, and the other vice admirals did not want the elderly Vice Admiral Churu to take action. Granny Churu, you step down, leave it to us to take care of it, go to the back and have some tea slowly, don't show off, you little brats, Even if I retreat to the end of the sea, there will be no safe place. I have a bad feeling about this action. Vice Admiral Churu disagreed and decided to do his part in this war. Move the ship to the ice and kill them all. The target is the bay. Go. For my father, I will die. The Navy headquarters is just right. Go. Great Whirlpool Spider Pirates. And suddenly, as if they had received some orders, all 43 pirate groups under Whitebird launched an attack on the Navy headquarters almost at the same time. It's finally started. Admiral Sengoku frowned as he watched the pirates jumping off the ship like dumplings. I don't know if he felt something, but Hawkeye actually stood up and came to the wall. This move immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Jorik or Mihawk, are the 7 warlords of the sea finally going to take action? This is really rare, Kizaru commented there like a spectator. Red Dog was also a little surprised. That self-willed Hawkeye actually wants to join the battle. What? Do you want to join the battle too? Doflamingo asked on the side. Hawkeye stared at the battlefield below. I just want to try and see how big the gap is between the man in front of us and us. Hawkeye slowly took off the black knife that he had been carrying on his back, and swung a flying slash towards Whitebird's position without moving. It should be said that Hawkeye is worthy of this. It was just a simple slash, but its power directly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, shattered the ice along the road, and went straight to the Moby Dick where Whitebird was. Along the way, no one, whether pirates or navy, dared to stop the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. After all, they didn't want to die in vain, so the slash came to Whitebird without any hindrance as if it was entering an unmanned area. At this moment, a tall pirate suddenly rushed out from the side and directly blocked Whitebird's vehicle, crossing his arms to block the slash. Hawkeye's slash was aimed at the strongest man in the world. Although it was just an ordinary slash, it actually contained Hawkeye's top-level use of armament haki, which was absolutely not something that ordinary people could resist. The person who suddenly ran out to block the attack was the captain of the 3rd team of the Whitebird Pirates, Diamond Jaws. With a shining fruit, he could turn any part of his body into transparent and pure diamond. The part that turned into diamond had the hardest state in the world, with extremely high defense and attack power, and was known as the Vajra Shield. But even Jaws, who had the diamond shield, could not take Hawkeye's slash at this moment. After all, this slash contained a lot of armament haki, which was a kind of power that restrained the ability of the devil fruit. In the end, Jaws could only throw a Hawkeye's slash into the air, letting it bloom brilliantly in the air. Jaws, who took the blow head-on, was not feeling well. At this moment, he almost turned his whole body into diamond, which barely changed the direction of Hawkeye's slash. Seeing his slash being taken, Hawkeye slowly put his black sword back on his back, indicating that he would not attack easily again, which was regarded as recognition of Jaws. How stupid. You actually want to break through head-on? Bombard the troops, aim at the enemy ships and the pirates that follow. Admiral Sengoku stood next to Ace and gave the overall command. Frontline soldiers, completely stop them from entering the square. Really, they are worthy of being the captains of the Whitebird Pirates. Each one is as strong as a monster. Kizaru watched the battle on the sidelines, got up from his seat, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked to the side of the stands. If we want to minimize the losses, we can only capture the thief first. So, Kizaru turned himself into rays of light and disappeared on the stands. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Whitebird. Yellow Monkey crossed his hands and pinched his fingers. Yasakuni no Magatama. A large number of dense laser light balls were fired from the tips of Yellow Monkey's fingers, and shot towards Whitebird who was diagonally below. However, whether it was Hawkeye before or Yellow Monkey now, no one caught Whitebird's attention. Whitebird's eyes were always on Ace on the execution platform in the distance, as if the attacks of these people were no threat to him. It was not until those laser light balls were about to fall on the boat that Whitebird seemed to feel it. Hey, why is it so dazzling? Just when these light balls were about to hit the motionless Whitebird, suddenly a huge bluebird flew out from the diagonal back and directly met it, using its own body to block all attacks for Whitebird. Blue Flame, Yellow Monkey was still unhurried, and there was not even any fluctuation in his eyes. How could it be possible that you would disturb our great king as soon as you came? The one flying in the air was Marco, the captain of the 1st team of the Whitebird Pirates. How terrible. The Whitebird Pirates, Kizaru seemed to be in high spirits. An animal-type mythical beast that is even rarer than the natural type. Marco, who was originally wrapped in blue flames, was healing rapidly under the blessing of these flames. With just a few words, he was healed. Then the flames on Marco's mountain suddenly burst out and swept his whole body. When the flames subsided, a phoenix burning with blue flames rushed out and flew rapidly towards Kizaru's position. I've never seen such a bird. Kizaru used his Yusakuni no Magatama again, and countless balls of light hit the phoenix that was flying towards him. However, this attack seemed to be a stone sinking into the sea, and did not cause any obvious damage to the phoenix. Until it rushed in front of him, it did not really cause any substantial damage to the opponent. Just as Marco flew closer, he suddenly withdrew his transformation into a mythical beast, leaving only his hands in the form of wings so that he could fly in the air. Then he kicked Admiral Kizaru to the wall of Marineford. Kizaru, who had transformed himself into an element a moment ago, restored himself to human form again. It seems that it is not so easy for us to go straight to Huanglong, giant troops. You have to pay attention to the sky too. Kizaru, as an admiral, ordered the giants in the navy to join the battle. At this moment, Juz, who had restored his body form, suddenly stood up, smashed his right hand into the ice, and controlled his domineering aura to directly cut out a huge piece of ice. Speaking of which, when Aokaji was in the frozen bay before, it was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Juz directly moved a piece of ice that was comparable to the building of the Navy headquarters and smashed it directly. Come and take it if you dare. Juz used all his strength in this attack. The ice block was not aimed at the soldiers in front of the battle, but directly hit the wall behind. It seemed that he wanted to break a hole in the wall in one fell swoop to prepare for the subsequent attack. Seeing this, Akainu, the last of the three generals, finally couldn't sit still. Really, these guys are deserting their posts. If we all attack, who will guard here? A large amount of lava and smoke suddenly burst out from Akainu's right hand. Big fire! A huge fist made of lava hit the huge ice block flying in front of him. Under the impact of the lava giant fist, the ice block had no power to resist at all. It was easily shattered and melted, turning into drizzle and broken ice chips falling below. Then Akainu's right hand, which had turned into lava, suddenly ejected all the lava into the sky, turning into a meteor volcano that landed in the bay in front of him, and even directly destroyed a pirate ship. Seeing that a ball of lava was about to fall on the Moby Dick, Whitebird finally took action, thrusting the aim gun in his right hand forward and directly confining the ball of lava on the knife. It's so exaggerated to set fire. Whitebird just breathed out at his aim gun, and directly extinguished the lava on it. Go light the candles on the birthday cake, Lava Kid. Don't you like a luxurious funeral? Whitebird. Red Dog also responded with trash talk. Chapter 174 Help. Dong. 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 A very tall figure came step by step from the sea. It was the descendant of the Oz. Are the descendants of Oz under Whitebird's command? I want that guy's body. If I can get him, I can create the strongest zombie again. Gecko Mariah saw this tall figure and immediately spied on him. Ace is very gentle. I will never let him die. Oz walked towards the city wall step by step in the face of the artillery fire. Admiral Sengoku was still provoking Ace. You really brought an incredible guy, Oz. No. Your huge body will be used as a target by them. At this moment, Ace's mind was full of guilt. Ace, I'll go to you right away. However, since Oz was standing here, he naturally figured out everything. It can be said that he was prepared to use his body as a shield to escort Whitebird and his gang to rescue Ace. Hey, as Oz exerted his strength, he directly used a warship in front of him as a battering ram and smashed the city wall of the inner bay directly, forming a breakthrough. It can be said that Oz's attack directly pointed out the next path for the subsequent pirates. As long as they rushed through the broken wall, they could reach the square and be one step closer to rescuing Ace. Oz, you fool, you are not brave enough to risk your life. Facing the almost full-loaded artillery attack along the way, Whitebird was finally moved and shouted to Oz on the side. Don't stop me, Dad, I want to save him, and save Ace as quickly as possible. Oz was not afraid, or he had enough determination. I know. Whitebird also felt Oz's thoughts from these brief words. You guys, go help him clean up and cover Oz. With the cover of everyone, Oz's speed really increased. Although he was still slowed down by the artillery fire, it was much less than before. It was not until Oz was about to reach the edge of the square that Doflamingo and other 7 warlords decided to take action. 7 warlords of the sea. Oz looked at Doflamingo, who was wearing a pink coat and looked like a flamingo. He rushed forward half a step, and the wind from his right fist blew away many Navy soldiers. Interesting, ha 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 ha. Doflamingo used this thread fruit to create a nearly transparent thin thread from his fingers. The thread, as sharp as a piano string, was wrapped around Oz's right leg on one hand and around Oz's right hand on the other. So as Oz waved his right hand, Doflamingo was also directly driven to fly up, flew directly over Oz's head, and landed behind him. It was too easy for Doflamingo to deal with a guy like Oz. If it weren't for his original intention to make the battlefield more chaotic, he could even wrap the thread around Oz's neck while flying in the air. Boom. Even though Doflamingo didn't use a killing move directly, Oz, whose right foot was cut off by the silk thread, lost his balance and fell on the wall. He used his body to collapse a section of the wall. Not only that, but because of the silk thread that was wrapped around Oz's right hand, Oz's right arm was cut with a huge wound deep enough to see the bone. This was because Doflamingo wanted to use this to get out of the opponent's attack range, otherwise Oz's right hand would also be cut off. However, Oz, who fell, didn't pay attention to the damage he suffered, but still tried to rescue Ace. He was half inside the wall and half outside the wall, and stretched out his intact left hand to grab Ace, trying to grab him out. Ace, wait a moment. It's almost there, Doflamingo, this bastard. He actually cut his feet and arms. I want this guy's body. Gecko Mirai was furious when he saw the damaged Oz, and decided to take action himself to deal with the opponent with minimal damage. Shadow Mage, go ahead. Shadow Horn Spear. A large area of shadows extended from the feet of Moonlight Mariah, and countless small bats made of shadows flew out from them. In the end, these bats formed a huge spear and pierced Oz's throat. Pressure Cannon, the big bear, who had been silent on the side, suddenly used the power of the fruit to hit the atmosphere at high speed to send out a powerful bear paw-shaped shockwave. The shockwave hit Oz's body almost at the same time as the Shadow Horn Spear. Because of the pressure cannon, the spear that should have directly penetrated Oz's throat only pierced Oz's lungs. Although it was also a fatal injury, Moonlight Mariah was very dissatisfied with such a behavior that destroyed his body. I'll come to save you. Ace, in the end, Oz, who fell down, was unable to touch the execution platform with his left hand, and could only fall with his body in endless disappointment. Oz, watching his companion fall in front of him to save him, Ace felt that he was already pierced by thousands of arrows at this moment. No, it was not as good as being pierced by thousands of arrows. Although Oz fell down, his body still firmly completed the mission he set, and opened up the shortest way to approach Ace from the front. Oz, Whitebird looked at the fallen Oz and fell silent, but it was only his words that were silent, not his emotions. 10 people could see the anger of Whitebird at this moment, like an angry Lion King. Step on, Oz forward, 2 places in the bay have been breached. Marshal Sengoku, a Navy reported to Sengoku on the execution platform. No problem, Sengoku didn't look back, and directly picked up his Den Mushi and said to the other side, according to the plan, prepare to start the execution in advance. What are you thinking, wise general? Boda Sengoku. Whitebird saw everything on the execution platform. After receiving the order to start the plan, Garp walked up to the execution platform step by step. As Garp stepped on the steps, Hoshirama found the scene of his childhood with Ace in his mind, and walked up without saying a word and walked to Ace's side. What are you doing here? Sengoku felt Garp's arrival, a little surprised but also felt it was normal. Do you have any objection to the battle? No, the opponent is a pirate, not worthy of sympathy. Garp did not go against his own heart. Then, shut up, Garp interrupted Sengoku's subsequent words and sat next to Ace. What's the matter with me staying here? Although the bad guys are not worthy of sympathy, family members are different. At this moment, although Garp was still sitting there, his back would make people see the weakness inside at a glance, like an old man who was slowly aging, no longer having the heroic spirit of the Navy before. Old man, Garp, who had always been upright and tough, cried with snot and tears, what should I do, Ace, you bastard? Why don't you live according to what I say? Sengoku, who was standing aside, had to play the villain. Now that things have come to this, if you want to do anything wrong, I will never forgive you. Garp, he let his tears slide down his cheeks and wet the front of his clothes. If I wanted to do it, I would have done it long ago. However, just as Garp and his grandson were making the last tenderness, everyone suddenly felt something unusual in the sky, as if there was a huge object blocking the sun's rays, directly affecting everyone's vision. Not only that, there were screams from the sky, and the sound was getting louder and clearer. Everyone says you went too far, it's all because of this guy blinking. Are you trying to put the blame on me, Croc? It doesn't matter. People will die if they fall down. The ground is all ice, I'm rubber, so I'm fine. Various noisy sounds came from above everyone's heads. Looking up, it turned out to be a warship. It didn't know when it ran into the air and was falling at a terrible speed. Faced with such a change, everyone was a little confused for a while. Okay, your friends have arrived. Next, don't show off your abilities. You must ensure your own safety, Uzumaki, who was watching the satellite monitoring in the outpost, said to Naruto and the other two who had been waiting for a long time. This idiot, Sasuke curled his lips at Naruto's performance in the satellite. On the one hand, he felt that the other party was a little embarrassed, and on the other hand, because he successfully opened the main Gekio, he wanted to show off in front of everyone. In fact, when Luffy and his crew were blown up into the sky by the tsunami created by Whitebird, Sasuke and his crew wanted to go and help, but they were stopped by Dragon, who thought his son could handle the situation at that time, so they had been waiting until now. After that, Luffy and his crew were frozen at the highest point of the waves along with the tsunami. In the end, Luffy, who just wanted to free the warship from the ice, got the direction wrong and directly smashed the entire area where everyone was, which caused them to fall from the air now. Fortunately, the ship was heavier than the people, and fell into the sea first, causing the originally calm sea surface to fluctuate, so that the people behind could fall into the water smoothly. Of course, this is because the people in the world of One Piece have high physical strength, otherwise even some ninjas in the ninja world might be directly beaten to death on the sea. Of course, not all pirates fell into the sea, and some of them landed safely with their own abilities. This scene was also broadcasted through the live broadcast originally prepared by the Navy using Den Den Mushi, so this group of people who fell from the sky directly became the focus of everyone. As for why they fell into the sea, remember that Diamond Jaws threw a large piece of ice before? Yes, they fell exactly where Jaws took the ice. It can be said that they were extremely lucky. I don't know if this is the credit of Buggy who practiced a lucky color domineering. Feeling the mark left on Luffy when he touched him before, Namake's Minato directly threw Naruto and the others to Luffy's side. So under the gaze of the whole audience, they felt as if they saw a golden-haired man flash by, and then there were 3 more boys on the field. Hey, Luffy, get up quickly, don't you still want to save your brother? Naruto squatted beside Luffy, poked Luffy's stomach filled with seawater with his hand, and spit out the seawater he drank when he fell into the sea before. As the seawater was spit out, Luffy also woke up. He opened his somewhat confused eyes, and saw a figure that shouldn't have appeared. Luffy was completely awakened at once. Up, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata, I'm so glad that you're alright, Luffy said as he rushed over and hugged the 3 of them, crying with tears in his eyes. It should be said that Luffy, as a rubber man, can stretch his arms, otherwise he really can't hold 3 people at once. Ho ha, we're fine, Luffy, have you forgotten? My dad can teleport directly and take us back directly. Did he hear that you were in trouble and brought us here again? Naruto was also grinning from ear to ear in front of his friends. Oh, right, I almost forgot if you hadn't said it. Luffy let go of Naruto and the others, stood on the highest point of the damaged warship, and shouted to Ace on the execution platform, Ace! Ace, Luffy. Ace on the execution platform was shocked when he saw Luffy coming to rescue him from a distance. Only Garp, who was also on the execution platform, felt very solemn. After all, right now, his 2 grandsons, one was a prisoner who was about to be executed in the execution ground, and the other was the one who was going to rob the execution ground in front of him. This was fine, but the problem was that he was a member of the execution ground. Chapter 175, Take Action in Advance. The Navy below was also surprised to see the few people who suddenly appeared. The most important thing was that they recognized Crocodile. Then, is it Crocodile? Isn't he imprisoned in Impale Down? Why is he here? Not only that, look at the big head next to him, it's the king of Shemales Ambrio Ivankov. How come he ran out of Impale Down? Speaking of the king of Shemales, the Navy's fear of him is obviously higher than that of Crocodile, and much higher. There is no way, Crocodile can only kill them physically, but the king of Shemales can kill them directly from the spiritual level. After all, the other party can directly control hormones to change people's gender, or fall madly in love with others. This kind of thing is much more terrifying than being killed directly. Ivankov saw that someone recognized him. It's worthy of being the Navy headquarters. The combat power here is really extraordinary. World, wake up, Even Buggy the Clown was full of energy at this moment, shouting loudly in the direction of the Navy headquarters. Ace, I will definitely save you, Luffy shouted towards the execution platform again. This action angered Sengoku so much that he was furious. Garp. It's your bastard family again, Luffy. Garp had also gotten over the initial shock at this moment, from the shock of his own grandson coming to force his way into the Navy. At this moment, he grabbed his already gray hair with both hands, and his whole mood had changed from panic to anger. He was angry that his two grandsons did not listen to his arrangements, but had to go against him and embark on the road of pirates. On the other hand, he was also angry at himself, angry that he did not know how to discipline his children, and actually trained them to be the person he least wanted to see. Damn, not only Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army, but also Jin the Sea Knight is here. Have they all joined the Revolutionary Army and were rescued by the Revolutionary Army? The Navy below was still clamoring. Revolutionary Army? Aren't those people behind Ivankov notorious pirates? As expected, although they are called the Revolutionary Army, they are actually the same as the pirates. There were even some Navy officers who had heard of the name and deeds of the Revolutionary Army, and disappointment appeared in their eyes. Such a scene was also seen by everyone in the outpost. Senju Naoki nodded and said, Mr. Long, this matter must be handled properly. Although you should rely on the forces that are willing to fight against the world government, you must also pay attention to your own reputation and fame. Otherwise, an organization that robs and plunders will not become a true leader of the world. Long also agreed, don't worry, Captain Senju, I have been prepared for this. You also know my arrangements. I didn't want anyone to escape from Marineford. How to deal with these people in the future is another matter, but this time I want to show the strength of our Revolutionary Army in front of the whole world. Senju Naoki also agreed. After all, if it weren't for achieving this goal, Long would not have asked the outpost for help before. After all, relying on the strength of their Revolutionary Army, it would be easy for them to intervene in this war, and due to the restraint between Whitebird and the Navy, their Revolutionary Army can really come and go as they please. This Straw Hat Boy is always at the center of the storm. Hawkeye stood on a high place, looking at the chaos below caused by the appearance of Luffy and others. On the other hand, the Empress on the side already had a face full of infatuated expression. Luffy, I'm so glad that you're okay. Kizaru standing in the sky had a playful expression on his face at this moment. I didn't expect to see us again so soon. Monkey, Marco, the Phoenix who was confronting Kizaru, also looked in the direction Kizaru was looking. Isn't this the younger brother that Ace always talks about? Only Smoker felt very strange when he saw Luffy and Crocodile standing together. The two of them are actually standing together. It's really a mess. It's that guy, the grandson of the hero Garp, the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. The red dog standing on the city wall looked at Luffy with a fierce look in his eyes. He must be eradicated completely. I didn't expect that you would act with a Straw Hat Boy. Sengoku actually had a good impression of the imprisoned Shichibukai. After all, the other party could be said to be a pure hero. Is this your answer, Jinbei, who was dressed in blue and looked like a mythical beast in a New Year's picture, also expressed his attitude directly to Sengoku. That's right, I'm not going to be a Shichibukai anymore. Anyway, this combination is very strange. Prisoners, cotters of the Revolutionary Army, and a group of strange guys. The hero Garp directly grasped the contradiction. Crocodile, I don't think you and they have the same goal, at least on this battlefield. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, looked back and fell on the man who had directly shattered his self-confidence, and said nothing. However, in just a blink of an eye, everyone found that Crocodile, who was standing behind Luffy before, had already flown behind Whitebird with his ability to turn into sand. Long time no see. Whitebird, seeing that Crocodile's scorpion venom needle was about to hit the back of Whitebird's head, Luffy blocked it with a bar. Although he was blocked, Crocodile was not angry because he knew he had won. At this moment, he had overcome his previous cowardice and regained the courage to attack Whitebird. It can be said that he did not care about the result of this attack. He cared that he had already attacked Whitebird. At this moment, the domineering aura that was sealed up because of his heart returned to Crocodile. Although Crocodile was a little unfamiliar with the use of domineering aura due to years of sealing, he would be able to pick it up sooner or later with his previous experience. Even because of this loss and recovery, and the reshaping of his inner core, Crocodile is now more talented than when he challenged Whitebird. It's just that he used his wasted years to exchange for this possibility of further progress. Whether it is worth it is something that only he can judge. Looking at Luffy, who has entered the second gear, Crocodile smiled and said, "When we get here, our agreement is complete. Why do you want to protect Whitebird?" Facing the crocodile who once beat him badly, Luffy was on alert the whole time. Is this uncle really Whitebird? Then you are even more forbidden to attack him. Ace likes this uncle very much. Marco, who is not far from the ship, saw Luffy so energetic and praised him. You are quite skilled. Ace's brother, Whitebird, actually didn't pay much attention to what happened around him, or he was old and seriously ill. So his energy was very limited at the moment, so in order to have a general view of the situation, Whitebird gave up this part of his life, because he believed in his sons and believed that they would protect him. Whitebird, who was attracted by the fight at the moment, saw the straw hat behind Luffy, and thought of a man who once told him that he would bet his left hand on the new era. Kid, this straw hat is very similar to the one Red Hair used to wear. The tall Whitebird had to lower his head when talking to Luffy. There was no other way, Luffy was too short. Uncle, do you know Shanks? Luffy looked at the straw hat tied around his neck and fell into memories. This is what Shanks asked me to keep. Are you here to save your brother? Whitebird remembered that when Ace was still on the ship, he once took a bounty on Luffy and introduced his brother to him. Luffy answered firmly, yes, I think you should know who the enemy is. Everyone thought that Whitebird would be happy because of the help, but at this moment he released his momentum towards Luffy, trying to directly crush Luffy with his momentum. Whitebird knocked the aim gun in his hand heavily to the ground. A brat like you will die. However, Luffy, who had already awakened the Conqueror's haki, would not be scared away by such momentum. Stop talking. You don't have to decide on this matter. I know that you want to be the Pirate King, right? At this moment, Luffy was already in a state. He ignored the eyes and hints of the people around him and shouted directly at Whitebird, I am the one who will become the Pirate King. Such a high-profile declaration not only shocked the people in Marineford, but also spread directly to all parts of the world through the Navy's live broadcast of Den Mushi. Facing such an arrogant brat, Whitebird waved the aim gun that he had been holding in his hand. With Whitebird's movements, the Conqueror's haki in his body also slightly overflowed at this moment, and spread to the surroundings with a huge airwave. Many Navy and pirates, under the pressure of this airwave and Conqueror's haki, could not stand up at all. Everyone thought that Whitebird was angry, but they didn't expect a smile to appear on his face. How arrogant. If you dare to hold me back, I won't let you go, you runny-nosed brat. I'll do what I want, Luffy said with full energy. I'll save Ace. Luffy's fame has been raised to a terrifying level just by these few short conversations with Whitebird. After all, being able to talk to the strongest man in the world and not be overwhelmed by his aura, such a person can be said to have become the focus of the world. Faced with such a situation, Kizaru was also watching the excitement and was not afraid of trouble. He narrowed his eyes and shouted to his boss, it's okay to execute all those people, Mr. Sengoku. Of course, Sengoku didn't care what Garp beside him thought at this moment. He had to express his attitude in front of the whole world. Naruto and the others have gotten used to their friend's impulsive and reckless personalities, especially Naruto. Although the existence of Kushiwasu disrupted the plot on this life, Naruto's temperament has not changed much, so he feels very close to Luffy, who is so reckless, and feels like he is in another world. Uncle, I just heard the communication from the warship, saying that they want to start the execution of Ace in advance. So we have limited time and can't delay any longer. Luffy was still very serious when talking about business. Whitebird looked at Sengoku, who was far away on the execution platform. Start the execution of Ace in advance? You are worthy of it, wise General Sengoku. Seeing that the information he wanted to convey had been made clear, Luffy jumped off Whitebird's ship and prepared to run all the way to Ace. Since the three of them had already decided on the strategy when they were at the outpost, they didn't hesitate to show their support when they saw Luffy preparing to head for the execution platform. Super Rasengan, Naruto was the first to attack. Between his hands, he condensed a large Rasengan with a diameter of more than 1 meter and threw it directly at the Navy running in the distance. Boom! Crack! A huge explosion sounded, and there was also the sound of a large amount of ice breaking. It turned out that Naruto did not go directly to the Navy with this attack. His target was the ice surface under the feet of the Navy. Under the attack of this Super Rasengan, the ice surface of more than 10 meters thick shattered, and a large number of Navy fell into the sea like dumplings. After all, in Naruto's opinion, although there are many scums in the Navy, they are generally good. In this case, he decided to reduce the killing as much as possible. However, if someone died in the sea, then Naruto would have no choice, and the other party would have to admit that he was unlucky. Seeing that Naruto began to help Luffy clear the way, others also started to move. Among them, Jinbei and Ivankov were the most proactive. Jinbei did it out of his chivalry, and as for Ivankov, it was because of Luffy's father. After all, this was the son of his immediate boss. Not only that, the pirate groups under Whitebird also launched a charge under the leadership of Luffy and his men. In their view, this was a contest between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Whitebird Pirates. Whoever could save Ace first would be the winner. Luffy, on the execution platform, Garp was a little melancholy when he saw his grandson running over. Can such a little kid boost their morale? At this moment, Sengoku's glasses suddenly began to reflect light in a strange manner. At this moment, Sengoku showed extreme confidence in his wisdom, but it will not have any impact on the battle. Sengoku waved his hand and began to encourage morale towards his Den Mushi. Don't panic, everyone, act according to my instructions. Whitebird, who had already understood the other party's intentions at this moment, felt disgusted with Sengoku's behavior. Sengoku, is he saying that there is no need to abide by the execution time with pirates? The preparation is the key, right? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.